On a beautiful night at Shinya County Yeong Manor, a noble race physician sighed after examining a baby's condition. He assessed that the child would likely not live past 20 years old due to his congenital constitution, viewing it as a divine punishment. The father believed that not only was the child born with such a constitution, but his very birth had caused his mother's death. The physician felt saddened by young Dame Yeong, the Yeong Manor patriarch, making such a declaration. The physician explained that this situation was akin to the 9 severed meridians. He had never encountered anyone with their bi-wi acupoint so severely opened. Referred to as the acupoint in the head, it indicated that the child would die at the age of 20. People typically called this phenomenon deity ascension, a practice performed by extremely powerful Taoists when they departed for the heavenly realm. The physician dismissed this notion as nonsense, mentioning old rumors about absolute martial masters using the upper meridian of their heads, specifically the bi-wi acupoint. According to these rumors, deity ascension occurred when someone became overly intoxicated by the energy of the great nature from heavens and earth, leading to death due to inability to withstand it. A sense of disdain appeared on Dame Yeong's face as he looked at his son. He hurriedly stood up, convinced it was heavenly punishment, and ignored the child. The physician was angered by the father's harsh words towards an innocent baby. Dame Yeong instructed him to leave, promising his pay through the chief steward. In response, the physician hastily exited the manor, claiming he did not need the payment. He murmured to himself that if the child had been raised in the unorthodox sects or demonic faction, he might have become the heavenly demon. Had he grown up in the Shaolin Temple, he could have mastered the temple's 72 elite training methods twice over. Yet, the child was born as a hated figure in such a place. The physician knew the child would die young in the countryside without means of survival unless he achieved enlightenment on his own. 15 years later at Yeong Manor, the Yeong family gathered around the table. Dame Yeong announced that since his deceased father, a disciple of the Jeongnan sect Jeonja, founded the clan, he had devoted his life to reviving it. If the clan gained fame worldwide, he would inherit the ultimate technique of the Jeongnan sect. He toasted to his son, who had followed in his deceased father's footsteps and successfully joined the Jeongnan sect. The siblings congratulated their brother on his achievement before Dame Yeong asked everyone to raise their glasses for a toast. The eldest noticed the empty seat at the table and called out to his father, pointing out that Yeonshin was not present. Dame Yeong explained that he had instructed Yeonshin to remain at the training ground. The eldest attempted to protest, but was refused. His father argued that Yeonshin's absence was better for the joyous occasion, as his presence would only bring ill omens. In the training room, Yeonshin diligently cultivated alone. Throughout his life, shunned by his family, he focused solely on finding a way to live longer than his constitution allowed. Suddenly, inner energy surged through his body. Afterward, he felt stronger, with sharper sight and a clearer mind. This improvement was due to his complete mastery of the Jeong Clan's dynamic art, a technique that allowed him to stimulate his muscles with energy and compress it. Currently, he could not enhance it further. Yet, he questioned whether a stronger body would enable him to live longer. Reflecting on the technique, Yeonshin recalled approaching his elder brother to share the new technique he had created, a redeveloped form of the clan's exclusive martial art. The brother had been surprised and then scolded Yeonshin, demanding he never disclose it to anyone. Feeling dejected, Yeonshin turned to another brother, who also refused to learn the technique out of fear of energy deviation. When word reached their father, Dame Yeong was furious. He was angered by his son's audacity to tamper with the clan's technique, especially since Yeonshin was not a clan founder. As a result, Yeonshin faced further shunning from his family and was scolded by everyone with hate and discontent. In the end, Yeonshin pondered the role of a clan founder, someone who creates martial arts and establishes a martial group. He had never considered himself such. His focus had been solely on becoming healthy and living harmoniously with others. Coincidentally, people were gathering that day because an important guest was about to arrive. Upon noticing this, Yeonshin remembered the impending visitation of the martial masters of the Jeongnan sect, one of the 9 great sects in the world and one of the twin walls known as the strongest groups in Shaanxi alongside the Manhwa sect. Yeonshin thought of them as the deities of sword and desired to meet them in person. However, a few nights prior, the chief steward had informed Yeonshin that he was forbidden to appear before the important guests, as per his father's orders. due to Yeonshin's role in his mother's death. The chief steward apologized before leaving Yeonshin confused. He desired to see the masters but was forbidden by his father. Eventually, he decided that observing them from afar might suffice, believing he could learn from such skilled masters. Members of the Jeong Clan gathered at the entrance to welcome the esteemed guests, including Daemyeong, amid murmurs from the people wondering about the visitors. When the time arrived, it was announced that the martial masters of the Jeongnan sect had arrived. A woman in a peach-colored robe led the masters. As she entered the Jeong family courtyard, the people inside were surprised to learn that their esteemed guests were of the noble race. Yeonshin was particularly astonished to see her, as the noble race was known in books as a mysterious, immortal race that humans regarded as deities. He noticed the unique energy surrounding her, the core energy condensed within her body and emanating naturally. Meanwhile, Daemyeong nervously welcomed her. She greeted them politely, expressing gratitude for their warm welcome and hospitality. Introducing herself as Yeonshin, an elder of the Jeongnan sect, Daemyeong was shocked upon learning that she held the position of an elder. He immediately bowed along with everyone, seeking forgiveness for failing to recognize such a person. Yeonshin requested that they lift their heads, explaining that her presence was not meant to boast of her status. In response, Daemyeong quickly invited the guests to enter. Meanwhile, Yeonshin, observing Yeonshin's noble demeanor and elder status, wondered about her longevity. Shortly after, Yeonshin leisurely walked toward the pavilion, accompanied by Daemyeong and his child, excluding Yeonshin, who watched from the crowd. Unexpectedly, Yeonshin turned her gaze toward Yeonshin. Noticing her look, Yeonshin brought his hands together in greeting, just as Daemyeong pointed out to her that Yeonshin was his third son. As Yeonshin departed the gathering, she remarked on the brightness of his eyes and his intelligence. Hearing this, Daemyeong countered by stating that the child was not well-mannered, which confused Yeonshin. He further added that Yeonshin was an embarrassment to the family for always causing trouble. Meanwhile, Yeonshin returned to the training room to pick up a sword. He had gained a new perspective after observing the energies of the Jeongnan sect's martial masters. Having nowhere else to turn after training in the Jeong Clan's movement art, he contemplated his next area of training. On a whim, he decided to begin training with swords. After the welcome greetings concluded, the martial masters entered their lodging. One of them thought the place exceeded his expectations, noting that the abundance of earth energy would attract the Tyrant Sword tribe. Yeonshin believed they would come to this location, making it an ideal spot to plan a counterattack. Unfortunately, this would likely lead to the Jeong Clan's sacrifice. One master suggested attacking and destroying them before they breached the walls. Yeonshin considered this a potentially great idea, though she noted the Tyrant Sword tribe, known as the most troublesome group within the 13 Skies, posed significant challenges. She decided to wait, instructing her subordinates to remain vigilant and keep their sword auras sharp at all times. Additionally, Yeonshin found herself thinking about Yeonshin, as he clearly stood out among the Jeong Clan members, leading her to consider him a strange child. As night fell, Yeonshin diligently cultivated in the training room. It was the first time he realized his Baihui acupoint was more open than others. Although he hadn't meditated for a year, focusing instead on training his body through the Jeong dynamic technique, the energy flowing through his head had intensified. Horror filled his mind as he understood that, at this rate, he had less than 5 years before he would lose consciousness. This was his reality, living on borrowed time with only 5 years left to live. Uncertain and scared, he left the training room to clear his mind. Despite having fully mastered the Jeong dynamic technique, he knew he couldn't prevent his impending death in 5 years. Suddenly, he sensed something was wrong. An ominous energy emanated from the side court. Instinctively, he rushed toward it, recognizing that something was amiss. The closer he approached, the stronger the scent of blood became. The night was unusually quiet, too still for any bloodshed to occur. Upon examining the gate, Yeonshin discovered a trap formation. Without hesitation, he entered through the gate to locate the massacred servants. During his cultivation, he had not realized that such an event was unfolding within Jeong Manor. He concluded that the trap formation was responsible. As Yeonshin surveyed the dead, he noticed that all the victims were from the Jeong Clan. leading him to suspect that the culprits possessed formidable martial prowess. After a brief search, a bald brute emerged, insulting Yeonshin for his foolishness. The brute suggested that if Yeonshin had managed to survive, he should have remained hidden instead of emerging. Another culprit inferred that Yeonshin had little time left and instructed the bald brute to send him to the afterlife. The bald brute claimed he was merely following orders, urging Yeonshin not to hold him accountable. The bald brute concentrated his inner energy to crush Yeonshin, but the frail-looking boy effortlessly grabbed his hand, halting his attack. Yeonshin then crushed the brute's hand with his bare hand, causing the bald man to scream in agony as his arm bone broke under the boy's strength. Emotionlessly, Yeonshin assessed the remaining culprits and brushed the injured brute aside. The leader of the culprits wondered about Yeonshin's identity. After gathering his inner energy, Yeonshin revealed that he was the third son of the household, ignoring the bald brute. He stepped forward with murderous intent. The brute rose, cursing the frail-looking boy who had broken his hand, and attempted another attack with his other hand. Before he could land a blow, Yeonshin had already swung his sword, decapitating the brute in an instant. Without delay, Yeonshin advanced to strike any remaining attackers, swiftly eliminating another culprit who could not respond in time. Utilizing his unique technique, the scripture of Jung dynamic technique, Yeonshin dodged incoming attacks flawlessly and launched his own counterattacks. With killing intent and fierce determination in his eyes, Yeonshin moved from one opponent to the next. Like those before them, the culprits were powerless against the seemingly frail boy. Approaching two more individuals, Yeonshin beheaded one and swiftly pushed the other back before stabbing him in the heart without missing his sole opportunity to attack. One by one, the culprits fell with each decisive sword strike. Despite his youth, Yeonshin's every move was marked by unwavering determination to kill without hesitation. After avenging the sins committed against his clan, Yeonshin felt satisfied that, even though it was his first time training with the delightful sword, he had mastered its use. Suddenly, another group appeared. The leader of this group, a brute, asserted that they would easily handle the frail-looking boy before them, confident they would not let their guard down. Faced with such brutality, Yeonshin remained calm, displaying no trace of anger as he continued to listen. The brute remarked on how surprising it was for a child to wield the delightful sword and speculated whether Yeonshin had trained with it his entire life. Instead of responding, Yeonshin inquired if they were from the Blood Flame cult. It became clear that the first group he had eliminated belonged to the Blood Flame cult, while the newly arrived group hailed from the Tyrant Sword tribe. The 13 Skies were renowned as the most ruthless and powerful factions in all of Murim. The brute refused to answer when Yeonshin inquired about the presence of two organizations from the 13 Skies. Observing their inaction, Yeonshin deduced that they weren't aware of his affiliation with the Desolate Fortress, the premier branch sect in Murim. Consequently, he suggested that killing him would be troublesome, even for members of the Tyrant Sword tribe. Without warning, a massive aura sword attack swept through the yard, catching Yeonshin off guard. He observed that the individual struck by the attack was one of the masters from the Jeong sect. Shortly thereafter, Yeonshin arrived, noticing the frail-looking boy as she dodged the incoming attack. Known as the deity of the sword, her disheveled state indicated that her opponent had been formidable. A chill ran down Yeonshin's spine as another person joined the battle, hovering in the air. The ominous energy emanating from this newcomer left Yeonshin pondering his identity. The man took a moment to glance at the frail-looking child, causing Yeonshin to feel lightheaded from the eye contact. Soon, the group of brutes knelt and greeted the man as their tribe leader. In that instant, Yeonshin recognized him. The man was the Tyrant Sword tribe leader, the ruler of the Tyrant Sword tribe, a faction within the unorthodox 13 Skies, and regarded as a harbinger of disasters in Jeongho. Yeonshin wondered why such a prominent figure, comparable to a patriarch of one of the 9 great sects, was present in this setting. Observing the fallen martial masters from the Jeong sect, Yeonshin concluded that they, along with himself, were nearly doomed. Taking a moment to breathe deeply and steady his mind, Yeonshin prepared to confront the Tyrant Sword tribe leader. Without hesitation, fear, or doubt, he advanced to launch an attack. Noticing the incoming strike, the squad leader unsheathed his sword to counter. However, before he could react, Yeonshin had already pierced his heart. This bold move immediately captured the attention of both the Tyrant Sword Tribe leader and the elder of the Jeong sect. A mere 15-year-old dared to draw his sword and kill a member of the Tyrant Sword Tribe in front of its leader. Yeonshin taunted them, suggesting they could now kill him in retaliation. The tribe members instinctively drew their swords to attack the audacious boy, but halted abruptly upon their leader's command. The leader commended Yeonshin, praising his spirit as superior to everyone present. This left everyone puzzled, unsure of whom he was referring to. Surprisingly, the Tyrant Sword Tribe leader chose to spare the boy's life. Yeonshin surmised that the leader was unable to kill him. As he raised his sword, Yeonshin revealed that Yeonshin was the grandson of the former Divine Sword Group leader of the Desolate Fortress. This revelation astonished Yeonshin. Aware that the Divine Sword Group was the strongest in the Desolate Fortress, created by the Imperial family to thwart conspiracies by Mirim forces, a formidable association to avoid. However, the Tyrant Sword Tribe leader clarified that this was not the reason for sparing Yeonshin. Instead, he admired the boy's temperament and spirit, qualities essential for a powerful martial artist in Jianghu. He expressed a desire to take Yeonshin as his disciple, provided it was not about the relation to the Desolate Fortress. This statement surprised those in the yard, as it was uncommon for a renowned martial master to take on a young disciple so readily. Stabbing his sword into the ground, the leader instructed Yeonshin to leave the area within a day and vowed to prevent any other sects or clans from entering their territory. Yeonshin and Yeonshin listened intently as the leader made his promise before departing. He glanced back briefly, indicating his openness to a duel and inviting Yeonshin to seek him out when he was ready for revenge. Determined, Yeonshin allowed his enemies to drive him away from his land, contemplating whether he could achieve revenge within his remaining 5 years of life. Back at the main pavilion, Yeonshin gazed at his dying father with an expression devoid of emotion. He grasped his father's hand, calling out to him. Daemyeon could only marvel at how his son, whom he had long shunned, had become so powerful, thanks to the martial arts Yeonshin had created. Suddenly, the father remembered his son nervously revealing that he had developed martial arts by modifying the Jeong Clan's movement arts. Instead of feeling proud, the father met his son's plea for approval with discontent and hatred. Tears streamed down his face as he finally recognized his own foolishness and ignorance, failing to see that his son had created the sacred art and possessed the qualities of a founder. With it, he let out his last breath, and the second son of the Jeong Clan wept over the loss of his father. Yeonshin rose to speak with the chief steward holding Haya, his niece. Fortunately, she was safe, merely unconscious from someone targeting her acupoint to knock her out before hiding her to protect her from the killers. Turning around, Yeonshin instructed his second brother to take care of her within the Jeong sect, noting her exceptional affinity with the 5 elements, which would likely lead them to accept her. Meanwhile, Yeonshin would attend to his own matters. As if summoned, Yeonshin appeared to speak with Yeonshin. With the Tyrant Sword Tribe leader's involvement, she needed to report the incident to the Jeong sect immediately. Upon being questioned, Yeonshin intended to go to the Desolate Fortress, his mother's family's domain, as he had nowhere else to grow stronger unlike his second brother. Not wanting to lose such talent, Yeonshin offered him the opportunity to train at Jeongnan Mountain. Yeonshin had already decided to head to the Desolate Fortress when Yeonshin revealed her intention to recommend him as the sect leader's disciple. This revelation shocked both men, given the significance of the offer. Becoming the direct disciple of the Jeongnan sect leader would grant him access to the absolute sacred art, and the leader was among the top 10 swordsmen in the world. However, Yeonshin had his own plans. He clasped his hands together and declined the offer, promising not to forget Yeonshin's kindness. Yeonshin anticipated his refusal, having sought someone as talented as him. This was likely what the Tyrant Sword Tribe leader had perceived as well. In the end, Yeonshin could only apologize as Yeonshin assured him that the Jeongnan sect's doors would always remain open for him. Yeonshin was aware that Yeonshin was one of the elder members among the noble races. Consequently, he inquired about the method to obtain the fruit of the Tree of Life. This fruit, protected by the Desolate Fortress leader, whom the emperor recognized as both king and peer, was said to grant eternal life and youth to those who consumed it, making it a celestial treasure. Yeonshin considered that acquiring this fruit could extend his already limited lifespan. However, Yeonshin had not lived half her own lifespan, rendering her without authority over the Tree of Life. Her knowledge was limited to the fact that the desolate fortress leader could grant the fruit to others. Realizing this, Yeonshin understood that his only option was to approach the desolate fortress. He acknowledged the difficulty in obtaining such a sacred item, even for the noble races. With no alternative methods known, he concluded that he must become the leader of the Divine Sword Squad, achieve remarkable feats, and request the fruit. Recognizing the boy's determination, Yeonshin decided to support him from a distance before departing to relay the news to her sect. She instructed two of her subordinates, the Cliff Swordsman and Neutral Spirit, to assist with the cleanup of the area. With their conversation concluded, Yeonshin departed for the Jeong sect. As morning dawned, the survivors of the incident completed burying the dead. Yeonshin expressed his gratitude to the two who remained to help, while the other survivors prepared to leave the land. In contrast, the two individuals from the Jeong sect were thankful to Yeonshin. His actions had led the tyrant sword tribe leader to abandon the fight and spare the survivor of the tragedy. Immediately afterward, Yeonshin's second brother called out to him. He conveyed that an apology alone could not rectify everything that had transpired within their clan. He vowed that upon their next meeting, he would strive to be a better older brother to Yeonshin, dedicating himself to the Jeong sect and hoping for his younger brother's survival. Yeonshin, recognizing that his brother would begin training in the Jeong sect's martial arts at a slightly older age and was not exceptionally talented, advised him to train as if his life depended on it. Turning his attention to his young niece, Yeonshin requested that his brother protect her, as she would accompany him. Next, the chief steward addressed his turn, mentioning his intention to join a small branch of the Jeong Clan within Nanine. With the Jeong Clan's bloodline still intact, he would oversee the remaining clan assets. As Yeonshin was set to head to the desolate fortress, he hoped they could reunite occasionally. He turned to wish the chief steward well, urging him to take care and live a comfortable life. With that, Yeonshin departed toward the desolate fortress without a servant or warrior to guard him. Watching his young master's departure, the chief steward pondered whether any of the Jeong descendants had ever spoken such words to him, highlighting Yeonshin's distinctiveness. A few days later, on a peaceful night in Xianyang, Yeonshin arrived at a restaurant with the desolate fortress visible in the distance. He overheard another guest praising the desolate fortress's incredible reputation. The guest also mentioned that people from all over the Central Plains gathered there with grand aspirations because of the fortress. Coincidentally, Yeonshin arrived just as the desolate fortress was conducting their entrance exam. Unexpectedly, a wild martial artist approached Yeonshin, inquiring whether he intended to take the entrance exam as well. Introducing himself as Hien Wonchong from the distant region of Shaanxi, he assumed Yeonshin hailed from nearby, believing his journey must have been effortless since he had to battle green forest bandits and swim against the pirate fortress crew. Wonchong continued to complain about the hardships of his journey. In truth, Yeonshin had encountered similar challenges, on top of nearly losing his entire family at home. Ultimately, Yeonshin asserted that his journey had been relatively easy for him. Recognizing that Yeonshin was younger, Wonchong proposed that they become friends and share information about the exam. He was astonished that Yeonshin was unaware of the existence of such an exam. Wonchong proceeded to elaborate on the exam, known as the trial, explaining that the desolate fortress differed significantly from typical martial arts groups. Just as aspiring government officials must excel in both martial arts and literature, there was a specific exam for joining the desolate fortress. Yeonshin listened attentively as Wonchong further explained that this was why so many people were gathered at that time. Regardless of one's foundational skills, upon joining, opportunities and training would be provided. It was no surprise that martial artists flocked there, with countless individuals learning various martial arts to pass the test. The Desolate Fortress was the world's strongest martial group, a place that made everyone's heart race with anticipation. People often remarked that those wishing to conquer the world with a single weapon should go to the Desolate Fortress. Since the imperial family ruling the Central Plains sought to control martial arts groups, all elixirs and advanced martial arts from around the world were concentrated there. Wonchong added that nearly nobody could pass the Desolate Fortress trial on their first attempt. Perhaps 1 in 1,000 succeeded, typically those destined to become next-generation leaders of reputable martial arts clans gaining prominence. After his extensive explanation, Wonchong suggested that they attend the Desolate Fortress entrance exam together the following day. Nonchalantly, Yeonshin agreed, thereby acquiring an unexpected sidekick on his journey. Reflecting on the situation, Yeonshin felt grateful that he did not need to seek his mother's family's assistance, as he was unaware of their location or appearance. The next morning arrived swiftly, and Yeonshin, accompanied by his new sidekick Wonchong, stood before the fortress gate. Yeonshin registered and received a wooden plaque inscribed with the word 13. Observing his surroundings, he noticed that all the exam participants were older than him, with some attempting it for the first time and others having taken it multiple times. Wonchong explained that the first exam involved simply standing before the examiner. A candidate would pass by accepting their plaque and fail by refusing to return it to the reception. The second exam was a tournament among the exam takers, and the third was an interview with the Desolate Fortress's master. Yeonshin was surprised that the master herself participated in the exam, as martial artists came to this fortress specifically for that opportunity. A conversation with an absolute master like her was an incredible chance to gain profound understanding. Once all preparations were complete, the examiner announced the first exam, to perform a swift sword art demonstration. Specifically, candidates were to execute a single swing using their fastest sword technique. Wonchong seized the opportunity to be the first to take the exam, his nerves apparent as he volunteered himself. Upon arriving before the examiner, his demeanor shifted, a change that Yeonshin immediately noticed. Observing his new sidekick, Yeonshin recognized that Wonchong possessed strength surpassing some of the vagabonds encountered on his journey. When ready, Wonchong concentrated his inner energy into every fiber of his muscles and executed a swift, precise sword slash. Spectators marveled at the speed of his technique. Some could see it clearly, while others could not perceive it at all. Wonchong awaited the examiner's judgment with nervous anticipation. Joy filled Wonchong as the examiner requested his plaque, indicating that he had passed the first exam. A smug expression crossed his face as he wished his new friend good luck. Confidently, Yeonshin approached the examiner with his sword in hand. Observers were taken aback by the presence of such a young man attempting the notoriously difficult Desolate Fortress entrance exam. Standing before the examiner, people presumed he was merely seeking advice from a random martial artist present. The examiner assessed Yeonshin briefly before signaling him to begin. In an instant, the examiner marked the time for Yeonshin to perform his sword strike. Within a split second, Yeonshin had already completed his technique, followed by a wave of energy that astonished both the examiner and the onlookers. Engrossed in his own thoughts, Yeonshin remained calm, while Wonchong was astounded by the speed of Yeonshin's sword strike. Yeonshin sheathed his sword as the examiner declared that the future of the Desolate Fortress was embodied in the frail-looking boy before him, instructing Yeonshin to submit his plaque. Respectfully, Yeonshin raised his hand in acknowledgement to the examiner before swiftly departing, leaving the crowd speechless. Wonchong followed, pondering whether his new friend hailed from a famous family. Yeonshin dismissed the notion, recalling that within the Desolate Fortress, only one's martial arts, talent, and effort mattered. Wonchong found it hard to believe that Yeonshin was attempting to enter the Desolate Fortress on his first try, questioning whether that was the reason everyone came here. Yeonshin expressed his sincere determination to give his all in the trials, understanding that Wonchong intended to leave after thanking him for his resolve. Meanwhile, Yeonshin hoped that the kind and talkative Wonchong would also pass the second exam. As he awaited the next challenge, Yeonshin checked into an inn to cultivate. He knew the second exam was a tournament where he would compete against others using his martial arts. With 3 weeks until the exam, Yeonshin focused on training his skills, including the Jung dynamic technique and his delightful sword techniques. The 3 weeks passed swiftly, and Yeonshin arrived at the gathering place for the second exam, prepared as he could be. A martial artist overseeing the second exam instructed the examinees to wait until their names were called. New members of the Desolate Fortress wore white, a sight that discouraged many upon seeing the strong inner energy emanating from someone dressed in white. However, Yeonshin remained indifferent, focusing solely on doing his best. Out of nowhere, Wonchong greeted him as young Lord Jung, noting that Yeonshin had grown taller. Yeonshin sensed a change in Wonchong, recognizing that he had achieved something significant. The overseer announced that winning was not the sole objective of the exam. Even securing one of the 2 tournament matches would attract the attention of a desolate fortress masters observing the trials. From personal experience, Wonchong knew this was the most challenging aspect. He explained that the exam supervisors had higher standards that day because White Qilin was participating in the desolate fortress trial. The White Qilin from Namgung, renowned for eliminating a notorious bandit group before turning 15 and beheading the swordmaster of the unorthodox faction, the Shrouded Assassin, was present. Wonchong shared rumors of defeating all up-and-coming fighters at the 8 Great Families Dragon and Phoenix tournament by the age of 18. Yeonshin questioned why someone from such a dignified family, possessing martial dignity, would seek entry into the desolate fortress. Wonchong revealed that White Qilin was the child of a concubine and thus could not become a patriarch. Rising to the position of desolate fortress squad's captain was akin to becoming a patriarch of the 8 Great Families, granting immense power. After Wonchong finished his explanation, Yeonshin's name was called for the second exam. Before departing, Yeonshin expressed his desire to see Wonchong again at the desolate fortress, indicating his hope for his psychic success in the trial. Yeonshin faced his first opponent, a sword martial artist known for his sadistic demeanor and bizarre remarks about Yeonshin's supposed destiny of despair. The opponent mocked the frail-looking child, likening him to a moth struggling in the light, while laughing maliciously. Without warning, Yeonshin struck swiftly, landing a single blow to the opponent's face, effectively ending the encounter. The opponent was knocked unconscious by the powerful strike, leaving Yeonshin feeling remorse for his excessive force. Feeling that his opponent was too weak after all the trash talk and the single strike that ended the battle, Yeonshin waited nonchalantly, unsure of what would happen next as his previous opponent was dragged out of the arena. This brief battle had piqued the interest of a specific observer watching the fight. A gray-haired young man approached, challenging Yeonshin to a fight, confident that the frail-looking young man would accept. The martial masters in blue robes recognized this individual, someone else commenting, assuming that the squad leaders would fight over him. Yeonshin realized that this man might be the White Qilin, Namgung Washin. The martial masters present were eager to witness the Boundless Heaven technique. Yeonshin evaluated that Washin was about 5 years older and currently beyond his ability to challenge. Thanks to the Jung dynamic techniques, Yeonshin was more physically fit than Washin, but inferior in other aspects. Washin took up his sword and introduced himself, revealing that he had primarily trained the Boundless Heaven technique and the Infinity Steps. Yeonshin had no intention of refusing the challenge and introduced himself respectfully to his opponent. Washin was puzzled by Yeonshin's lack of unsheathing his sword, understanding that Yeonshin intended to engage in a single-strike fight as he reached for his sword's handle. Washin briefly smiled before channeling his inner energy into his sword, manifesting a magnificent aura sword. The essence of the technique Yeonshin had been practicing was unpredictability, intending to use an unexpected main attack amidst an unpredictable rhythm to lower his opponent's guard. The martial masters watched eagerly, anticipating a good fight as the referee began the countdown. The moment the referee started the fight, Yeonshin appeared before Washin and struck him. As it was clear that Washin used an aura sword, Yeonshin's sword shattered upon their clash. While some martial artists hoped for an intense battle, others were disappointed by the instant conclusion, believing Washin had won. Some marveled at the terrifying, delightful sword Yeonshin wielded, while the blue-robed martial masters were speechless at witnessing such a feat from a 15-year-old. Washin stared at his broken sword, trying to comprehend the attack's meaning before lowering his weapon. He then admitted his defeat, surprising both Yeonshin and the spectators. 2 blue martial masters deemed Washin's admission appropriate, acknowledging the impressive technique Yeonshin had performed despite being 5 years younger. They noted that Yeonshin's sword had broken because he had not yet mastered using true energy with his technique. Washin had never anticipated encountering a hidden powerful martial artist in Hunan and was horrified by what Yeonshin might become. The examiner instructed Yeonshin to proceed to the garden and wait, signifying that he had passed the second exam. Yeonshin offered respect to Washin, conveying his desire to duel him anytime. As if understanding his thoughts, Washin felt the same way and expressed his anticipation for the duel. Yeonshin walked through the gate, observing several people who had already passed the second exam in the garden. They were astonished to see Yeonshin, as they had expected Namgung Washin to advance first. yet they saw a 15-year-old instead. Yeonshin reflected on his fight, knowing there was no chance of winning if the battle had continued. This was why he had used the most extreme form of delightful sword at the duel's onset. However, because Namgung Hwashin had imbued his sword with true energy, Yeonshin's sword had broken. Yeonshin acknowledged his mistake in rashly using the delightful sword, but recognized that Hwashin's admission of defeat demonstrated the nobility of a renowned family. The Jeong Clan was a third-rate branch in Shunned County, and if someone in the household had known such a skill, Yeonshin would have undoubtedly learned it. However, after fighting Hwashin, he realized how the technique should be used upon witnessing it firsthand. In that instant, Yeonshin attempted to channel true energy into his broken sword. It wasn't merely about infusing energy into the weapon, but using true energy as a medium to become one with the sword. As Yeonshin mastered this, the people in the garden were astonished by the occurrence of a sword resonance. They all believed it was impossible for such a young person to achieve this. Yet, Yeonshin successfully unified himself with the sword, feeling as though the weapon and his body were one. This body-sword unification was a technique employed by the pinnacle sword martial masters. From that moment, Yeonshin knew that the sword technique he would use in this state was on another level. After fully comprehending his newfound ability, he smiled contentedly. Out of nowhere, Hwashin sheathed his sword and congratulated Yeonshin on his enlightenment. It took Yeonshin a moment to realize the situation as the onlookers gathered to witness his breakthrough. He assumed that Hwashin had been protecting him to prevent anyone from disrupting his enlightenment. Yeonshin expressed his gratitude to Hwashin, acknowledging his protection without realizing it. He also congratulated Hwashin on passing the Desolate Fortress trial. In return, Hwashin laughed happily at Yeonshin's words. Wonchong approached, announcing that he had also passed the second exam. Yeonshin smiled and gladly congratulated him. Additionally, Wonchong revealed that Yeonshin had earned a nickname. When someone demonstrated exceptional martial prowess or attracted significant attention, they were often given a nickname and addressed by it. Unless the individual had committed atrocious and evil deeds, most nicknames represented great honor for martial artists, such as Cliff Swordsman, Neutral Spirit Fist, and White Shilin. Yeonshin could not believe he had earned such a title merely by completing the trials, yet it seemed that Hwashin had also taken notice. From that moment forward, young Yeonshin of the Jeong Clan was to be known as the Lightning Genius, recognized for his talent of lightning. Hwashin explained that if the martial artists of the Desolate Fortress referred to Yeonshin in that manner, it effectively became his nickname within the Jianghu. To commemorate the occasion, they engaged in lighthearted banter while waiting for the remaining contestants to conclude the tournament. The name Lightning Genius, young Yeonshin, was something he had never imagined while practicing the horse stance in the Jeong manner. Now, it was certain that his name would resonate across the world. Time swiftly passed within the arena designated for the second exam. The examiner announced that only one trial remained. Upon passing, the participants would officially join the Desolate Fortress. They proceeded to the pavilion where the master of the Desolate Fortress resided, prepared to be evaluated to join in her martial group. The first contestant entered the pavilion, but left dejected after being deemed unwelcome. One after another, participants came and went quickly, leading the trio to wonder if the fortress master was judging them solely by appearance without conversation. Soon, Yeonshin stepped forward, his face bearing the usual solemn expression, with one goal in mind: to heed the examiner's directive to ascend to the top. Upon arrival at the gate to the fortress master's office, it opened instantly. Yeonshin entered, finding the room adorned with an elaborate little garden leading to the fortress master. At the end of the room sat a green-haired lady on a wooden chair, embodying the noble race. Yeonshin announced his name to signify his readiness for judgment. He felt the profound aura emanating from her as she turned toward him. She was the Desolate Fortress leader, reputed to be the strongest in the world. Instead of issuing her judgment, she spoke of Yeonshin's bloodline, prompting him to wonder if she was aware of his mother's family. He inquired about the significance of her words. The fortress master commended Yeonshin's boldness, understanding that he already grasped her meaning. Yeonshin then admitted that he was the grandson of the former Divine Sword Group's leader. She revealed that his grandfather was soon to join the Elder Council, highlighting his obstinate nature. Just as noble and powerful individuals weighed their words carefully, she mentioned a wound Yeonshin possessed. Yeonshin dismissed her concern, asserting that it was merely a trivial family matter. In response, the lady clarified that it was not trivial, explaining that his trained body merely concealed it. Acknowledging that Yeonshin had only lived for 15 years, she agreed that it was not an issue for an outsider to comment on, but emphasized that familial matters needed resolution. Yeonshin apologized for his brazen remarks, now understanding that she had not intended to interfere with his family affairs. The transcendent aura she carried as someone with absolute strength indicated that her words were precisely what Yeonshin needed to advance in his journey. She stood up, her smile filled with aspiration for the young man before her. She expressed admiration for Yeonshin, noting his refusal to bow to anyone despite his clear objectives. This observation made Yeonshin wonder if she had discerned that his upper meridian was abnormally wide open. Consequently, he asked her whether someone like him could survive by consuming the fruit of the Tree of Life. The lady explained that while the facts about the fruit were not entirely inaccurate, it was indeed possible for him to obtain what he desired. Yeonshin pressed further, inquiring if he could attain it. She simply stated that it depended on his actions. Yeonshin raised his hands in gratitude, as if he were about to leave, only to realize he was still under trial. He questioned whether he had been accepted as a martial artist of the desolate fortress. Affirming his acceptance, the lady instructed him to leave, smiling as she addressed him as the next divine sword group leader. This form of address confused Yeonshin. He was unsure if she was teasing him or genuinely recognizing his potential. Another possibility was that she implied he could obtain the fruit of the Tree of Life once he became the divine sword group leader. Upon the conclusion of the desolate fortress trials, only 4 individuals had passed: a random old man, the white Chila Namgung Washin, the grin-faced Wonchong, and lastly, the lightning genius Yeonshin. The officer escorting them inquired whether they understood the role of the desolate fortress. Wonchong explained that their primary mission was to prevent Murim's martial masters from overthrowing the imperial family. The officer revealed that this was just one of their major tasks and that there was more to their duties. He elaborated that their role involved preventing or suppressing conflicts of a certain scale within the Jianghu. The uncertainty of outcomes from Murim conflicts was a concern. A blood storm had swept across the Central Plains 17 years prior, following rumors of the discovery of the heavenly demon's grave. It would have been manageable if the conflicts were limited to those seeking ultimate martial arts manuals or elixirs, but the heinous actions of vicious martial artists did not discriminate between martial artists and commoners. Witnessing such hellish scenes made the Empire unrecognizable, marking one of the disasters of the heavenly demon's grave. The officers added that unorthodox sects and demonic factions were not the sole problems. Orthodox groups, including the 9 great sects and 8 great clans, also posed significant threats. If the desolate fortress allowed them to operate unchecked, the people would suffer, leading to unrest and delayed tax payments, which would undermine the Empire's reign. To combat this, the imperial family had provided the desolate fortress with substantial resources, including money, elixirs, manuals, and martial masters. Their mission was to eliminate any martial artists who disrupted the lives of ordinary people. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at their assigned abodes. The officer explained that they would be allocated to specific places and moved to accommodations accordingly. A week passed swiftly, during which Yeonshin diligently cultivated in his room. The prolonged wait made him question why his assignment was delayed beyond his expectations. After a few more hours, Wonchong entered to deliver the news. It had been decided that both Yeonshin and Wonchong would join a combat squad known as the Radiant Demon Squad the following day. During the long weeks of waiting, rumors had been circulating. The 17 combat squad captains under the Divine Sword Squad had been battling each other to recruit new warriors. These captains, the martial masters representing the desolate fortress, were engaged in sparring to enlist the White Qilin and the Lightning Genius. This was the path through which Yeonshin would become part of the Radiant Demon Squad. The next day, Yeonshin and Wonchong arrived at the arena of the Radiant Demon Squad to receive their welcome. Wonchong grinned foolishly at his new white robe uniform, a symbol of his status as a martial artist of the desolate fortress, while Yeonshin surveyed the members of the squad. The members appeared eager to embrace the new recruits, exuding excitement and hope for their addition. However, Ma Jin, the Radiant Squad captain, stood before them with a menacing presence. Known as the strongest among the 17 squad captains, Ma Jin's reputation was now confirmed in person. He fixed his gaze intently on Yeonshin, aiming to intimidate him. Addressing Yeonshin as the lightning genius, Ma Jin spoke with a threatening tone. In response, Yeonshin met his gaze confidently, momentarily surprising Ma Jin before he smirked. Appreciating Yeonshin's resilience, Ma Jin acknowledged that individuals like him were not easily defeated. Ma Jin proceeded to explain that the combat squads under the desolate Fortress Divine Sword Squad functioned similarly to sects within the Central Plains. He informed them that they would train in martial arts within the Radiant Demon Squad and undertake various missions. Pointing towards the back, Ma Jin indicated that their seniors were present among the squad members. Seizing the moment, Wonchong eagerly asked whether training in the Radiant Demon Squad meant that all martial arts would be shared among members. Ma Jin clarified that each martial artist's personal techniques remained their own, but the Radiant Demon Squad's martial arts would be taught to all members. Wonchong listened with great excitement, thrilled at the prospect of learning the renowned Radiant Demon arts. Ma Jin cautioned him to work diligently in mastering these arts to ensure his survival. Yeonshin was also familiar with the infamous Radiant Demon arts. The Radiant Demon Squad was renowned among the 17 squads for their ability to defeat the Plump Blossom Swordsman, the 24 elite swordsmen of the Manhwa sect, without suffering any casualties. This victory bolstered the rumors that the Desolate Fortress was the strongest in the world. Ma Jin added that although the Desolate Fortress was affiliated with the imperial family, attacking its martial artists did not constitute treason. Consequently, they needed to continuously strengthen themselves through rigorous training. Curious why such attacks were not deemed treasonous, Yeonshin listened as Ma Jin explained that the Jianghu was home to many eccentrics. Numerous individuals had lost their sanity from studying demonic arts or had become exceptionally skilled in mobility arts, allowing them to disrupt government officials before fleeing to remote areas. Therefore, the imperial family's authority did not extend to them, as their role was to combat martial artists rather than perform governmental duties. As a result, failure to become stronger would inevitably lead to their demise. Ma Jin then pointed to a man in a blue robe seated at the back. He explained that this individual had been slashed by Namgung's strongest swordsman during a mission and could provide a better description of the technique. The blue-eyed martial artist had experienced the king-style sword arts of the Jeong Clan, describing it as exceedingly formidable. Yeonshin recognized this technique as one of the strongest swordsmanship styles globally, a supreme martial art exclusively learned by the main descendants of the Jeong Clan. Ma Jin instructed the blue-eyed man to come forward promptly. Yeonshin considered that the Namgung's strongest swordsman was reputed to be the most formidable martial master of the Central Plain. The fact that this man had survived a battle against such a skilled master attested to the Radiant Squad member's strength. This senior, known as Chung Myung, had heard of Yeonshin's exceptional delightful sword art and wished to engage him first. Following Ma Jin's instructions, Yeonshin moved to the center of the arena to face Chung Myung. As he drew his sword, Yeonshin immediately focused on channeling his aura. The squad members watched tensely, anticipating how he would contend with a martial artist in a blue robe. Observing Yeonshin's spirited demeanor, Chung Myung smiled calmly as he took up his own sword, adopting a relaxed stance. In accordance with tradition, Chung Myung introduced himself, claiming to have been born and raised in Xiangyang, while simultaneously mustering his inner energy. Similarly, Yeonshin followed suit, though it was intriguing that no one knew much about Xinya, the place where Yeonshin was born and raised. It remained a fact that such a place existed and had produced such martial arts. Before commencing their sword exchanges, Chung Myung informed Yeonshin that he could sense the wind generated even by a 10-year-old child employing the tri-sword technique. This ability allowed him to discern an opponent's sword swings during combat, a subtle instruction he conveyed to Yeonshin. Chung Myung added that reaching this stage at such a young age indicated considerable talent and expressed his desire for Yeonshin to demonstrate all of his swordsmanship abilities during the fight. As Yeonshin grasped his sword's handle, he immediately initiated a sword resonance. This action surprised the surrounding members, including Ma Jin, who watched intently. In that moment, Yeonshin focused his strength and inner energy on his sword, preparing to strike at the casually standing Chung Myung. Yeonshin remained patient, able to detect his opponent's breathing through energy sensing. When Yeonshin deemed the timing right, he infused strength into his step, dashed toward Chung Myung, and instantly appeared before him. Yeonshin swung his sword without hesitation. However, Chung Myung met the incoming strike, and Yeonshin's attack seemed insufficient, causing him to be pushed back slightly. This puzzled Yeonshin, making him wonder how his opponent had time to raise his sword. Nevertheless, he regained his footing, aware that his opponent was the martial master who had survived an encounter with the strongest swordsman in Namgung. Determined, Yeonshin launched another attack, believing that confronting such an opponent was more manageable than he had initially thought. After performing a feint, Yeonshin turned to strike Chung Myung's abdomen. Chung Myung anticipated the move and blocked it with his sword. In that instant, Chung Myung vanished in a thin air before Yeonshin. However, Yeonshin was certain that Chung Myung was approaching, and just as he expected, Chung Myung reappeared behind him, aiming to strike Yeonshin's neck. Yeonshin managed to see the attack in time, ducked to evade it, and counterattacked. Chung Myung's deep experience was evident as he leapt off the arena to dodge the attack, leaving only his bandana exposed to receive the sword strike. This maneuver revealed that Chung Myung belonged to the noble race. The rapid exchange of attacks astonished all the members of the Radiant Demon Squad, including their captain, Ma Jin, who undoubtedly observed everything. Meanwhile, Yeonshin awaited another attack, contemplating the truth of the rumors after witnessing them firsthand. Noticing that his opponent was hesitating, Yeonshin decided to employ the Jung dynamic technique he had developed on his sword to launch an offensive. However, he was taken aback by the strange expressions on the squad members' faces. Realizing their surprise, Yeonshin lowered his sword and inquired about Chung Myung's opinion of his sword skills. Believing that Chung Myung had underestimated him, Yeonshin requested an honest evaluation. Instead of responding, Chung Myung asked Yeonshin his age, causing some frustration. Yeonshin disclosed that he was only 15 years old, questioning its significance. Chung Myung stated that their enemies would not show leniency based on their youth and emphasized that their current focus should be on their skills, indicating a genuine interest in Yeonshin's abilities. This further surprised Chung Myung, who still refrained from providing his evaluation. Yeonshin concluded that discussing his age was meaningless, given his short lifespan. The squad members were equally astonished to learn that their newly joined members were only 15 years old, yet already so skilled. Some believed Yeonshin was a celestial anomaly. One member, who had participated in the Dragon Phoenix submissions multiple times, had never encountered anyone like Yeonshin and doubted that mastering the instinct honing arts from birth could produce someone of Yeonshin's caliber. Another member, once the most talented person in his city, found his skills pale in comparison to the newly joined junior. Surveying the area, Yeonshin directed his gaze toward his captain, who appeared rigid, leaving others to speculate about his thoughts. One undeniable fact emerged. After engaging in only a few moves with the blue-robed members, Yeonshin's talent was recognized as extraordinarily formidable. A few days passed as the Radiant Demon Squad's captain trained the new recruits. Most of the members enjoyed witnessing the newcomers endure their captain's rigorous hazing. Wonchong struggled to catch his breath after failing to defend against Ma Jin's punches infused with inner energy. Ma Jin commended him for remaining standing instead of collapsing to the ground before instructing him to return and solidify what he had learned. In contrast, Yeonshin remained as calm as ever, diligently reinforcing the lessons from the strongest squad captain of the desolate fortress. Once Yeonshin finished, Ma Jin inquired whether he had grasped the essence of the steps. Yeonshin responded that it was about thinking and acting seamlessly. Ma Jin affirmed this, explaining that there was always a way to move regardless of the situation. He elaborated that the true essence of the Radiant Demon Arts was to move fluidly, without disrupting the attack's trajectory, before instructing Yeonshin to understand the deeper meaning of attack paths. Intrigued, Yeonshin asked for further explanation about the deeper meaning of attack paths. Ma Jin found it challenging to describe verbally and decided to demonstrate instead. Standing before the stone garden light post, he instructed both Yeonshin and Wonchong to observe carefully, as other members gathered, eager not to miss the captain's technique. Ma Jin concentrated his inner energy, pressing his hand against the light post, generating immense pressure and causing a gust of wind. He then took a deep breath, completely relaxing his mind, body, and aura. Yeonshin noticed the moment the captain relaxed his breathing before striking, as if Ma Jin had already discovered the attack path. Seemingly finding his target, Ma Jin struck the light post with his bare left hand. The force of the attack caused the solid stone to crumble. After demonstrating the concept, Ma Jin took another deep breath, while the other members watched in amazement, even after witnessing it multiple times. Ma Jin further explained that following a perfect attack path would unleash the most powerful attacks. Yeonshin understood that they needed to master the timing of unleashing their strength. Ma Jin emphasized that, although he had shown them the technique, it was not something they could master after a single demonstration, highlighting that it was a lifelong pursuit. Contrary to Ma Jin's assertion, Yeonshin felt confident he could perform the technique immediately. He stepped toward another light post, causing Ma Jin to wonder if he intended to attempt it. In his mind, Yeonshin believed that the essence of core energy was great nature and questioned whether merely replicating what he had seen would suffice. At that moment, Yeonshin gathered his inner energy and utilized body-sword unification. After reaching the desired state, he slowly relaxed his mind and body. As he opened his eyes in this relaxed state, he observed a line on the surface of the stone light post. Yeonshin patiently waited until a point appeared on the light post. Using his sword scabbard, he struck the indicated point just as Ma Jin had demonstrated. Upon contact, a crack briefly appeared before the stone crumbled into rubble. Through this, Yeonshin comprehended the deeper meaning of attack paths. He had mastered all aspects of the Radiant Demon arts and now needed to continue training to apply it effectively in real combat. Yeonshin smiled contentedly before turning to see all the Radiant Demon squad members stupefied by how swiftly he had mastered the technique. Observing their surprise, Yeonshin humbly apologized for displaying an unbecoming side of himself, admitting it was his first attempt. He expressed a desire to engage in more real fights to properly utilize the Radiant Demon arts, acknowledging that ordinary practice would not suffice in life-and-death situations. Grateful for Ma Jin's instruction, Yeonshin thanked him as the captain perspired profusely from witnessing Yeonshin's rapid learning. Ma Jin realized he needed to reconsider his training approach for Yeonshin moving forward. The next day, Wonchong approached Yeonshin, informing him that their seniors had engaged in a fierce battle with the Heavenly Squad. Yeonshin knew that the desolate fortress strictly enforced its rules, and fighting outside the training grounds was punishable. This made him question the reason behind their seniors' confrontation. Wonchong explained that a member of the Heavenly Squad had initiated a fight at a restaurant, claiming that the Lightning Genius's talent could not flourish within the Radiant Demon Squad. Yeonshin frowned upon learning that the dispute stemmed from such a trivial matter. Wonchong then revealed that this was the true nature of the Murim. Minor provocations could lead someone to draw their sword against others, and the streets highly valued the ability to intercept such attacks successfully. In this instance, the seniors of the desolate fortress were enraged over a newcomer, causing Wonchong to fear that the same fate might befall him. However, Yeonshin saw this as an opportunity to obtain the fruit of the Tree of Life. Revered by all noble races, he needed to achieve something significant, which would require assistance from others. While the best way to earn a martial artist's trust was to owe them one's life, making a good first impression on squad members was also beneficial. Determined not to let the seniors' fight over him pass unaddressed, Yeonshin decided to visit his captain. Misunderstanding the purpose, Wonchong was overly excited, assuming Yeonshin was familiar with martial artist codes. Upon arrival at the training arena, they found everyone gathered. The members were perplexed as there was no training session scheduled for the white-robed members. One member suggested that the white-robed individuals had no need to train so intensely, while another opined the opposite, insisting they must train harder. Both Yeonshin and Wonchong approached Ma Jin to offer their greetings, prompting the captain to wonder if they were encountering training issues on their own. Yeonshin expressed his desire for a sparring session, to which Ma Jin suggested he could ask anyone present, and they would gladly spar with him. However, Yeonshin declined, stating he wanted to spar with a member of the Heavenly Squad. This request astonished the arena's members. Ma Jin contemplated that Yeonshin must have been aware of the previous day's events and advised him not to become too agitated. Nonetheless, Yeonshin insisted, expressing his wish to witness the heavenly sword arts he had long admired firsthand. Although Ma Jin believed Yeonshin was overly stirred, he was pleased that his junior was motivated by his seniors. Yeonshin remained steadfast, declaring his intention to spar and demonstrate the radiant demon art's superiority once more to his captain. Yeonshin aspired to gain fighting experience with the radiant demon arts, observe an advanced martial art, and leave a positive impression on his seniors. Achieving all three objectives simultaneously would be akin to killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Ma Jin noted that Yeonshin had neither trained in the same martial arts as the Heavenly Squad nor fought alongside them before. He explained that although it might be a sparring match, there was no reason they would go easy on Yeonshin. Ma Jin perceived Yeonshin's eagerness to engage in a fierce battle as genuine, believing that fighting tooth and nail was Yeonshin's intention. This revelation momentarily surprised the Radiant Squad members, who then cheered Yeonshin, expressing their desire to see his growth. Some even shouted that if Yeonshin managed to survive the fight, he could become the next captain of the Radiant Demon Squad. Ultimately, Ma Jin conceded and decided to convey the message to the Heavenly Squad to request a sparring match. Soon after, members from both the Radiant Demon Squad and Heavenly Squad gathered in the arena. Observers were puzzled by a white-robed member challenging a blue-robed one, but those familiar with Yeonshin recognized his formidable prowess. One member clarified that the fight was intended as a guidance match for learning purposes, leading others to speculate how long Yeonshin would endure against the blue-robed martial artist. Some believed it would be impressive if he could withstand about 10 bouts against the opponent. Conversely, Han Chulmak, the Heavenly Squad captain, estimated that a white-robed member from the Radiant Demon Squad stood no chance against his blue-robed counterpart. Unexpectedly, Chulmak bet one of the Heavenly Squad's elixirs that the white-robed Yeonshin would not last 10 bouts. Ma Jin considered the bet excessive for such a fight. Sensing Ma Jin's hesitation, Chulmak wondered if he feared losing the wager. Ma Jin dismissed the provocation, asserting that the Desolate Fortress's elixirs were not to be used frivolously. Chulmak countered by emphasizing that the honor of both squads was at stake, making the bet meaningful. In the end, Ma Jin accepted the wager. As Chulmak relaxed in his chair, he expressed confidence in winning the bet, believing that as the leader, he should trust his team's abilities. However, Ma Jin was certain that Yeonshin would emerge victorious. Shortly after, the blue-robed members of the Heavenly Squad began conversing. Yeonshin formally introduced himself, showing respect to his sparring opponent. He was aware that warriors typically started as white-robed fighters before advancing to blue robes, though not everyone achieved this progression. Some took over 10 years to become blue-robed warriors, often those who could not be defeated by top martial masters from major sects. The blue-robed warrior, Gu Il-wan, claimed to have trained in heavenly sword arts for 20 years. He mentioned that while swords were said to have no eyes, master swords did possess eyes. Despite this, he intended to show no mercy in the duel, intimidating Yeonshin with his formidable presence. Yeonshin acknowledged this stance, indicating his understanding. The moment Gu Il-wan unsheathed his sword, he released his sword aura. Observing the extraordinary aura, Chulmak smirked, certain he would not lose the bet. However, Yeonshin remained undeterred. Aware of the blue-robed warrior's strength, he was more curious about the sword style employed. He dismissed unnecessary thoughts and reached for his sword, determined to rely on his own martial arts style regardless of his opponent's techniques. Gu Il-wan, upon seeing Yeonshin wielding his sword, allowed him the first attack. As soon as the challenge was issued, Yeonshin charged forward using his Yeong dynamic technique. Their swords clashed, and Gu Il-wan successfully deflected the strike. It became evident that the white-robed warrior possessed remarkable speed, as Gu Il-wan prepared for another strike. Yeonshin's rapid attacks forced Gu Il-wan to fend off a barrage, causing Chulmak to sweat nervously, questioning if a white-robed member truly had such speed. Ma Jin mused that such skill at Yeonshin's age was breathtaking. With Yeonshin's abilities, he realized that failing to capitalize on this opportunity to swiftly defeat the opponent would mean forfeiting the chance to win. Yeonshin continued delivering lightning-fast sword strikes, with Gu Il-wan defending against each one. Reflecting on his young dynamic technique, Yeonshin felt content, recognizing his growth since joining. His physical training with his technique and martial principles had strengthened him. The trajectory of his sword was more inclined, utilizing his back muscles, and stepping forward with core energy created rotational force. During the battle, Yeonshin discovered a gap on his opponent's defense. He swung his sword upward, taking off Gu Ilwan's grip on his sword. Instantly, Yeonshin pointed his sword at his opponent's neck, signaling his victory in the sparring duel. Spectators were astonished by the young man's achievement. The Radiant Demon squad members cheered for Yeonshin's triumph, while Chulmak sweated profusely and Ma Jin smiled contentedly, pleased with the expected outcome. As usual, Yeonshin pondered for a moment, contemplating the technique he had just learned and ways to improve before Gu Ilwan approached him. He acknowledged that his victory was partly due to luck and overwhelming momentum, as his opponent had been caught off guard. Yeonshin understood that a rematch would likely yield a different result. He then offered his hand in respect to his opponent, thanking him for the opportunity to witness such high-level swordsmanship. Gu Ilwan smiled, taking his sword, and remarked on being surprised by the sword's trajectory and rotational force. He praised Yeonshin's martial prowess, noting it surpassed his years. As Gu Ilwan left the arena, Yeonshin received accolades for his incredible sword talent, solidifying his title of Lightning Genius. Onlookers were amazed that the Radiant Demon Squad had discovered such a talent, leading to feelings of envy. Meanwhile, Ma Jin raised his hand to claim the bet Chulmak had placed. Yeonshin decided to name his new technique Energy Accumulation Discharge before Ma Jin approached him with a box. Inside was an elixir from the Heavenly Squad, indicating that Ma Jin chose to grant Yeonshin the spoils of the bet to aid his accelerated growth. Soon, a group of blue-robed warriors stood guard at the Radiant Demon Squad pavilion. Among them was Zen Demon Sword Beck Mirio, who shared her thoughts with Chung Miyang. She doubted that Yeonshin could defeat a skilled swordsman like Gu Ilhuan, another blue-robed warrior. Additionally, she recognized Yeonshin's hardworking, humble, and polite nature. His ability to discern martial arts was exceptional, embodying the ideal child parents often praise. In her view, Yeonshin was nothing short of a monster. Chung Miyang was confident in Yeonshin's unprecedented talent. Meanwhile, Mirio observed that during each sparring session, Yeonshin managed to apply the same principles in varied postures with greater precision. She felt reluctant to use exclusive martial arts around him, knowing his innate ability to reinterpret techniques. Chung Miyang agreed, sensing that Yeonshin had mastered martial arts long ago, exuding an aura of a true monster. Inside, Yeonshin sat cross-legged as Ma Jin expressed uncertainty about how much elixir Yeonshin could extract. Typically, individuals absorbed 60 to 70%, sometimes even less, depending on circumstances. Ma Jin cautioned Yeonshin against acting recklessly due to low absorption rates, warning of potential damage to his energy core or blood vessels. He advised Yeonshin not to become overly obsessed with absorption. Ma Jin further explained that consuming an elixir involved allowing it to flow endlessly into one's core energy until fully melted. He would intervene if Yeonshin's energy circulation became unstable, advising him to remain unperturbed and adapt accordingly. With this guidance, Yeonshin swallowed the pill in his hand, immediately feeling his energy surge as the elixir entered his body. He focused intently on absorbing the elixir's energy. Ma Jin watched Yeonshin's cultivation carefully to prevent any mishaps. The other blue-robed warriors from the Radiant Demon Squad remained on guard, observing Yeonshin's initiation. They were all curious about the extent of Yeonshin's strength after consuming the elixir. Energy flowed continuously from the elixir, and Yeonshin directed it through his meridians to each core energy point in his body. Ma Jin grew annoyed, expecting intervention only to find Yeonshin effortlessly absorbing all the elixir's energy independently. Despite it being Yeonshin's first time, his energy circulation was flawless, eliminating the need for Ma Jin's assistance. Shortly after, Yeonshin opened his eyes, sensing his energy had reached an entirely new level. Ma Jin sighed in acknowledgement, congratulating Yeonshin for fully absorbing the elixir. Yeonshin felt the newly acquired core energy was exceptionally strong. Ma Jin had not anticipated Yeonshin's successful and solitary absorption of the entire elixir. With increased energy, Yeonshin could now detect presences he previously couldn't and noticed his seniors surrounding the area. They were protecting him, recognizing his vulnerability during elixir absorption. Yeonshin voiced his curiosity about their kindness towards him. Ma Jin clarified that the squad's care was standard for all Radiant Demon Squad members, a norm after risking one's life multiple times on the battlefield. Increased strength benefited both the individual and the squad. Afterwards, Yeonshin spent time consolidating his knowledge and cultivating as usual in his room. His newfound energy surpassed anything he had before. Deciding to test his enhanced martial arts, Yeonshin went to the training ground, where he encountered Zen demon swordbeck Mirio. She inquired if he was training out of boredom. Yeonshin admitted it, and Mirio mentioned she had noticed something during his fight. Demonstrating her findings, she offered to spar with him. Seizing the rare opportunity, Yeonshin acknowledged that while he could train alone anytime, sparring with her palm strike technique was exceptional opportunity. In return for her offer, Mirio requested that he call her by her name instead of her warrior title. Preparing to spar, they eyed each other intently. Yeonshin drew his sword, intending to make the first move. Mirio welcomed the challenge, ready to exchange blows using her palm technique. As Yeonshin acted, he swiftly drew his sword to Mirio's neck. Unfazed, Mirio moved forward, grabbing Yeonshin's hand. She drew close, within an inch of his face, before pulling his hand away and channeling her inner energy into her palm. She struck toward Yeonshin's chest, pushing him slightly. Subsequently, Mirio clenched her left hand, mustering her aura technique. Observing her method, Yeonshin employed a similar technique on his palm to defend against her attack. Their strikes collided, but Mirio's technique was more refined, pushing Yeonshin back despite his similar approach. The spar concluded with Mirio expressing her astonishment at Yeonshin's ability to defend against her palm technique. Yeonshin inquired if she trained in the one-inch strike, to which she confirmed her practice. A swordsman trained in radiant demon arts was not limited to swords alone. She added that the one-inch strike was highly effective in close combat. To manage the energies within her body, she first dismantled the enhanced protection energy. By using core energy in a burst discharge to increase tension, the one-inch strike became more efficient. Though unspoken, Mirio felt proud of her ability to blend her exclusive technique with a one-inch strike. Yeonshin then sought permission to share something. He admitted his heightened sensitivity to detecting energy since childhood and felt Mirio's use of core energy had captured his attention. This revelation surprised her, as being able to perceive her core energy movements was unprecedented. However, Yeonshin clarified that he did not see her core energy. He simply sensed its presence within her body. Yeonshin could only perceive the flow of the burst discharge and the waves of core energy emanating externally. That is still really hard to believe, Mirio remarked, adding that even purple-robed martial masters might lack energy detection skills of such caliber. The hierarchy of the desolate fortress was marked by robes of different colors: white, blue, black, and purple, with purple-robed masters occupying the highest ranks. Mirio speculated that it might be possible only if it were Yeonshin, deciding to heed his advice. Reflecting on Mirio's palm strike, Yeonshin considered that her technique seemed better suited for the puncturing method rather than the one-inch strike. After receiving her strike, he realized that although it appeared more appropriate for a one-inch strike, the manner in which she discharged her energy made it more potent when combined with the puncturing technique. Suddenly, Mirio's demeanor changed to anger as she rebuked him, questioning whether he thought she was an idiot incapable of using something as simple as the puncturing technique. She further inquired if that was the reason she hadn't utilized it. Ultimately, Yeonshin refrained from pressing the matter further and apologized for his unnecessary comment that had upset her. Mirio promptly turned around, apologized in return, and thanked him for his input before abruptly leaving Yeonshin alone in the training arena. Mirio proceeded to the captain's office to meet with Ma Jin, revealing that Yeonshin had deduced her martial arts techniques. She inquired whether Ma Jin had ever disclosed the origins of her martial arts to Yeonshin. Ma Jin was perplexed, dismissing her concerns by asserting that he would never divulge such important information to Yeonshin. This left Mirio puzzled about how Yeonshin had uncovered her methods. After some discussion, they concluded that Yeonshin had figured out that she had modified the lost martial arts known as the Heavenly Demon Sacred Arts. Ma Jin acknowledged Yeonshin's uniqueness, stating that individuals like him were rare in the Murim world. Pinnacle martial masters were esteemed as some of the strongest alongside the noble and iron races. Mirio questioned whether Yeonshin was truly that exceptional, to which Ma Jin affirmed his belief that Yeonshin was undoubtedly the future of the desolate fortress. Ma Jin noted that while he was unaware of others' perceptions of Yeonshin, Yeonshin's advice should not be underestimated or dismissed as trivial. Mirio asked if the squad captain had indeed instructed her to discuss the heavenly demon's sacred arts with Yeonshin. Ma Jin confirmed, explaining that mastering it alone had its limits and that he lacked the time to assist her personally. The appropriate course of action was to seek Yeonshin's help, as he possessed qualities akin to a martial arts founder, capable of adapting any martial art to one's body. Ma Jin advised her to wait if she felt uneasy about this before introducing a minor mission that had just arisen. He wanted her to form a team with Yeonshin to observe how he navigated life and death situations and to determine if he was as special as believed. Ma Jin was convinced that within 5 years, Yeonshin would become the next Radiant Demon Squad captain. The following day, Yeonshin, Baek Mirio, Wonchong, and Chung Myung mounted their horses and rode toward the mission location. Ma Jin's words lingered in Mirio's mind as she sought to ascertain whether Yeonshin was truly worthy of becoming her superior. They traveled without stopping, and by the 10th night, they arrived at the stage station in Zemping County. Wonchong was weeping in agony from the relentless ride, which had taken a toll on his body, while the other 2 blue warriors and Yeonshin remained as sharp as ever. Before their departure, Ma Jin had explained that recently, individuals offering services to the Blood Flame cult had settled in a nearby village, routinely slaughtering livestock and destroying crops. Typically, the Shangxi branch could handle such threats, but an incident involving the theft of the Manhwa sex elixir, the Plum Blossom Pill, comparable to the Shaolin Temple's Great Revitalization Pill, had escalated the situation, affecting all of Shangxi. With no spare manpower, the main Desolate Fortress branch had requested assistance. Ma Jin tasked the 4 with addressing this issue. Yeonshin was aware that the Blood Flame cultists were extremists devoid of humanity. Unexpectedly, an obnoxious, overweight official emerged, complaining about the delay in accepting the request. He boasted about his desire to treat the Desolate Fortress with respect, but no longer wished to do to their perceived laxity. He further criticized the decision to send a young lad, disregarding that the group consisted of martial artists rather than mere thugs. Yeonshin turned to his seniors, inquiring about the nature of this individual. Chung Myung responded that such ignorant officials were common, having encountered many who had never witnessed a true martial artist. People like this official mistakenly believed the Desolate Fortress was their personal servant. Observing the official like a pig, Yeonshin asked if he could block the man's mute acupoint. Chung Myung granted permission before instructing them to handle the matter swiftly and depart. The official persisted in voicing his grievances until Yeonshin struck his mute acupoint, rendering him mute. Yeonshin then explained that they did not take orders from him and left him unharmed. As they proceeded toward their accommodations to rest, Wonchong realized that Yeonshin had learned to block acupoints as well. He expressed his intention to address Yeonshin respectfully by using his warrior name. In return, Yeonshin permitted Wonchong to do as he pleased, addressing him as the Desolate Fortress Sacred Warrior, which made Wonchong proudly accept the title. Chung Myung approached Yeonshin to elaborate on the relationship between the Murim and the government, explaining that they did not interfere with each other and neither would invade the other. However, within the government, the Desolate Fortress enjoyed more freedom than other martial artists due to the imperial family's support. This autonomy allowed them to confront those who erroneously believed they were under the Desolate Fortress's control. Mirio joined the conversation, advising Yeonshin never to overextend himself. She commended his recent action against the official, considering it exemplary. During their discussion, Wonchong noticed movement in the distance. He alerted the others, and they focused their attention. A red-haired man wielding a sword was seen taking a child from the villagers. Yeonshin immediately identified the aggressor as a Blood Flame cultist. Acting swiftly, he was the first to move, dashing toward the man in an attempt to rescue the child. Although Yeonshin was the first to initiate the move, Chung Myung swiftly outpaced him during the run. Yeonshin speculated whether his senior was utilizing the noble race's mobility, art known as grass flutter. Following Chung Myung, Mirio accelerated past, and even Wonchong managed to move faster than Yeonshin after a few steps. This observation made Yeonshin aware of his weakness, realizing that he had insufficient training in mobility arts. The absence of proper mobility arts training at Yeong Manor placed him at a significant disadvantage. Meanwhile, a blood flame cultist launched an attack on a villager. The villager demanded the return of the child, while the cultist firmly resisted, telling the crying child to be quiet. He contemplated that the child, being full of life energy, posed a different kind of noise. Before the red-haired brute could act further, Jeong Clan arrived and launched an attack. Unfortunately, the brute successfully blocked Jeong Clan's sword strike. At that moment, Jeong Clan positioned himself between the cultist and the villagers to shield them from harm. Additionally, he rescued the child from the brute's grasp. Surprised by the unexpected appearance of a martial artist from the desolate fortress, the red-haired brute turned around, realizing he was in a predicament with another blue-robed martial artist approaching. Instantly, he summoned strength from his core energy and attempted to flee before Mirio could catch up. Both Jeong Clan and Mirio were taken aback by the brute's decision to flee rather than engage them. Ultimately, observing his remarkable speed, Mirio concluded that his mobility art likely traded his own life force for enhanced swiftness. Shortly thereafter, Yeonshin arrived. Although he was faster than Yeonshin, his physical condition appeared poor, evident from his heavier breathing. Jeong Clan returned the child to the parent before they all retreated to rest for the night. A little later, Mirio reprimanded Yeonshin, acknowledging his martial arts proficiency suitable for a white robe, but noting his insufficient stamina. She advised him to focus on improving his stamina moving forward. Yeonshin anticipated receiving similar criticism, but Mirio commended him instead. His fundamental training was exceptionally thorough, making him a rarity even among the 9 great sects and 8 great clans. She had noticed his prowess when he ran without employing any techniques. Given his physical abilities alone, it was unlikely that anyone in the Radiant Demon Squad could rival him. Mirio then remarked to Jeong Clan that a frail and thin member of the noble race like him could never match Yeonshin in physical capabilities. Jeong Clan laughed, encouraging Yeonshin not to be disheartened by his lack of knowledge in mobility arts. Despite his reassurances, Jeong Clan recognized Yeonshin's underlying disappointment. Approaching a nearby tree, Jeong Clan offered to teach Yeonshin the mobility arts he employed. This gesture surprised Yeonshin, as he believed Jeong Clan's mobility art was an exclusive skill. Jeong Clan clarified that it was not a technique from his household's martial arts, but rather the movement style of the noble races. Typically, individuals couldn't master it even with understanding, but Jeong Clan believed Yeonshin might have the potential. He cautioned Yeonshin not to rejoice prematurely, noting that no one in the Radiant Demon Squad had been able to learn it. Mirio added that although Jeong Clan had taught interested members of the Radiant Demon Squad, none had succeeded. Soon after, Jeong Clan demonstrated the movement, explaining that while it was termed a mobility art, it relied on nothing physical. Yeonshin observed energy at the tip of Jeong Clan's feet, noticing the absence of abrupt movements in his core energy. Immediately after, Jeong Clan employed his mobility technique to ascend the tree, describing it as the noble race's method of walking and running. Yeonshin realized that Jeong Clan's footsteps were so light that, had he not been visible before his eyes, he might have been undetected. He also understood the sacred methods of the noble races, which did not utilize core energy, but a similar force supporting the body. Descending, Jeong Clan moved gracefully, akin to a falling leaf. Jeong Clan then inquired whether Yeonshin comprehended the technique. Yeonshin contemplated how to harness core energy to create wind, lacking the authority of the noble races. Jeong Clan was puzzled, wondering if Yeonshin could discern the energy of nature merely by observation. Yeonshin affirmed his understanding and questioned whether that was the reason for the demonstration. Expressing gratitude, Yeonshin began brainstorming ideas. He continued to ponder the execution of the technique extensively. Realizing it would take time, Yeonshin entered the inn to secure a place for rest. Meanwhile, Yeonshin immediately began cultivating, striving to find a way to utilize his energy to develop a mobility art. Before long, he formulated a concrete idea on how to use his energy similarly to the nature-infused energy his senior possessed. Outside, Jeong Clan slept peacefully in a hammock tied to a tree until awakened by the sound of the door creaking open. Yeonshin ventured out in the middle of the night, ignoring Jeong Clan's solitary rest. He moved to an open area and concentrated his inner energy at the tips of his feet. Jeong Clan was astonished to witness Yeonshin replicating his technique within the same night. A month swiftly passed, And as Wonchong trained, he sighed. It was hard to believe that Yeonshin had mastered the noble race's mobility art. Chung Myung remarked that no one could deny Yeonshin's qualities as a martial arts founder. Eventually, even their captain chose to concentrate on his own mobility arts. This reminded Mirio of Ma Jin's advice, prompting her to assess whether Yeonshin was worthy of becoming her superior. On this note, Wonchong inquired whether it was acceptable to send Yeonshin alone on the mission. Mirio responded that the enemy should be the ones to fear, advising them to remain inside for another month. Additionally, she stated that since it was merely a reconnaissance mission, Yeonshin alone would suffice. Although Yeonshin's heart brimmed with joy, he felt lighter with each step. The balance between speed and effort had significantly improved compared to before. Soon, he arrived in front of a wooden house. After several hours of running, he had finally located their hideout. His next move was to return and inform the others. Suddenly, Yeonshin witnessed a horrifying sight. A blood-flame cultist leisurely sucking the essence of a young boy. This act starkly contradicted everything Yeonshin believed in. Determined, Yeonshin chose to reveal himself, calmly approaching the man. The cultist questioned the identity of the young man, daring to approach him in broad daylight. A gluttonous smile spread across the cultist's face as he eyed Yeonshin. A brazen young man radiating life energy, standing alone in such an unexpected place. Rising to his feet, the man reached for his sword at his waist and advanced toward Yeonshin. He laughed joyfully, confident that a mere white robe from the desolate fortress was no match for him alone. However, before the cultist could swing his sword, Yeonshin's blade swiftly severed his neck, decapitating him. As always, Yeonshin required only a fraction of a second to execute a decisive strike, ending a life instantly. He then looked at the child, feeling a sense of fate's cruelty, reminiscent of his own family's massacre and similar tragic fate. Yeonshin gathered his core energy into his sword and prepared to strike the wooden house before him. He vowed to bury the child after resolving the situation, refusing to allow any member of the demonic cult to survive. This resolve mirrored the teachings of Ma Jin. Channeling his core energy, Yeonshin visualized the attack path toward the wooden house. He then unleashed a magnificent sword aura attack, slashing the house in half. One blood flame cultist was swept away by the horizontal sword strike, while the remaining members froze in place, bewildered by the sudden assault. Without waiting for the cultists to regroup, Yeonshin advanced toward the wooden house. He didn't give them a chance to fight back, stabbing his sword directly into a man's heart. Yeonshin remarked that blood flame cult members believed the weak were prey for the strong, and now they were being eliminated by someone stronger. After eliminating one guard outside and two more inside the house, Yeonshin discovered a cave leading deep underground. He sensed a significant amount of energy emanating from within the cave, indicating that this was not merely a hideout for a few cultists, but a branch of the Blood Flame cult. Before long, a group of cultists emerged, one of them screaming that anyone daring to attack this place would meet their death. Yeonshin recognized the first cultist he had encountered in the village. Instead of fleeing upon realizing this was a branch of such a vile cult, Yeonshin chose to stand his ground and fight. Utilizing his newly acquired movement technique, he advanced to the center of the group and performed a delightful, yet deadly, sword dance. The cultists never anticipated a white-robed martial artist from the desolate fortress to attack them in such a manner. In a single breath, they were dispatched to their maker. Meanwhile, Yeonshin pondered the unnaturally vile aura emitted by such a small group of people. His thoughts were confirmed when a voice echoed from deep within the cave, expressing disbelief at the destruction caused by a white robe of the desolate fortress. Observing the shadowy figure in the cave, Yeonshin realized that this dark energy did not belong to the fallen cultists. A tall man emerged before him, and Yeonshin assessed that this individual was on a completely different level compared to those he had fought thus far. Yeonshin recalled that when a part of one's body reverts to its original state, it signifies that the person has reached the level of refining their core energy. Gritting his teeth, Yeonshin recognized the man before him as the strongest individual in charge of this place, the branch leader. From his knowledge, they were known as Blood Master Swordsmen within the Blood Flame cult. Gazing at the tiny, young boy in front of him, the Blood Flame cult branch leader declared his intention to use Yeonshin's pain to strengthen his blood. Blood Master Swordsmen are the title bestowed upon the branch leaders of the Blood Flame cult. To ordinary individuals or their subordinates, these leaders resemble death gods, and few martial masters possess the skill to defeat them. Yeonshin stands fearlessly before such a being, gathering his core energy into his sword to perform the body-sword unification. His intention is to go all out before his enemy can approach. In the past, Yeonshin had only been able to secure victory by launching a barrage of attacks before his opponent could react. Attempting the same strategy, he prepares to swing his sword for the first strike. The branch leader of the Blood Flame cult mocks Yeonshin by invoking the name Desolate Fortress, which has inflated his arrogance. Unfazed, Yeonshin swings his sword using the Jung dynamic technique he developed. Unfortunately, the cult branch leader dodges the attack just in time. Drawing upon a movement technique learned from his senior, Yeonshin immediately advances to launch another assault. He continues to barrage the Blood Flame cult's branch leader with swift sword strikes, while the leader adeptly evades each one. Observing the intensity of Yeonshin's attacks, the Blood Master smiles and acknowledges that he is not bad. This acknowledgement somehow affects Yeonshin, reminding him of his own past helplessness after nearly losing his entire family. He grits his teeth, persists in his attacks, and steels his mind, affirming that he is no longer his former self. Spotting an opportunity, Yeonshin grabs the branch leader's hand. He uses his reinforced hand to crush the Blood Master's hand used to wield his sword. Only then does the Blood Master realize the difficulty of dealing with this young opponent. Summoning his vile core energy into his left hand, he attempts to grab Yeonshin, whom he had previously dismissed as a mere pest. However, Yeonshin proves faster, already swinging his sword to cleanly sever the Blood Master's hand. The leader screams in pain, rendered a helpless and impotent martial master. Despite this, Yeonshin does not relent, delivering the final blow with all his might. His sword strikes the center of the Blood Master's chest. The leader is incredulous, unable to believe he was defeated by a mere white-robed warrior from the Desolate Fortress. Yeonshin addresses the fallen figure, implying that the leader has only inflicted pain on others without experiencing it himself. Yeonshin allows his body to slump as he swings his sword to wipe it clean of blood. He then steadies his breathing after the fierce battle, amidst bodies lying around. Shortly after, Yeonshin notices a hole in the ground. He approaches it and witnesses the cruelty of this Blood Flame cult branch. With solemn eyes, he hopes that all the victims find peace in paradise after meeting such a fate. As night falls, Yeonshin returns with the boy, who turned out still breathing, albeit weakly. This sight surprises Wonchong, Mirio, and Chung Myung, who see Yeonshin bloodied and holding the boy in his arms. Yeonshin hands the boy to Wonchong for care, who is astonished by the boy's condition. Mirio inquires whether Yeonshin had fought someone, asking what happened and if Yeonshin is alright despite the blood on him. Yeonshin simply states that the blood is not his own. He claims to be fine and reveals that he discovered a place that appeared to be a branch of the Blood Flame cult. Mirio breathed a sigh of relief upon learning that her junior was safe, only to be taken aback by the revelation that he had discovered something so perilous. She screamed in shock, questioning whether it was truly the Blood Flame cult branch. Yeonshin explained that there were 8 red-haired Blood Flame cultists, including one who was causing trouble in Jinping County, and a particularly strong demonic cultist with red and black hair. Mirio stated that anyone with red and black hair must be a Blood Master swordsman. Consequently, Yeonshin must have found their branch. She couldn't believe that a Blood Flame cult branch had taken root and was exploiting the local population. Without uttering a word, Chung Myung took his sword and placed it at his waist. He declared that regardless of the mission's nature, the Blood Flame cult was a target of the Desolate Fortress that needed to be eradicated, and informed the others that they would now raid their branch. Praising Yeonshin for his remarkable achievement, he advised him to rest and walked away. Mirio concurred with his remarks, deciding to accompany Chung Myung in dismantling the branch. Before departing, Yeonshin insisted that their presence was unnecessary, suggesting that they should enlist government troops instead and focus on aiding the victims. Wonchong struggled to grasp Yeonshin's statement, prompting Mirio to inquire whether Yeonshin had already defeated all of them, including the Blood Master swordsman. Yeonshin casually claimed that he had already killed them all. Chung Myung found it hard to believe that Yeonshin had single-handedly destroyed a Blood Flame cult branch. In response, Yeonshin revealed that the mobility arts taught by his senior had significantly aided him. This revelation left Chung Myung speechless, as it was unheard of for a new white-robe martial artist to contend with a Blood Master Swordsman. Mirio then explained that the Blood Master Swordsman possessed a peculiar regeneration ability, making it extremely dangerous to confront him alone. She wanted to know how the battle had unfolded. She detailed that some had driven them to the brink of death, but were ultimately stabbed in the backs and killed because they were unaware of the regeneration ability. Yeonshin presented the head of the supposed Blood Master Swordsman with red and black hair, pondering whether he had ever utilized the regeneration ability. He felt an urge to decapitate the branch leader after witnessing the mountain of corpses he had caused. Although Yeonshin still wondered about the regeneration ability's danger, Chung Myung assured him of its existence and stated that the fight was over. Upon returning to the desolate fortress, the two blue-robe warriors reported everything to Ma Jin. He expressed surprise that a Blood Flame Master Swordsman had been involved in what he had anticipated to be a simple mission. He mused that this situation might actually be advantageous, as it allowed them to witness the true capabilities of the white robes on the mission. Ma Jin then inquired about the lightning genius's behavior in life-and-death situations. Mirio doubted the accuracy of what had transpired, while Chung Myung was puzzled by the question. Ma Jin clarified that if a Blood Master Swordsman had been present, their forces must have been at least at the branch level, indicating a very dangerous scenario for the white robes. He surmised that they assaulted the branch by bringing the two white robes and destroying it. In the end, Mirio admitted that they hadn't actually witnessed anything firsthand. She revealed that Yeonshin had embarked on the reconnaissance mission alone and had annihilated the entire Blood Flame cult branch by himself. Ma Jin sought clarification, confirming that Yeonshin had gone alone and killed all the Blood Flame cult members, including the Blood Master Swordsman. Ma Jin felt a surge of shock when Chung Myung simply affirmed his statement. Meanwhile, Yeonshin remained deep in thought as usual, while Wonchong expressed disbelief at how he had become attached to the place and how pleasant it was to return. Wonchong then inquired if Yeonshin sensed an electric atmosphere upon their return. Yeonshin concurred, likening it to the ambience of a festival. Wonchong, known for his penchant for gossip, revealed that the former Divine Sword Group captain had returned to vie for the position of Elder Council leader. Accompanying him was a boy, reportedly an adopted son of the renowned Desolate Ma clan, rumored to be exceptionally talented. Yeonshin was aware that the Desolate Ma clan was his mother's lineage, yet they had never visited Shinya County before, not even during his mother's wedding. After Yeonshin's birth, they had not reached out once. Yeonshin smiled, considering such stories typical of village tales, as if his mother's family had severed all ties after she married into a household they deemed lower in status. The next morning, Yeonshin reported to his squad captain as summoned. Ma Jin examined Yeonshin intently from head to toe, noticing the remarkable transformation after his mission, evident in the change in Yeonshin's energy. The thought that Yeonshin had single-handedly destroyed an entire Blood Flame cult branch was impressive and not mere luck, Ma Jin mused. He then stood up, instructing Yeonshin to follow him, mentioning that the Fortress Master had requested a joint meeting. Yeonshin pondered why the desolate Fortress Master, holding such a position, would seek a meeting with them. As he followed his captain, Yeonshin inquired if there had ever been instances where she requested meetings with White Robe Warrior after their enlistment. Ma Jin responded sternly that it had never happened. As they walked, people not only showed respect to the Black Robe Squad captain, but also to Yeonshin, known as the Lightning Genius. Murmurs spread as onlookers recognized Yeonshin not only for his reputation in the Radiant Demon Squad, but also as the one who had killed a Blood Master Swordsman while wearing a white robe, a fact that seemed hard to believe given Yeonshin's youthful appearance. Ma Jin explained that it was natural for others to pay attention to Yeonshin. His ability to destroy a Blood Flame cult branch alone marked him as a martial master within the desolate fortress. With this in mind, Yeonshin walked confidently beside his captain to meet the Fortress Master. Yeonshin's perception of time was different, and he did not afford himself the luxury of it. Determined to survive, he aimed to become as strong as a Divine Sword Group captain before turning 20. His goal was to advance from white to blue, surpass Black Robes like his captain, and lead squads such as the Radiant Demon Squad as a Purple Robe or Divine Sword Group captain. They arrived at the Fortress Master's office, and as Ma Jin knocked on the door, they overheard her mention that the former Divine Sword Group captain had a grandchild. The old man responded by asserting that the blood of a lowly place could not travel far and expressed his desire not to bring shame to the Ma clan. Ma Jin and Yeonshin continued to wait as the old man claimed that the child accompanying him was his successor, emphasizing that despite not being from the main family, the child was exceptionally talented. Shortly after, the door opened and Ma Jin and Yeonshin entered the room. Inside, alongside the fortress master, stood the old man, who was purportedly the former captain of the Divine Sword Group, accompanied by a young boy. The green-haired fortress master greeted the newcomers with a solemn smile on her face. Yeonshin studied her intently, pondering her intentions, until Ma Jin greeted her respectfully, prompting Yeonshin to follow suit. Yeonshin then turned his attention to the old man, the former Divine Sword Group captain and a purple-robed martial master reputed to be stronger than Ma Jin. The old man addressed Yeonshin, identifying the boy as the lightning genius from the Radiant Demon Squad. He introduced himself as Ma Yeonjiak, mentioning his past leadership of the Divine Sword Group. Yeonjiak explained that he had informed the fortress master that his adopted grandson wished to meet a martial master of his caliber. Upon hearing this, Yeonshin realized that Ma Yeonjiak was unaware of his true identity, understanding that this ignorance was why the fortress master had summoned him. Yeonjiak continued, stating that he had recently heard of Yeonshin's fame and felt that the rumors did not fully capture his reputation upon meeting him in person. The old man further praised Yeonshin's accomplishments, expressing disbelief that Yeonshin had achieved so much at such a young age. In response, Yeonshin dismissed the compliments by addressing Ma Yeonjiak as his grandfather, revealing his identity as young Yeonshin of the Radiant Demon Squad. This unexpected revelation surprised Yeonjiak, as it was unusual for a young child to claim such a relationship. The adopted grandson appeared confused by Yeonshin's words, while a mischievous smile played on the fortress master's lips. It was then that Yeonjiak realized Yeonshin shared the surname Yeong, understanding that the child was his grandson from a daughter he had rejected. Additionally, Ma Jin was astonished to learn that Yeonshin was his sister's son, making Ma Jin Yeonshin's maternal uncle. The scene unveiled a complex family drama that fell and enjoyed by the fortress master. Yeonshin exhibited a dumbfounded expression upon discovering that Ma Jin, his squad captain, was also his uncle. Realizing the gravity of this revelation, Yeonshin offered an apology, explaining his uncertainty regarding the clan relations on his mother's side. He further mentioned that even members of his father's now-destroyed clan had largely given up on him. This confession led to another surprise in the room, the revelation that the Yeong Manor had been destroyed. Observing the others' reactions, Yeonshin understood that they were unaware of the Yeong Manor's fall. Yeonjiak felt a surge of pity for Yeonshin and requested permission from the fortress master to speak with him privately. The fortress master remained silent, prompting Yeonshin to step forward and declare that his mother was not a member of his grandfather's clan, leading him to feel that he did not belong there. He added that, as a warrior of the desolate fortress, he respected the old man's accomplishments but was uncomfortable engaging in further personal conversations. For the first time in this drama, the fortress master spoke, expressing her appreciation for Yeonshin's spirit. At that moment, the adopted grandson erupted in anger, unable to accept Yeonshin as his grandfather's direct descendant. He continued to rant, questioning how Yeonshin could show such disrespect to the former Divine Sword Group captain, completely forgetting that he was in the presence of the desolate fortress master. Yeonshin responded by stating that he had no need for the adopted grandson's acknowledgement, asserting his identity as the Radiant Demon Squad's lightning genius rather than a member of the Ma clan. Smirking at these words, Yeonshin caused the adopted grandson to flush with anger. The grandson then sought his grandfather's permission to duel Yeonshin, aiming to prove that Yeonshin was unworthy of being the old man's blood relative. In response, Yeonshin revealed that agreeing to the fight was unnecessary. He added that if an exchange for learning was requested, he would gladly comply, emphasizing that he had no need to prove his value to the Ma clan. This saddened the old man for his earlier remarks while simultaneously angering his adopted son. Yeonshin noticed the iron gauntlet on his waist, realizing that the kid had mastered the Ma clan's fist of palm strikes. The fortress master then explained that Yeonjiak was an old-time friend who had journeyed with her for a long time, and the lightning genius was a promising subordinate. She expressed that any conflict between them would place her in a difficult position, so she preferred the matter be settled between martial artists, advising them to bet on what they desired from each other. Turning to Yeonshin, she acknowledged that the duel offered no benefit to him. Thus, as a friend to Yeonjiak, she declared that regardless of the duel's outcome, she would grant Yeonshin one request. Yeonshin responded cryptically, leading the fortress master to explain that granting the fruit of the Tree of Life was not possible at the moment. She added that even if Yeonjiak made such a request, it would yield the same result since he had already received a different reward for his contributions as the Divine Sword Group captain. Instead, she offered to teach Yeonshin one of her vital energy techniques. This offer intrigued Yeonshin and surprised the two martial masters present. The opportunity to learn from the fortress master, renowned as the strongest in the world, was significant. Observing the other kid, Yeonshin saw his excitement to learn martial arts rather than follow his grandfather's will if he won. Yeonshin was unwillingly accept the duel, disliking the idea that his mother's clan would endorse such a successor. Shortly after, they assembled in the arena exclusively designated for the fortress master to engage in battle. The fortress master informed them that the arena was theirs alone and they could do as they wished. Yeonshin maintained his usual aloof expression, appearing calm and confident as the kid prepared for the fight, his hand crackling and the iron gauntlet on his arm. Observing his grandfather and uncle, Yeonshin concluded that the Radiant Demon Squad was sufficient for him at the moment, eliminating the need for the Ma clan. Taking a deep breath to assess his opponent's potential benefits, Yeonshin raised his hand and twitched his finger, provoking the kid to continue, which further angered the child. The kid dashed forward, ready to unleash a powerful punch on Yeonshin. Yeonshin easily pushed the punch away, cleanly dodging the strike. Noticing the kid's superior energy, Yeonshin speculated that the child had consumed potent elixirs. Preparing to counter the next attack, Yeonshin activated his Jung dynamic technique. The kid launched a barrage of punches, but Yeonshin either took a half step aside or deflected them to neutralize the assault. The kid's attacks varied between seemingly punching air and feeling as though striking a solid stone wall, causing him to wonder why Yeonshin hadn't drawn his sword. Yeonshin replied that the kid's fist strike techniques were sufficiently impressive. As the kid's anger intensified, he mustered more core energy and, releasing all his held-back power, charged again. This time, Yeonshin decided to meet the attack head-on. Despite having less energy, Yeonshin neutralized the initial technique and was only slightly pushed back. Demonstrating his movement technique, he floated and landed gracefully, resembling the movements of the noble races. The kid was astonished that his fist technique didn't even make Yeonshin break a sweat. Yeonjiak watched in awe as his grandson, whom he had once considered useless, proved to be highly capable. Meanwhile, Ma-jin and the fortress master observed, having already anticipated Yeonshin's skill. True to his warrior name, Yeonshin exhaled a breath of relief, admitting he had only considered a strong fist strike technique. He then waved his hand to gather his core energy, announcing that by the count of 10, the fight would end. Yeonjiak recognized Yeonshin's talent, but believed ending the fight in 10 moves was unrealistic. Ma-jin clarified that Yeonshin didn't intend to end it in 10 moves. Knowing his talent, Ma-jin anticipated Yeonshin would create a new martial art and conclude the fight in 10 seconds. Meanwhile, the fortress master smiled contentedly, anticipating Yeonshin's capabilities. Conversely, the kid calmed down slightly, stating that within those 10 seconds, he would give his all. He gathered his core energy into his arm, radiating yellowish energy throughout his body. Yeonshin considered this positive, noting that the kid had calmed himself instead of getting overly excited by the initial confrontation. Additionally, Yeonshin sensed from the waves of core energy that the kid had been trained finely by his grandfather, a purple robe and a respected figure in the world. Yeonshin recognized the kid's technique well and suggested using a palm strike instead of a fist strike if preferred. He stated that he didn't need the kid's advice in return and encouraged the kid to simply do his best. These constructive words only fueled the kid's anger, prompting Yeonshin to add that the kid would be able to demonstrate plenty of skills in return. Gathering all his physical power into his step, the kid charged forward, channeling every bit of core energy into his fist. Yeonshin decided to meet the strike with his newly created fist strike, retracting his hand and performing an energy accumulation discharge. Their fists collided evenly, surprising the kid with the strength Yeonshin could exert despite Yeonshin having less core energy. Yeonshin didn't stop there. He used a rotational step to charge back toward the kid. With a single glance, Ma Jin realized that Yeonshin had accumulated more energy instead of depleting it. Utilizing this, Yeonshin executed another accumulated energy in his second strike, leaving the kid unable to prepare his fifth strike in time. This strike broke the kid's defense, and a small smile appeared on Yeonshin's face, pleased with his new fist technique. Ma Jin was further surprised, noticing that Yeonshin had drawn inspiration for this second strike from the fusion fist strike. The kid understood that Yeonshin was growing stronger with each attack and glanced fearfully at his grandfather, worried about disappointing him. In the end, the kid gritted his teeth and gathered his energy into his arm once more. Observing this, Yeonshin praised the kid's abilities and asked him to show more, which only irritated the kid further. The kid decided to attack with a palm strike. Meeting the attack, Yeonshin employed his accumulated energy for a third strike, completely destroying the kid's palm technique and pushing him away. Not stopping there, Yeonshin used the palm strike he had observed moments before in a fourth move. A mischievous smirk appeared on his face as he turned the kid's own technique against him. The kid couldn't believe he was about to lose to someone like Yeonshin as Yeonshin performed his fourth strike. Yeonjiak was astonished at how the fight concluded within 10 seconds. The kid coughed and couldn't move after taking the strike to his chest. Yeonshin looked at him with indifferent eyes, now recognizing the truth firsthand. The lightning genius possessed real skills and talents to back his claims. Comparable to someone with a 300 IQ, Yeonshin had created, deciphered, and performed a martial art within a few moves they fought. Ma Jin was amazed to witness a fist art that grew stronger the longer the fight lasted, while Yeonjiak struggled to believe that his supposedly useless grandson had truly developed a new martial art so quickly. Meanwhile, Yeonshin was calmly normalizing his breathing, feeling proud of himself for creating a martial art worthy of being called a famed ultimate technique. Shortly after, the fortress master praised Yeonshin for the good fight and expressed her pleasure in seeing someone create a martial art. Yeonshin humbly admitted that he was embarrassed and hoped he hadn't wasted her time. She then inquired about the name of his new technique. Yeonshin chose to name it the Eternal Blossom Fist. The fortress master thought it was a perfect name for a fist strike technique that blooms endlessly. Ma Jin then turned to congratulate Yeonshin on his great work, acknowledging that he had created an incredible martial art. Despite the praise, Yeonshin felt somewhat unhappy, believing he had only managed to work out its framework and was unsatisfied with the moves. He mentioned that when using palm strikes, he relied entirely on the Radiant Demon Arts movement. Ma Jin explained that even with this reliance, not many white robes could withstand his attacks. He always tried not to be surprised, but Yeonshin's rapid growth was unavoidable. However, Yeonshin knew that his progress was not yet fast enough. This confused the others, but only the fortress master understood what he truly meant. Yeonjiak then approached him, seeking to know what he must do to gain Yeonshin's forgiveness. This surprised Ma Jin and the kid, as such an influential person was bowing his head to ask for forgiveness from a kid. Time and again, Yeonjiak prioritized his clan above everything else. At this moment, the purple-robed martial master, known as the Absolute Being, lowered his head in reverence toward Yeonshin. His mere presence dictated life and death for most, earning him the status of a godlike figure. Yet, this display evoked a sense of irritation in Yeonshin. Eventually, Yeonshin expressed that seeing his grandfather in such a state was a heavy burden. He remarked that the past could not be undone and that the maternal side of his family felt like strangers to him. To Yeonshin, the Radiant Demon Squad was his true family. Yeonjiak, determined to win his grandson over, proposed building bonds over time. However, Yeonshin declared that he lacked time for anything beyond improving his martial arts. He then asserted that he had won the duel his grandson had recklessly initiated and demanded respect as a martial artist. The fortress master, noticing Yeonshin's predicament, intervened and suggested settling the matter. She offered to teach Yeonshin any martial arts he needed when the time came and allowed him to make a single request of the Ma family. Yeonshin, already prepared, planned to deliver his request through Ma Jin, his captain, at the appropriate moment. Ma Jin found himself irritated by this, as the boy seemed to reduce him to the role of a messenger. Once the matter was resolved, Yeonshin and Ma Jin returned to their barracks. On the way down the stairs, Ma Jin mentioned an upcoming mission that could benefit Yeonshin. A few days later, Ma Jin led a group of Radiant Squad members, including Yeonshin, Wonchong, Mirio, and Chung Myung, to Sien County. Yeonshin recalled Ma Jin's words about the mission, which involved recovering the Plum Blossom Pill, an elixir treasured by the Manhwa sect. The sect had lost it, prompting a widespread search among various martial artists and groups. Their role was to assist the Manhwa sect in this endeavor, while minimizing casualties. Yeonshin remarked that the conflict presented an opportunity to test his sword skills in real combat. Ma Jin explained that the mission would allow Yeonshin to face renowned martial artists, offering unparalleled growth through battle compared to mere solo training. As they journeyed, Wonchong complained about the requirement to remain out of uniform, a necessity to conceal their affiliation with the desolate fortress. Amused by Wonchang's antics, Ma Jin led the group onward. Eventually, they encountered martial artists from the Manhwa sect. Sage Cheonju, leader of the Plum Blossom Swordsman and one of the top martial masters, greeted them. Yeonshin immediately recognized the name, recalling his status. To match this rank, Ma Jin, a black-robed martial artist, had taken charge of their group. Cheonju, in turn, recognized Mirio as the Zen Demon Sword and Chung Myung as the Azure Eye Sword Demon. He knew who they were and felt no need for introductions, having already fought alongside them before. The revelation that Chung Myung's warrior name was Sword Demon intrigued Yeonshin. Among the Manhwa sect's group, he noticed a particular young man. As Yeonshin surveyed the assembly, Cheonju suddenly approached and looked down upon him. Cheonju perceived the desolate fortress is serious about the mission for bringing a disciple. Yeonshin deduced that Cheonju must believe he was not a white-robe martial artist, but rather the leader's disciple, based on his attire and his young appearance. Ma Jin attempted to explain, mentioning that Yeonshin was literally only 15 years old as a white robe, but he was cut off mid-sentence when Cheonju recognized Yeonshin's extraordinariness. Cheonju then suggested a friendly duel with the disciple of the Manhwa sect leader. A small smile appeared on Ma Jin's face as he realized Cheonju was attempting to assert the Manhwa sect's superiority over the desolate fortress. Since they were to travel as a party, it would be awkward for key members to fight each other. Thus, they preferred to use the future generation of their respective groups to determine the hierarchy. Ma Jin turned to Yeonshin for his response, but Yeonshin simply tapped the sword hanging at his waist, signaling his readiness to step forward. A sly smile crossed Ma Jin's face, anticipating an interesting encounter. The young man who was supposed to be Yeonshin's opponent grumbled about his master forcing him into the situation, believing that 5 moves would suffice. Cheonju reprimanded him briefly, explaining that he would learn something here and urging him to give his all. The young man dismissed the Radiant Demon Squad's martial arts, expressing doubt about what he could learn. Meanwhile, Yeonshin kept his mind open, pondering the depth of the Manhwa sect's martial arts. He then remarked that the young man only needed 5 moves, prompting an apology from him, who claimed he did not intend to offend. Yu Hyun from the Manhwa sect introduced himself, explaining that his rigorous training had led him to unwittingly voice his thoughts aloud. Wonchong was aware of the rumor that Yu Hyun was the Manhwa sect leader's best disciple. Even Mirio added that he was considered the future of the Manhwa sect, with rumors suggesting he had already begun learning the Violet Dawn sacred art. Wonchong felt nervous about Yeonshin fighting such a formidable opponent, but remained hopeful that his comrades would manage. Excited, Yeonshin briefly introduced himself simply as Yeonshin with no mention of his title. As is customary when martial artists confront each other, they communicated through their martial arts. Yu Hyun employed the hidden fragrance drift of the Manhwa sect, advancing toward Yeonshin with footwork resembling that of the noble races. He opened his palm, forming a pattern akin to a blooming flower. Yeonshin's interest was piqued as he wondered whether he could achieve the same variation by countering each of Yu Hyun's strikes. He then executed the first form of the Eternal Blossom Fist, Spiral, a martial art he had created. Yu Hyun's expression hardened with bewilderment as Yeonshin blocked every attack, yet some power remained to strike him. Yeonshin pressed forward, while Yu Hyun remained surprised by the strength behind his fists. With excitement evident on his face, Yeonshin stepped his feet firmly into the ground and performed the second form, Advancing Thunder, a point-blank straight punch that produced a thunderous sound from a single strike aimed at his opponent. In the nick of time, Yu Hyun utilized the falling blossom technique to defend against such a powerful attack. Observing this, Yeonshin was inspired to create his third form. He proposed extending the fight slightly longer, smiling with the intention of lasting about 10 seconds. Yeonshin continued to advance, his clenched fist imbued with internal energy. Cheonju appeared disappointed as he watched the Manhwa disciple being overpowered, while Ma Jin was pleased with the fight's progression. An ethereal wave of energy erupted from Yeonshin's left hand, blooming and bursting like a fireworks display of flowers, generating a powerful shock that struck Yu Hyun down. The force matched that of the second form, knocking Yu Hyun to the ground. The martial masters from the Manhwa sect were left confused. Should they be angered that their future was lost or pleased by the insight they had witnessed? Yeonshin felt satisfied with his performance of the move and decided to incorporate it as the third form of the Eternal Blossom Fist and named it the Blossoming Petal Fist. Silence enveloped the area as everyone pondered what had transpired. The future of such an ancient sect had been defeated by an unknown individual in just 3 moves. Realizing the potential embarrassment, Cheonju commanded his men to take Yu Hyun back. He then addressed Ma Jin, commenting that the desolate fortress had been raising a dragon and speculating on how much more they would cleanse Murim in the future. Ma Jin responded that this was quite an exaggeration, explaining that the desolate fortress would not act unless ordinary people were harmed. Cheonju remarked that the convenient justification remained unchanged before turning his attention to Yeonshin. He praised Yeonshin, noting that he had witnessed some excellent martial arts today, resembling the falling blossom technique, though it was unlikely that the Manhwa sect's martial arts were connected to Yeonshin's. Cheonju admitted that he was unaware such martial arts existed, and even suggested that if Yeonshin ever left the desolate fortress, the Manhwa sect would welcome him. This surprised Ma Jin, who immediately told Cheonju to stop as he had crossed the line. Cheonju raised his hand to halt Ma Jin, admitting that his greed had overcome him, causing him to make a fool of himself. This was all because such remarkable talent was right before him. Despite this, Ma Jin was clearly irritated by Cheonju's words. Meanwhile, Mirio sent a sound transmission to Yeonshin, expressing that he was incredible and acknowledging that he was struggling. Yeonshin nodded slightly, as the third move he had performed had exhausted almost all of his internal energy. The Eternal Blossom Fist technique he had created delivered powerful attacks in every stance, but it also consumed a significant amount of internal energy. For the time being, he would have to use a sword in actual combat. After they hurriedly found a room at an inn, Chung Myung lazily instructed Yeonshin to open his middle dantian quickly, explaining that if his internal energy was insufficient, he would need to supplement his stamina. Yeonshin immediately sat and asked what that meant. Mirio joined in, explaining that the middle dantian had effects that even the upper dantian couldn't achieve, making his internal energy more solid. This was a new concept to Yeonshin, who had never learned such techniques in a sect. Mirio further explained that training the middle dantian improved efficiency, allowing martial artists to fight for extended periods without tiring. Masters who fought for days and nights without fatigue had trained their middle dantian, making the flow of internal energy more stable and enabling them to execute large techniques multiple times. Yeonshin glanced at his lazy senior, Chung Myung, who had fought with Namgung Best Swordsman, before turning to Mirio and asking how he could open his middle dantian. She informed him that with prolonged training in the lower dantian, it would open naturally, specifically by focusing on his breathing and energy circulation in his upper body. Appearing determined, Yeonshin asked if there was a faster way, addressing Mirio as sister. Mirio's cold eyes softened slightly, and her cheeks blushed. For a moment, her lips stuttered after being called sister, but she quickly regained her composure, like the experienced master she was, while Yeonshin wondered if he had said something wrong. The inn was alive with noise, the mingling smells of roasted meats and spiced broths thick in the air. Every corner seemed occupied, making it difficult to spot an empty seat amidst the bustling crowd. Wonchong squinted, his sharp eyes scanning the room, though it wasn't the crowd that held his attention for long. Mirio, seated across from him, suddenly stood, her movements sharp and deliberate. There was an edge to her presence now, as though a blade had been unsheathed within her. At the same time, Ma Jin leaned forward, his tone steady as he laid out the situation. He identified the stealthy demons, infamous thieves operating north of the Yangtze River, as the culprits behind their current predicament. By the time Mirio returned to her seat, her expression was unreadable, though her energy seemed no less intense. Ma Jin continued, addressing her directly as he closed his eyes, confirming that the stealthy demons were indeed the ones who had stolen her martial arts manual. To him, the connection was as clear as day. Wonchong turned toward her, his voice tinged with curiosity. He questioned whether they had stolen from a blue-robed warrior of the desolate fortress, though his words seemed to prod more than accuse. Mirio grit her teeth, her frustration evident in the tautness of her jaw. She hinted at a story behind the theft, one she wasn't keen on sharing just yet. Ma Jin broke the silence with a decisive shift in the plan. He announced their intention to smash the signboards of Shangshi's unorthodox factions, targeting those aligned with the stealthy demons. Wonchong, ever analytical, asked what the Manhwa sect planned to do during their assault. Ma Jin's response seemed to amuse him as he pieced together the strategy, realizing they would act as a distraction, drawing attention while the Manhwa sect infiltrated the targeted sects. Yeonshin, the youngest among them, raised a practical concern. He questioned their justification for such a direct attack. Chung Myung, with a wry smile, turned to address him. His words carried a mix of explanation and dismissal as he clarified the Empire's stance. To the Empire, the distinction between orthodox and unorthodox martial artists was simple. It came down to whether money was donated willingly or extorted at sword point. Ma Jin added that unorthodox factions were parasites feeding off the nation. He explained the inevitability of their return even if wiped out, reinforcing that no justification was necessary to strike them. Yeonshin pressed on, asking how many factions they were targeting. Ma Jin replied with precision, designating 5 factions and volunteering to take on 2 himself. With quiet resolve, Yeonshin offered to handle a target alone. His voice carried the weight of confidence, though his words drew a measured warning from Ma Jin. He reminded the young warrior that seeking sole credit came with significant risks. Yeonshin remained steadfast, undeterred by the caution. His response was simple. This was something he needed to experience. Ma Jin hesitated. As Yeonshin's uncle, his instincts told him to intervene, but as the captain, he understood the importance of growth through trial. Closing his eyes briefly, he weighed the decision before finally agreeing. Putting his hand on the table, he outlined the allocation of their targets. Yeonshin was assigned the Mantis sect in Lianhu County, Xi'an, a group known for their brutality, including the abduction of women. His gaze fixed on Yeonshin as he declared the mission. The young warrior was to wipe out the entire sect alone. The gravity of the task hung heavily in the air, though Yeonshin showed no sign of faltering under the weight of expectation. There was a certain image conjured when thinking of commoners who knew nothing of martial arts and lived simple, unremarkable lives. Mr. Jang, the escort accompanying Yeonshin, fit that image perfectly. His voice carried concern as he questioned the young martial artist. He urged Yeonshin to reconsider his decision, warning him about the Mantis sect's notoriety and their strength. Despite the concern, Yeonshin walked ahead without a word, his resolve unshaken. Mr. Jang, undeterred, pressed on. He described the Mantis sect's martial prowess, emphasizing that even a low-ranking member had once single-handedly wiped out the residents of Liangu Alley. Yeonshin paused briefly, his expression calm yet focused. There was no hesitation in his movements, only a desire for knowledge to better prepare for the mission. He inquired further about the sect, his voice steady, seeking any information that might aid him. Mr. Jang explained that the Mantis sect had seized control of Liangu Street 3 years ago. Their crimes included abducting over a dozen people, using them as servants. He added that their atrocities were unchecked, with the local magistrate firmly in their pocket. As they walked, Yeonshin asked about their martial arts, curious to learn more. Mr. Jang mentioned that the sect was known for using a variety of weapons, though few details about their skills were clear. Piecing together what he had learned, Yeonshin's thoughts sharpened. The Mantis sect had yet to fully develop a coherent martial system, but their members had acquired some level of skill. He questioned the state of those held captive and why the government had not intervened, only for Mr. Jang to confirm that the magistrate's allegiance made outside help impossible. Arriving in Liangu County, Yeonshin observed the bustling streets. Although it was said to rival Shinya County, the area felt far more developed, straddling the line between a thriving city and a sprawling village. They entered a market street, but something unusual caught Yeonshin's attention. His gaze shifted toward an unsettling scene. Several women tied up as though they were criminals, their families weeping nearby, but too fearful to approach. 5 martial artists sat nearby, swords resting casually at their sides. Their careless demeanor contrasted sharply with the anguished cries of the families. Yeonshin approached deliberately, his voice cutting through the tense atmosphere as he questioned the scene before him. The sight of the great Ming dynasty's laws being so brazenly trampled sparked quiet anger within him. No response came from the men. Instead, one of them, a bald thug gripping a knife, smiled before hurling the blade through the air toward Yeonshin. It lacked any real power or skill, more a taunt than a threat. Without hesitation, Yeonshin caught the knife in his hand. With a single, fluid motion, he executed a delightful sword strike, releasing the blade with precision. The knife, propelled by the force of his attack, shot forward like a flash of light, piercing through the air. The bald thug dropped instantly, the blade embedded in his head, and he dropped lifeless as though nailed to the ground. The remaining 4, momentarily stunned, quickly rose, their gazes hardening as they drew their weapons. One mocked Yeonshin, questioning where such a young fighter had learned martial arts and ridiculing his dagger stance. Another advanced, commenting on Yeonshin's speed and skill, his sword drawn in challenge. Yeonshin remained silent, watching them calmly as though their words weren't worth answering. Then, without fanfare, he drew his desolate sword. The polished white blade gleamed under the sunlight, its immaculate condition a testament to its care. When one of the men commented on the weapon, his tone shifted, filled with greed as he suggested offering it to their sect leader. The words had barely left his mouth when Yeonshin's blade moved. Its dazzling trajectory cut through the air, leaving a burst of blood in its wake. The man's head split cleanly, the blade continuing down through his torso before his lifeless body collapsed. The remaining men began to understand that this young swordsman was no ordinary martial artist. Before the 3 could even turn to face him, the path of the white sword blazed in swift arcs. Demon's Light, a technique of the swift sword, cut through the air with deadly precision. The sensation of 3 consecutive strikes traveled up Yeonshin's arm as his sword wave landed perfectly. Their bodies had no time to react. By the time they might have moved, their upper torsos were already severed cleanly from their lower halves. The lifeless forms collapsed to the ground, one after another. Yeonshin turned his focus to the bound women, his movements fluid and efficient as he cut through the ropes that held them captive. Gratitude filled the air as the freed women lowered themselves into deep bows. Families rushed forward, sobbing as they embraced their loved ones. Mothers, wives, and daughters finally returned to their arms. Yeonshin, however, found no satisfaction in the scene. His focus remained sharp as he turned to Mr. Jang, his question cutting through the reunion. Mr. Jang responded quickly, pointing toward the end of the road. The crowd, still reeling from the chaos, retreated into the shadows, ensuring they remained out of sight. Only Mr. Jang stayed behind, silently following Yeonshin as they made their way to the Mantis sect. The entrance gate of the sect loomed ahead, its signboard boldly marking the territory. Without hesitation, Yeonshin stopped briefly in front of the gate, raising his leg and channeling inner energy through the Jang dynamic technique. The power gathered in his strike surged, and with one explosive motion, he released it. The gate shattered instantly, fragments of wood and metal scattering across the ground. Stepping through the destruction, Yeonshin entered the training hall. Around 30 martial artists stood in formation, weapons drawn, their gazes fixed on the intruder who had already taken down 5 of their own. Yeonshin's expression remained calm, indifferent to the sight before him. Observing their readiness, he noted how quickly the news of his arrival must have traveled. The speed of their organization spoke volumes, though it did little to faze him. With his sword drawn, Yeonshin stepped into the center of the yard. He was surrounded by martial artists who remained motionless, their gazes locked onto him with murderous intent, as though biding their time to strike. Tales often spoke of unrivaled supreme masters who could vanquish armies single-handedly. A middle-aged man standing alone on the stairs leading to the main yard frowned deeply, seemingly incredulous. The young intruder had supposedly killed their disciples, a claim that hung heavy in the air. Yeonshin's eyes moved to the man's attire, a long robe adorned with intricate depictions of spiritual creatures, including the 4 divine beasts and dragons. Such clothing was a bold statement, one reserved exclusively for the emperor. The thought crossed Yeonshin's mind. Was this man a rebel for daring to don the dragon robe? Descending the stairs with measured steps, the man who appeared to be the sect leader ordered the others not to interfere. He remarked with a trace of eagerness that it had been a long time since he had felt the edge of a blade, unsheathing his sword as he spoke. He addressed Yeonshin with disdain, questioning why the young man had chosen to reveal himself before their sect, even if he fancied himself a hero. In an indifferent tone, Yeonshin countered by asking for the man's name. The question prompted a mocking reply. Someone about to die, the sect leader declared, had no need to know his great name. Yeonshin, maintaining his composure, explained that he needed the name of the sect leader to claim credit for his merit. As he spoke in a low voice, he began channeling energy with the Jung dynamic technique throughout his muscles. At that moment, he merged his essence with the desolate sword, his true energy heightening his awareness, and felt the sect leader's sword intent. The praying mantis sect leader charged, wielding his sword with a ferocity that rode the wind. Yeonshin observed intently, recognizing the swift sword movement the man employed, an advanced technique Yeonshin himself had mastered. Having created a fist technique that properly handled force, the path of the sword was clearly visible in Yeonshin's eyes. He silently wondered if his own growth had brought this clarity. Recalling the way Chung Myung had deflected his sword strike during training, Yeonshin unsheathed his weapon, swinging upward to intercept the sect leader's attack. The motion appeared serene, but it carried the layered power of the energy accumulation discharge technique. The force of repelling the strike felt vivid, and the sect leader's expression shifted to one of perplexity. Realizing the youth before him was no ordinary opponent, the sect leader barked an order to his disciples. The surrounding members of the praying mantis sect surged forward, weapons aimed at the seemingly fragile young man. Yeonshin held his ground, watching as blades descended from all directions. The sharpness of their attacks cut through the air, awakening every fiber of his being. For the first time, he faced such an overwhelming number of weapons simultaneously. The first strike reached him, but he sidestepped with a half-step, evading the blow before launching a counterstrike with his sword. Another attack followed, and Yeonshin raised his blade to defend. One strike after another came his way, the sheer volume of attacks demanding his full attention. The onslaught was relentless, a cascade of strikes forcing him to move fluidly between defense and counterattack. Each enemy that came within reach met the edge of his blade. The chaotic lines formed by the flurry of blades became visible in Yeonshin's mind. Paths carved through the melee emerged with clarity, guiding his movements. His body, attuned to the wind, danced between the strikes, each motion calculated. With the desolate sword in hand, he struck through gaps in the assault, weaving through the chaos to deliver fatal blows. The layered energy of the attacker's weapons refined Yeonshin's swift sword technique, which now merged seamlessly with his desolate sword. His strikes, precise and devastating, followed trajectories only he could perceive. His sword danced brilliantly, his blade leaving death in its wake. Before long, Yeonshin found himself standing before the sect leader once more. Yeonshin observed the man standing before him, with the lifeless bodies of the disciples he had slain scattered behind him. The sect leader muttered in surprise, questioning the situation. According to the teachings of his seniors, one must take the initiative in a group battle. Yeonshin reflected internally. True energy surged through his body like wildfire, racing through the 3 main meridians in an instant. His sword-wielding hand tightened, channeling his force as though it were a fist. The power of the eternal blossom fist gathered in his arm, culminating in the execution of its second form, the advancing thunder. Though armed with a sword, Yeonshin infused his strikes with the essence of the fist technique. Mastering the rhythm of the desolate sword wave, he moved with precision. A fierce wind accompanied his charge, closing the distance between him and the sect leader in mere moments. The man's face, etched with surprise, loomed closer in Yeonshin's sight. With swift resolve, Yeonshin struck downward, his blade aimed for the sect leader's head. Before the sect leader could utter a word, a pure flash of sword light cut through the air. The merciless strike sent a shuddering sensation reverberating through the battlefield. When the dust settled, the lifeless body of the Mantis sect leader lay silent. The overwhelming force of Yeonshin's strike had left unmistakable evidence of its power. The heavy scent of blood rising in the air made the surreal scene all too real. Declaring his resolve, Yeonshin proclaimed his intent to destroy the signboard of the praying Mantis sect. He turned his gaze toward the remaining disciples, who stared in disbelief. One disciple murmured a question, his voice trembling. Another exclaimed in sheer disbelief, calling out in desperation. Amid the chaos, a disciple clad in a purple robe screamed, his voice ringing with urgency, "Which is to summon the blood sword." Yeonshin paused, contemplating the mention of the blood sword. He inquired calmly, yet firmly, whether they were referring to the Blood Master Swordsman and if the Blood Flame cult was supporting them. The two disciples halted, surprised by his question. In the next instant, Yeonshin grabbed one of the disciples by the neck, his strength enhanced by the Jung dynamic technique. Forcing the man to his knees, he commanded him to speak. The disciple stammered, admitting that the Blood Master Swordsman was resting in the annex nearby. Yeonshin considered the situation. If it was truly the Blood Master Swordsman, there was no way such a formidable figure would fail to sense the intensity of this battle. A sudden attack disrupted his thoughts. A sword imbued with core energy hurtled toward him silently, slicing through the air without warning. Yeonshin's desolate sword, strengthened by layers of true energy coursing through his right arm, intercepted the strike with a resonant clang. The vibrations spreading through his hand were sharper and more intense than anything encountered thus far in the praying Mantis sect. A figure leaped past Yeonshin, retrieving the fallen weapon. The sunlight glinted off the reddish hair of the newcomer, who exuded an ominous energy that seemed to permeate the battlefield. With a voice laced with disdain, the Blood Master Swordsman remarked that Yeonshin had blocked the strike. The carnage surrounding them, he observed, could only be the young swordsman's doing. Unperturbed, Yeonshin responded calmly, noting that carnage was a word ill-suited for someone like the Blood Master Swordsman. His thoughts solidified. This was indeed the Blood Master Swordsman of the Blood Flame cult. The man before him had hair streaked with red and black, his mouth stained with dried blood. Wielding an iron sword that radiated ominous energy, the Blood Master Swordsman exuded a malevolence that filled the air, setting the stage for an inevitable clash. Ma Jin's earlier remark surfaced unbidden in Yeonshin's mind, a memory from a conversation about Yeonshin's recent feats. Ma Jin had joked that slaying 5 Bloodsword Masters would earn recognition as a blue warrior, regardless of age. The humor in his tone had been evident, given how rare it was to encounter the Blood Flame sect, let alone defeat its members. Yeonshin's thoughts lingered only briefly before he muttered a single word to himself. Lucky. Then, with an air of cold resolve, he added that only 3 remained. Across from him, his opponent made no response. In the past, such an adversary might have recklessly charged forward, heedless of the warning in Yeonshin's tone. But now, things had shifted. Wariness marked every movement of the Bloodsword Master, whose cautious sidestep betrayed a deep recognition of the danger before him. This opponent was no novice. Unlike the members of the Praying Mantis sect, the Bloodsword Master had sensed the full extent of Yeonshin's power. But Yeonshin had no intention of waiting for an attack. With precision, his foot struck the ground, sending a surge of energy rippling through his body. The second step he took carried intent, a deliberate act that resonated with power. The distance between them vanished as Yeonshin unleashed the Radiant Demon's swift sword technique. The blade carved a sharp trajectory through the air, colliding with his opponent's weapon. The impact echoed as steel clashed with steel, the force of Yeonshin's strike driving his foe backward. Though the enemy had managed to block the attack, The momentum had shifted unmistakably in Yeonshin's favor. This fight needed to end quickly. The Bloodsword Master was formidable, but prolonging the battle in the heart of the Praying Mantis sect would diminish Yeonshin's chances of survival. His piercing sky-blue eyes swept over the swordsman's form, analyzing every subtle movement with a clarity honed by countless battles. As his opponent retreated, Yeonshin sensed the gathering energy in the man's left hand, an unmistakable sign of an impending counterstrike. The opening revealed itself. Instinct guided Yeonshin's body, bypassing thought as he acted. Energy coiled around the desolate sword, channeling the spiral force of the eternal blossom fist into his next strike. The combination of precision and speed compressed the space between them as Yeonshin surged forward. The strike was swift and efficient. Blood sprayed faintly into the air, carried by a gentle breeze. The Bloodsword Master staggered, a choke sound escaping his lips as shock and disbelief etched themselves onto his face. Yeonshin felt the anguish and lingering resentment in the vibrations that ran along his blade. Even as the Bloodsword Master's lips began to move, forming what would have been his final words, Yeonshin did not falter. There was no time for parting sentiments. With a sharp twist of the embedded blade, he ended it. The lifeless body crumpled to the ground, silent and unceremonious, like a flame snuffed out by the wind. He addressed the remaining members of the Praying Mantis sect, his voice low and steady. "Don't flee." The words froze them in place. Though devoid of overt menace, the authority in his tone was undeniable. None dared defy it. As Yeonshin prepared to depart, the weight of the sack strapped to his back was a reminder of his completed task. The villagers gathered around as he prepared to leave. Among them, Mr. Jang, his face streaked with tears, approached to express his gratitude. His voice trembled as he thanked Yeonshin for giving his daughter peace and lifting the burden of his resentment. Yeonshin's voice was barely above a murmur as he replied, a trace of frustration in his tone. "Xian should belong to Zhongnan." Mr. Jang stirred at the statement, his grief-stricken face showing a flicker of awareness. He replied hesitantly, mentioning the ongoing conflict between the Zhongnan sect and the Tyrant Sword sect. The words unsettled Yeonshin. Zhongnan at war with the Tyrant Sword sect? The notion was unfamiliar, and it raised unsettling questions. Fragments of memory surfaced. Visions of his family's annihilation and the enigmatic presence of the Tyrant Sword sect leader. The timing of these events, and the Zhongnan sect's involvement, had always felt unnatural. As he processed the implications, his thoughts drifted to his niece, little Haya, and to his second brother, Yongsan. He clung to the hope that they were safe for now. Yeonshin resolved that he needed to go to Zhongnan. The decision aligned with Ma Jin's expected approval. Within the chaotic martial world dominated by the 13 heavens, Desolate Fortress's intervention would inevitably target these supreme forces of evil. The beheading of Tyrant Sword sect masters was not just a reprisal, but a means of securing noteworthy achievements. As he reached the summit, Yeonshin abruptly halted. A question lingered in the air as he turned toward the rustling bushes nearby. Had there been any sign of stealthy demon? His voice carried the weight of authority, prompting two figures to emerge from the shadows. The first was a swordsman radiating an intense and sharp aura. The second was a young Taoist with an extraordinary presence. They were Cheonju, the sword saint of Manhwa, and Yu Hyun, a direct disciple of Manhwa's sect leader. Approaching with measured steps, they addressed Yeonshin. Cheonju acknowledged that the Praying Mantis sect was likely not involved. Having witnessed the devastation of an entire sect, his demeanor now carried a distinct reverence. He no longer saw Yeonshin as a promising peer, but as a true martial artist of Desolate Fortress. Yeonshin responded with a calm nod, expressing mild disappointment at the lack of new leads. Cheonju then praised Yeonshin's martial prowess, likening him to the future leader of Radiant Demon Squad or even the Divine Sword Group leader. His admiration seemed genuine, while Yu Hyun, with a thoughtful gaze, interjected that this encounter marked his first defeat. He elaborated that sparring with Yeonshin had been an unparalleled experience. Among his peers, none had posed such a challenge. When Yeonshin inquired about the lack of similarly skilled disciples within Manhwa, Yu Hyun admitted there were none of his age within the sect leader's lineage. His suggestion of forming a friendship was met with a curt, yet not entirely dismissive reply. Yeonshin had no intention of visiting Manhwa, but left the door open for Yu Hyun to seek him out. on the condition that he performed new martial techniques each time. Flustered but encouraged, Yeonshi brightened at this prospect. Upon arriving at the inn where they had first stayed, their camaraderie reached a temporary pause. Yeonshin ascended to Ma Jin's room, where he was greeted with an astute observation. Chung Myung noted the subtle changes in Yeonshin's energy, while Mirio immediately instructed him to apply some medicine to treat the lingering injuries. Ma Jin's voice pierced the tense air, edged with curiosity and a growing sense of unease. He questioned the progress of the mission. Without a word, Yeonshin loosened the ties and let its contents spill onto the table. Gasps rippled through the gathered, their faces filled with shock. Lying before them was the severed head of the Bloodsword Master, accompanied by the shattered remnants of the Praying Mantis sect's signboard. This was no mere stroke of luck. The incident in Jinping County had not been an isolated fluke. He reached out to Yeonshin, ruffling the boy's hair in a rare gesture of approval. Ma Jin muttered. The mention of involvement from the Blood Flame sect tightened his expression, the scars on his face seeming to deepen as tension gripped him. The implications were grim, and the weight of what had unfolded settled heavily on his shoulders. This proves your worth, he stated plainly, his voice steady and unwavering, acknowledging the boy's accomplishment without unnecessary embellishment. Ma Jin's unease evident in his furrowed brow. Bloodsword masters aren't this common, he murmured, his voice heavy with concern. Standing nearby, Mirio nodded slightly in agreement. This was far from ordinary, and her calm acknowledgement only served to highlight the magnitude of what they faced. Ma Jin's tone shifted, adopting the authority of a seasoned leader. Lightning Genius has accomplished something that cannot be overlooked, he declared. Incidents seem to follow wherever he goes. Yet to handle them so decisively and bring back information of this significance will leave its mark on the martial arts world. The desolate fortress will have no choice but to respond to this. Breaking the silence that followed, Yeonshin stepped forward, his voice steady and resolute, belying the tension surrounding him. There is something he needs to report, he announced, his tone firm, without a hint of hesitation. After a pause, he continued, his gaze unwavering and his expression unflinching. He wants to go to Zhonan sect. Ma Jin hesitated for a moment, staring blankly before finally speaking again. He asked if Yeonshin truly intended to go to Mount Zhonan. Yeonshin, with a firm tone, expressed concern for his niece's well-being, prompting Ma Jin's expression to stiffen awkwardly. Ma Jin acknowledged the situation, explaining that they had only just received the news themselves. Mirio interjected, raising her eyes slightly as if troubled. She cautioned that Mount Zhonan was now an incredibly dangerous place. The Tyrant Sword sect, she explained, differed significantly from the Blood Flame sect. While they couldn't simply be labeled as evil, their approach to martial arts was extreme, an unsettling blend of orthodox techniques and sinister practices. They were obsessed with strength, unable to recognize moderation. Her tone reflected a clear concern for Yeonshin, the youngest among them. Ma Jin agreed, emphasizing that no mission had been assigned. Completing the tasks they had already been given should be sufficient, he reasoned. Both Ma Jin and Mirio clearly opposed sending Yeonshin on such a perilous endeavor. Only Chung Myung, seemingly oblivious to the tension, stepped forward to defend the youngest member of the desolate fortress. He argued that a squad leader should have the authority to judge a situation and assign a mission at their discretion. His words, though earnest, earned him a sharp glare from Mirio, who clearly disapproved of his interference. Ma Jin spoke candidly, voicing his reservations. He questioned how they could send Yeonshin when the likelihood of his return from Mount Zhonan was uncertain. The gravity of the situation was apparent to everyone except Yeonshin, who seemed taken aback and could only manage a brief response of surprise. Ma Jin clarified further, explaining that anyone in Desolate Fortress who knew of Yeonshin's talents would share their concern. Chung Myung explained that Yeonshin's talent made him a coveted figure in the martial world. Even the Manhwa sect's Swordsman had brazenly expressed interest in having Yeonshin as a guest. Mirio and Wonchong nodded in agreement, their expressions confirming their silent support of Ma Jin's sentiments. However, Yeonshin appeared to perceive a deeper, unspoken reason behind Ma Jin's reluctance. Addressing the squad leader with a calm yet piercing tone, Yeonshin asked how Ma Jin could fail to distinguish between public duties and private matters. His words struck a nerve, delivering a clear and undeniable point. Yeonshin then asserted that his achievements spoke for themselves and urged Ma Jin to record this request as an individual merit. To emphasize his resolve, he pointed to the head of the Blood Swordsmaster, displayed on the table as a testament to his capabilities. Chung Myung, unable to suppress his smugness, remarked that Ma Jin had been cornered. His comment earned him a sharp elbow from Mirio, who silenced him with an exasperated expression and made him groaning in pain. After a moment of deep thought, Ma Jin finally spoke. He admitted that it was difficult to refuse and proposed a solution, a bet. The suggestion surprised the group. Ma Jin, a black-robed martial master, was a figure of immense strength, an insurmountable force compared to a white-robed martial artist like Yeonshin, who was little more than an ant in comparison. Ma Jin declared that Yeonshin would need to neutralize or avoid just one move within a single second. If Yeonshin could manage that, Ma Jin promised to grant his request, and even offered an additional reward. This, Ma Jin explained, was the minimum level of skill required to stand out in the martial world. Mirio, fond of Yeonshin, attempted to protest, but her words fell on deaf ears. Yeonshin, unwavering in his determination, nodded without hesitation. They moved to the inn's backyard. Neither Yeonshin nor Ma Jin paid any attention to the growing interest of others. Masters from the Manhwa sect, having overheard the situation, approached the scene. Ma Jin, unfazed, casually permitted them to observe. Among them, Cheonju returned to his group, thanking Ma Jin for allowing them to witness the exchange. He reminded the Manhwa disciples that this was a rare opportunity to witness the techniques of a desolate fortress squad leader. Yu Hyun, one of the disciples, voiced his thoughts aloud, marveling at the fact that a black-robed master of the desolate fortress, like Ma Jin, was comparable to a peerless swordsman. Cheonju remarked on the situation, acknowledging that especially in chaotic battles, they were those stronger than himself. Among them, Hellslayer stood out as a figure who completely dominated the battlefield. Known for eliminating countless hypocritical villains, including renowned sect leaders, his movements were not to be underestimated. Even a single strike from such a master carried the essence of instant death. Cheonju provided an extensive explanation of Ma Jin's background as a black-robed martial master and squad leader of the desolate fortress. He elaborated that unlike the martial artists of the nine sects, who pursued the ultimate form of swordsmanship, Ma Jin's techniques were honed entirely for practical combat. Yu Hyun, observing the unfolding scene, exclaimed that no matter how much one trained, it seemed impossible to withstand even a single move from such a master. His gaze shifted to the boy standing across from Ma Jin, the Radiant Demon Squad's lightning genius, Yeonshin, who stood calmly, with one hand resting lightly on his sword, facing the gusting wind. Yeonshin asked for some time to prepare, to which Ma Jin agreed, telling him to take as much time as needed. He warned Yeonshin that the strike he would deliver would be impossible for any white-robed martial artist to handle and advised him to sharpen his senses properly. Though his words sounded casual, Ma Jin's standards were anything but. As a black-robed supreme martial master and leader of one of the divine sword squads, he was one of fewer than 30 such figures in the desolate fortress. Yeonshin closed his eyes to compose himself, calming his mind and steeling his resolve. He reminded himself that he simply needed to demonstrate the martial arts he had learned. Starting by focusing inward, he awakened his lower dantian and the dormant energy within his body. This energy flowed through him, even reaching his pupils, sharpening his senses further. It was the very skill he had refined during his battle with the praying mantis sex leader. Muttering softly to himself, Yeonshin analyzed Ma Jin's body, scanning it from every angle, as if viewing it reflected in a mirror. His heightened sensitivity to energy allowed him to perceive even the subtlest movements with extraordinary clarity. Conceding the first move, he made a rare joke, which brought a brief smile to Ma Jin's face. As the wind stirred, Ma Jin raised his hand, showcasing the epitome of the radiant demon art. A master of all weapons, Ma Jin's skill was legendary. Stories were told of how he turned even discarded weapons on battlefields into tools of destruction, but his bare hands were considered the deadliest of all. Yeonshin was fully aware that Ma Jin's palm technique could shatter a fortress wall with a single strike. Quietly, he told himself he had to evade it, lowering the hand resting on his sword in preparation. Ma Jin took a step forward, his movements precise, direct, and astoundingly fast. The force of his strike felt like a condensed typhoon rushing forward. Even though it wasn't at full speed, Yeonshin found himself overwhelmed, even to just twist his body aside. Ma Jin's hand, controlled yet devastatingly powerful, sliced through the air with precision. The trajectory of the strike was aimed directly at Yeonshin's head. In that instant, a faint blue light flickered across Yeonshin's forehead. He realized that his current footwork was insufficient to escape. The techniques taught by Jeong Clan lacked the structured formulas he needed, leaving him to rely on clear intention and instinct to carve a path. Yeonshin muttered about needing just one step. In his mind, he calculated the movement path and the direction of force Ma Jin's technique would create, drawing complex lines in his thoughts. His head burned with intense focus as a second dantian near his heart seemed to awaken momentarily. Harnessing this new surge of internal energy, Yeonshin felt a technique forming within him, born of his innate talent and the immense pressure of the situation. Under Ma Jin's overwhelming mastery, Yeonshin took a single step. In that fleeting moment, a tremendous shockwave erupted behind him, whipping his hair upward. The fierce wind from Ma Jin's strike swirled the dust around the yard, leaving the onlookers in stunned silence. Among them were masters who had dedicated their lives to martial arts, and even they recognized that Yeonshin's step was extraordinary. Ma Jin, still in the posture of extending his hand, moved only his lips to ask what that footwork had been. Yeonshin replied simply, saying he had walked because he saw a path to survival. Indifferently, he added that he would name it the Radiant Wing Step. Ma Jin stood silently for a moment, a brief smile crossing his face as he thought to himself about the incomprehensible talent Yeonshin had just demonstrated. Straightening his posture, Ma Jin made his decision. He announced his permission for Yeonshin to journey to Mount Jeongnan, acknowledging the boy's capabilities with a tone of quiet respect. Soon after the sun rose, the two young martial artists from the desolate fortress made their way towards Jeongnan Mountain. Yeonshin wore a blue robe with a white robe beneath it, walking closely behind Wonchang. In the Jeongnan sect, being a white-robed warrior alone would not be enough to act independently. Jeong Clan had jokingly remarked while helping his youngest junior borrow and wear the robe. Yeonshin, puzzled by the remark, wondered about its meaning, feeling a sense of curiosity rising within him. Mirio spoke to clarify. A white-robed martial artist with a blue Desolate Sect long robe meant that the person was acknowledged as a blue-robed warrior of Desolate Fortress, a title that guaranteed one's status as a rising star within the sect. The title of Rising Star was not given lightly in Desolate Fortress. It indicated the best among the juniors following the martial path. The significance was amplified by the fact that it was awarded less than half a year after entering Desolate Sect, a rare and honorable achievement. Mirio smiled, her expression captivating and selfless. She explained that the title came with the authority to command all white-robed warriors within Desolate Sect. Jeong Clan added that if anyone asked, Yeonshin could mention the Azurized Demon Sword from the Radiant Demon Squad acknowledging him, which would likely prevent most disputes. Mirio also suggested using her own warrior name, Zen Demon Sword, as a gesture of handing over the blue robe, a gesture of her joining the small ceremony. Yeonshin thanked them awkwardly, though they seemed pleased with and proud. As they continued on the road, he felt an unfamiliar sensation in his chest, the kindness of his senior overwhelming him in a way he had not experienced before. The words they spoke were more than mere gestures. They carried the weight of responsibility and recognition. Wonchang turned back slightly, his tone teasing but tinged with envy, complimenting Yeonshin on the way the white robe and long blue robe suited him. Yeonshin couldn't help but speak his thoughts aloud as he felt the weight of the blue robe, as if contemplating the significance of the situation. Wonchang commented that a young hero like Yeonshin would be quick to adapt, his tone light, but carrying a subtle admiration. Yeonshin, though moved by the compliment, felt a deep gratitude toward Wonchang for accompanying him on his journey, a companion who had stood by him through thick and thin. Before long, the two arrived at the entrance to Jeongnan Mountain. From a distance, they had been struck by the steep and solemn terrain. But up close, the entrance revealed the strict nature of the martial arts sect, with martial artists standing guard, their vigilance unmistakable. Wonchang noted the martial artists seemed to be from Jeongnan, wondering if the conflict with the Tyrant Sword sect was real, as they had come to the foot of the mountain rather than the main gate. The air was thick with tension, and the sense of anticipation only grew stronger with each step they took. As the two approached, two of the four guards stepped forward and asked for their sect, names, and purpose. Wonchong casually replied, identifying them as from Desolate Sect, subtly signaling Yeonshin to take responsibility as a desolate fortress rising star, though his tone remained light. Yeonshin stepped forward, introducing himself as Yeonshin of the Radiant Demon Squad, and Wonchong followed with his own introduction, emphasizing the point that they were indeed representatives of the prestigious Desolate Fortress. The guards scrutinized their clothing carefully before questioning if they intended to prove their identity with mere garments. Wonchong then produced jade identity tokens from his robe, a subtle but definitive display of their affiliation. One of the guards mocked them, questioning whether young martial artists like them would act independently, and who would believe such claims. A sharp-tongued disciple was about to retort, but was silenced by a senior martial artist who had witnessed the unfolding situation. The senior guard spoke with authority, explaining that due to the current wartime situation, they could not easily trust unfamiliar identities, though his tone seemed more mocking than reasonable. The tension in the air grew palpable as Yeonshin and Wonchong stood before the gate. Wonchong, clearly frustrated, muttered under his breath as he raised his inner energy. The slight wave of energy spread quickly, an unmistakable display of his true power. Having passed the Desolate exam and become a Radiant Demon Squad, white-robed martial artist, he was no longer the carefree figure he appeared to be. The energy he emanated now carried the weight of his strength. The guards finally recognized the power of Desolate Fortress in Wonchang's display of inner energy. One of the guards, outraged by the display, screamed at them, pointing a finger in accusation. However, Wonchong, now exasperated, demanded to know what was meant by such nonsense, his patience at an end. Yeonshin silently reflected on the situation. The fight with the Tyrant Sword sect clearly wasn't going well. The pride of the Nine sect seemed to be cracking, and the arrival of these young martial artists, confident and certain of their place, was enough to shake the foundations of the old guard. These young warriors, who had stepped forward boldly to claim their role, were a sign that things were changing in the martial world. The guard could hardly believe what he was witnessing. He spoke with incredulity, remarking that young martial artists like them were acting as if they were from the Desolate Fortress, and at such a time as this. His tone grew more resolute, a sense of frustration blocking his chest. Another elaborated that even if they were truly from Desolate Fortress, it would still be a problem if the two young martial artists who merely claimed to be from Desolate Fortress being sent to the Grey Jeongnan. The reputation of the once prestigious Desolate Fortress seemed to be a thing of the past. The guard's tone became increasingly sarcastic as he spoke, and the sharpness in his eyes suggested he wasn't simply voicing an opinion, but issuing a challenge. Yeonshin felt the weight of the insult and reached for the handle of his sword, his fingers grazing it. He calmly spoke, his voice steady despite the rising tension. He reminded the guard that insulting martial artists from another force without reason was unbecoming. The inner energy that had been quietly simmering inside him flared, making his presence even more imposing. The Jeongnan disciples, caught off guard by Yeonshin's swift and overwhelming aura, began to grit their teeth and reach for their swords. One of them, angered by Yeonshin's words and actions, shouted, demanding to know if he intended to intimidate them. In an instant, Yeonshin unsheathed his sword with a swift motion, sending a burst of force toward the guard in the back. The aura of his sword strike was powerful enough to knock the guard's sword from his grip, sending it flying through the air. It had all happened in a fraction of a second, leaving the guard speechless and stunned. Wonchong observed the scene with a calm demeanor, fully aware that if Yeonshin chose to, the guards would be unable to do anything to stop him. Yeonshin sheathed his sword, his eyes betraying no emotion, as if to silently convey that he would mercilessly slay them should they dare disrespect the Desolate Fortress again. Before any further action could be taken, a voice rang out, clear and authoritative, causing the very bushes to tremble. An immense wave of inner energy filled the air. The presence of the figure who had spoken was overwhelming, as though she were a celestial being descending to the mortal world. Yeonshin immediately recognized the significance of this presence. It was a transcendence of martial power, something beyond the realm of ordinary martial artists. The woman standing before them exuded an aura of superiority, her delicate body surrounded by an energy that seemed to defy her seemingly frail physique. Her extraordinary skills were apparent even without her lifting a finger. One of the guards shouted, recognizing the woman. Yeonshin assessed her quietly, noting that she seemed to possess the same level of power as a blue-robed warrior from Desolate Fortress. The woman's commanding voice filled the air once more, cutting through the tension. She chastised the guards, calling their actions unbefitting of Jeong Clan disciples, and suggested they return and discuss the matter further. The guards, ashamed, immediately apologized, their faces reddened with embarrassment. They muttered that they were deeply ashamed to face such a senior, their spirits clearly deflated. With a slight pause, the woman spoke again, this time directing her words to Yeonshin and Wonchong. She expressed her shame at the way the Jeong Clan disciples had behaved in front of the honored guests from Desolate Fortress. Wonchong appeared completely overwhelmed by the woman's presence, though it was unclear whether he was more taken aback by her beauty or the sheer magnitude of her power. Yeonshin, ever composed, introduced himself first. He calmly stated that he was Yeonshin of the Radiant Demon Squad, and that his companion, Wonchong, was also a member of the same squad. The woman, her soft voice carrying an unspoken weight, revealed her own identity. She was Weiji Manhwa of the Jeong Clan sect. Wonchong immediately recognized the name, feeling a sense of awe. Wonchang's exclamation confirmed the significance of her identity. Weiji Manhwa, the Cloud Sword Dragon of Jeong Clan sect. Her name carried immense prestige, a warrior title associated with the strength and ferocity of a dragon. Despite her transcendent beauty, Yeonshin found his interest piqued not by her appearance, but by the strength she clearly possessed. She was a force to be reckoned with, and that was what mattered most to him. On top of that, she bare to the position of an elder at a young age of 20. Cloud Sword Dragon Weiji Manhwa had become the subject of widespread rumors as a genius who had descended due to heaven's mistake. At the other hand, Mount Hwa's Yu Haiyan, who was 16 like Yeonshin this year, was said to have the greatest potential on Mount Hwa sect, if subjected to 5 years of rigorous, secluded training to reach her level. Born and raised on Jeongnan Mountain, Manhwa had attained the status of a great master at a remarkably young age, while Yeonshin, at least 4 years her junior, never bothered to compare himself due to his frail constitution, a habit he had long cultivated. Wonchong approached Manhwa and conveyed that it was an honor to meet the revered Weiji Manhwa, known as the Cloud Sword Dragon. Yeonshin acknowledged that their arrival at the Jeongnan main mountain might have been presumptuous and expressed his shame in the presence of the great hero Manhwa. Yeonshin, although younger, joined in the respectful address without diminishing her achievements by referring to her as great hero, not as a female hero. Manhwa's gaze softened as she recalled that, despite young Master Yeonshin having unsheathed his sword first, it was her fellow disciple who had taken the initiative. She explained that everything had transpired swiftly, and on behalf of Jeongnan, she offered her apologies. Her gentle expression toward Yeonshin, her beauty and her natural representation of the Jeongnan sect made even Wonchang's awkward and self-conscious remarks seem understandable. Realizing that the honored guests had been waiting too long, Manhwa announced that she would guide them to the main sect, where their purpose could be discussed further. In response, Yeonshin expressed his gratitude in a manner befitting. At the same time, someone descending the mountain and called out to Yeonshin, and as he lifted his gaze, he recognized a familiar face, his second brother, Jeong San, who stood with a stunned expression. After traversing several rugged mountain peaks, Manhwa emerged from the martial training ground accompanied by an elderly man and a young girl. The girl's eyes widened with joy at the sight of Yeonshin, and she ran to him, calling out to her uncle with the fervor of someone who had longed for his presence after losing her parent overnight. Yeonshin enveloped her in an embrace, and she clung to him as if her heart were mending. With genuine concern, Yeonshin inquired about her well-being, and the girl, known as Haya, nodded amid emerging tears. As Yeonshin reunited with the tearful Haya, Wonchong could only sniffle at the touching scene. After savoring the heartfelt moment, Yeonshin turned his attention to the elderly man, whose peculiar gaze held his interest. Yeonshin released his embrace on Haya, despite her apparent reluctance. Manhwa then explained that the sect leader and the Grand Elders had departed to duel with the Tyrant Sword sect leader, and because the visitors hailed from the Desolate Fortress, she had brought the highest-ranking elder from the Jeongnan sect who was still present. In response, Yeonshin and Wonchong exchanged respectful greetings with the old man. With his hand behind his back, the elder slowly introduced himself as Zhang Yol, the Zhongnan Sword Immortal. Wenchang could hardly contain his astonishment and almost cried out in reverence, declaring his respect for the Sword Immortal. Yeonshin, maintaining a calm demeanor as he clasped his hands in return, recalled having observed the desolate fortress lord from afar. Though he revered the elder's reputation, he was not overwhelmed as Wenchang had been. In his mind, Yeonshin discerned well that Elder Yol might be even more formidable than his own grandfather, Yanjiak. Staring intently at Yeonshin, Yol suddenly inquired about his age. Upon hearing that Yeonshin was 16, Hye, who had been inconsolable at the sight of her uncle, brightened with a radiant smile. Without delay, Yol suggested showing them something, and despite Yeonshin's internal bewilderment, the Zhongnan Sword Immortal led them to a secluded side of the mountain, a place that had long occupied his thoughts. On the rough surface of a cliff veiled in a faint mist, various lines had been etched. Yeonshin casually examined the patterns as Manhwa called out to the elder, questioning his remarks made in the presence of an outsider. With an expression that blended incomprehension and determination, she declared that the restoration of the lost Nine-Yang unified technique was the sole ambition of their sect. Yol clarified that the Sword Master, though invited to Zhongnan by the previous patriarch and having inscribed his martial arts onto the mountain in his later years, was not a bona fide practitioner of the sect's true mountain technique. Manhwa attempted to argue, while Hye's innocent expression shifted uncertainly between them, puzzled by the unfolding events. With a tone that brooked no disagreement, Yol explained that his remaining days were few and that if he could glimpse the Sword Master's blade once more, nothing would be beyond his reach. He continued that although Manhwa was the only one capable of reviving the Nine-Yang unified technique, she alone could not be entrusted with his final regret, a conviction so potent that everyone sensed the power of his last obsession. Manhwa found herself unable to understand. She could not fathom what quality in a young master, met for the first time, had impressed Yol so deeply. After studying her perplexed look, Yol beckoned her attention. Following his silent command, Manhwa's eyes widened as she noticed Yeonshin standing at the mountain's edge, his neck craned in unwavering focus toward the opposite cliff. Clearly, the barely 16-year-old was utterly absorbed. As Yeonshin silently examined the etched sword traces on the cliff, he marveled at the multiple, sharply defined trajectories that defied the wear of time. Those overwhelming marks, he realized, were not products of ordinary human skill, but could only have been forged by someone who had attained the level of void step. Yol revealed that these marks were the handiwork of the Sword Master, who had passed away 59 years earlier. Wenchang briefly considered whether the Sword Master might be Yang Chuan. Yol recalled that a disciple expelled by Yang Chuan had gone on to establish the Tyrant Sword sect, meaning that every technique of that sect had its origins in the legendary master. Yol elaborated further, asserting that, aside from the desolate fortress lord, neither god nor demon, few could rival the Sword Master's prowess. The revelation left Wenchang in stunned disbelief, for it was nearly unimaginable that the Sword Master could match the might of the desolate fortress lord. Yol then recounted how the Sword Master had once taken a starving, seemingly useless orphan like him, brought him to the main mountain, and entrusted him to the previous patriarch's care. When Wenchang inquired why he had not learned the Sword Master's technique, Yol explained that fate had not allowed it, and that he himself lacked the necessary talent. Many of the sect's swordsmen had tried, yet the path of the sword was not one navigated by broad knowledge or sheer martial prowess. The assembled masters had agreed that only a sudden flash of inspiration could ever trace the true path of the Sword Master. As Wenchang concentrated on the sword path, he furrowed his brow at a phrase boldly inscribed in one stroke within the mist on the cliff. The worthy one shall obtain it. Yol affirmed that this was a matter solely of innate talent. The entire hope of the sect for deciphering this technique rested on Manhwa. Even if she did not outwardly display its burden, its weight was unmistakable. Manhwa, renowned as the unprecedented genius of the Zhongnan sect, wore a look of deep perplexity. Even she could not fully grasp the significance of the situation, which transcended personal capability. Before long, the luminous aura that had encircled Yeonshin's head faded, leaving him simply grateful for another opportunity to grow stronger and inspired to create his own sword technique. After a long, steady exhalation, Yeonshin emerged from his concentration on the sword trace. Then, in a manner reminiscent of a grandfather calling his grandson. Yeol called Yeonshin. When Yeonshin turned to meet his gaze, the Jeong sword immortal, unspoken curiosity, inquired what it was that the young man had seen. Yeonshin did not give out a response as an arc formed on his lips. Instead, Yeonshin slowly drew his desolate sword. Meanwhile, Manhwa could scarcely believe that a youth barely 16 years old could truly decipher such an intricate technique. The white blade of the desolate fortress shone brilliantly under the sunlight, and as Yeonshin performed the young dynamic technique, a faint blue light ignited in his eyes, attesting to the profound understanding he had attained. Manhwa watched in anticipation, while Wonchong wore a foolish grin on his face. Completely immersed in the moment, Yeonshin was ready to unleash the techniques he had learned from observing the mark on the cliff. Even the sword immortal appeared surprised to see the young one take his stance. Then, the bell rang out, its usual clarity replaced by an urgent tone. Yeonshin immediately halted his demonstration. The group turned toward the distance where the entrance gate stood. A guard, shouting from afar, announced the arrival of the Tyrant Sword sect. Manhwa sighed under her breath, as if anticipating the event. Wonchong exclaimed in shock, wondering if Tyrant Sword sect had truly invaded. Yeonshin remained silent, prepared to face whatever might come. The Jeong sword immortal instructed the guests to stay in this place. On the other hand, Yeonshin understood that this was a war between the Jeong sect and Tyrant Sword sect, and that there was no place for him to involve himself. Yeonshin's sole purpose for being there was to observe and protect his niece. Manhwa turned briefly, calling out to Yeong-san, asking him to look after Haya. Yeong-san responded affirmatively, with Haya by his side, both watching as the others prepared for battle. With incredible speed, they disappeared using a remarkable movement technique. The Jeong sword immortal vanished in an instant. Yeonshin turned to Yeong-san, asking if this was the kind of fight that happened often. Yeong-san explained that they never knew when or where an attack might come. Even the strongest fighters have been caught off guard and struck. Just like now. Yeonshin thought about the situation, realizing that the Jeong sect was in a precarious position. For the Jeong sword immortal, one of the top masters of the 9 great sects, to be forced to remain behind to defend the main sect spoke volumes of the gravity of their situation. Wonchong muttered, commenting on how unfortunate the turn of events was. Yeonshin, still reflecting on the situation, wondered aloud whether this wasn't when the desolate master should step in. Wonchong explained that, even so, Desolate Fortress couldn't interfere. A martial artist from a 9 great sects would never act without pride. Wonchong then reminded Yeonshin that they had just witnessed something similar. If Manhwa, the Cloud Sword Dragon, had not intervened, a major incident would have occurred. Yeonshin remarked that the Jeong sect didn't seem in a position to act freely. Suddenly, a voice broke through the conversation, surprising the 2 warriors from Desolate Fortress. An unfamiliar man told them not to speak carelessly about their sect. Yeonshin, already sensing their presence faintly, finally saw 5 hidden martial artists perched on a boulder nearby. They seemed either to be guarding Haya, who had caught the attention of the Jeong sword immortal, or for some other reason. The energy they emitted was distinct, clearly not from any evil sect like the Tyrant Sword sect. Yeonshin replied slowly, saying that he didn't think his words had been disrespectful. One of the men retorted, pointing out that words could be perceived differently depending on the listener. He also asked if Yeonshin was unaware that Desolate Fortress could never be considered a guest of honor in Mirim. Yeonshin then realized that Desolate Fortress had many enemies, both from orthodox and unorthodox sects. Wonchong, though seemingly more focused on arguing, chimed in to emphasize that the strongest fighters from Jeongnan were already down the mountain fighting, asking whether they have a choice. His mocking tone, though evident, conveyed an undeniable truth. He added that it seemed like the Jeongnan sect could use all the help they could get. One of the men from Jeongnan shouted angrily at the comment, his veins bulging and his anger simmering. But their anger quickly dissipated when they noticed the energy shift around them. Yeonshin and Wonchong turned their attention to the approaching figures. 5 martial artists from the Tyrant Sword sect appeared, their energy more overwhelming from that of the 5 Jeongnan sect fighters. Yeonshin, who had passed several pavilions to get here, now faced the unexpected appearance of Tyrant Sword sect martial artists. The leader of the Tyrant Sword sect infiltration squad ordered coldly that they kill the child first, since she was continuing the Sword Immortal's legacy. Despite her fear, Haya clung to Yeongsan as the threat loomed. One of the Jeongnan martial artists shouted in fury as the 5 Tyrant Sword Sect fighters charged, unsheathing their swords. The force of the collision whipped through the air, a violent wind sweeping across the area. Despite being outnumbered, the battle was evenly matched. The martial artist who appeared the strongest walked through the chaos with an airy calm, while the Jeongnan sect fighters seemed overwhelmed just trying to block the other 4. He eyed Yeonshin, who had shielded Haya behind him, and smiled. He mocked the desolate fortress youngsters, asking why they had come to this place, suggesting it was to restore balance since their sect was dominant. Yeonshin's thoughts shifted to the situation at hand, realizing that these intruders had used the chaos to slip in and target Haya. He turned to Wonchong, asking for his assistance. Wonchong reassured him, telling him not to worry about his back. Aside from Yeonshin's calm demeanor, the only ones who seemed unbothered were the Tyrant Sword Sect martial artists and Wonchong, who appeared strangely pleased. Yeonshin did not respond to the enemy's mutterings, but at that moment, the Tyrant Sword Sect martial artists let out a small laugh. Yet Yeonshin had already set his mind. A heavy energy rose from his legs, and the true energy of the Jung dynamic technique rushed through his entire body. His step, filled with unmatched strength, struck with a force no one there could match. In an instant, Yeonshin's pure, white, desolate sword collided with the enemy's blade, sending a wild wind sweeping through the area. For a moment, all other battles paused. The leader of the Tyrant Sword Sect squad, who had barely blocked Yeonshin's strike, took a step back. 2 of the other martial artists, who had been engaged in battle with the Jeongnan sect disciples, leaped to the side. Yeonshin did not stop. He continued his relentless assault with his sword technique, just as Wonchang's momentum carried him from the side to meet the 2 enemies who broke free to charge. The energy that surged from Wonchang was extraordinary, completely different from his usual demeanor. In this life-and-death moment, he gripped his sword in reverse and swung it in a wide arc. The unique stance of the Radiant Demon technique deflected his enemy's sword and struck just below the breastbone. His killing intent was so sharp, it felt as though it could pierce the skin. With one enemy down, Wonchang stood his ground against the remaining foe, casting a quick glance toward Yeonshin's battle. The leader of the Tyrant Sword Sect squad was clearly overwhelmed by Yeonshin's relentless barrage of attacks. Yeonshin pressed on, pouring all his forbidden martial techniques into his strikes. The Radiant Demon's swift sword technique gave the enemy no room to breathe. Though each time, the enemy managed to defend, an opening finally appeared. As he struck, he cursed Yeonshin, wishing for his death. The enemy's blow came dangerously close, but Yeonshin dodged it with a Radiant Winged step, instantly appearing behind him. In a final move, Yeonshin drove his sword into the enemy's heart. The initiative was stolen from the enemy, leaving him with no chance to recover. Yeonshin's sword technique was executed in one swift motion, freezing time for a brief moment. All fighting stopped as onlookers watched in shock and admiration. The only sound was the wind brushing the peak of the mountain, while the leader of the enemy's squad cursed his fate. He could hardly believe he had lost to a mere brat from Desolate Fortress. Meanwhile, Yeonshin gazed at him coldly, his eyes devoid of empathy as he shook the blood from his blade. The leader's body collapsed lifelessly. Though Yeonshin's technique lacked depth due to its creation without formal sword training, it remained effective enough to overwhelm his opponent with surprise moves. The 2 warriors of Desolate Fortress swiftly eliminated the 3 attackers who had targeted Haya, leaving the martial master from the Jeongnan sect in stunned silence. Meanwhile, the martial masters from the same sect successfully subdued the rest of the enemy force. With the battle concluded, Wonchang surveyed the surroundings, his expression seemingly boasting the strength of the Desolate Fortress. The fight had unfolded with the 2 warriors managing to defeat 3 adversaries whom the Jeongnan sect's martial artists had struggled to handle. In military terms, it had resembled the destruction of an independent enemy unit. A wide grin spread across Haya's face as she rushed toward her uncle, relief evident in her every movement, grateful that everything had ended well. The realization of their mistake settled among the martial artists from the Jeongnan sect. One of them, clasping his hands together with the others, acknowledged their earlier misjudgment and offered an apology for their rudeness. Holding Haya in his arms, Yeonshin received their words with indifference. The martial artists of the Jeongnan sect, having trained in the mountains, carried a purity in their demeanor. Having once shown either pride or jealousy, they now found themselves unable to suppress admiration for Yeonshin after witnessing his martial prowess and the rescue he had provided. Some even attempted to engage him in conversation, though their efforts were soon interrupted by the return of the Jeongnan sword immortal and Manhwa, who had finished their battles. The peerless master and the cloud sword dragon descended gracefully. Manhwa's gaze quickly settled on the fallen enemies, their lifeless forms still drenched in fresh blood. The Jeongnan sword immortal, having already taken in the scene before him, addressed Yeonshin with a sense of gratitude. A debt had been incurred by Jeongnan. Still holding Haya, Yeonshin dismissed the notion of debt, claiming that he had only been protecting his niece. However, the Jeongnan sword immortal shook his head at this dismissal. He spoke of Haya's future, asserting that she would one day become a pillar of Jeongnan, following in Manhwa's path. For the sect, such an act of protection was indeed a significant favor. Acknowledging the sentiment, Yeonshin expressed gratitude in return. Carefully, Yeonshin lowered Haya to the ground. His actions suggested an intent to do something else. A request followed as Yeonshin took up his sword once more. He wished to train for a moment. Both Manhwa and the Jeongnan sword immortal observed him with discerning eyes, their curiosity piqued by his intent. There was no need for them to move aside, he stated. The rising sensation within him would not let go. The Jeongnan sword immortal immediately recognized the signs. The boy had gained an insight. Without hesitation, he instructed the martial artists of the Jeongnan sect to step back. At the same time, Yeonshin's gaze shifted toward the Swordmaster's cliff. The confrontation with the Tyrant Sword sect member had refined his realization. With measured movements, Yeonshin unsheathed his desolate sword. Sunlight filtered through in sharp streaks, reflecting against the pristine white blade as it extended beneath the controlled motion of his grip. As the sword moved, it carved an enigmatic pattern in the air, its arc following the precision of his swinging arm. No external energy manifested, only the smooth trajectory of the blade. Yet, upon its surface, the sunlight seemed to become momentarily captured, as though drawn toward it. The sight alone caused the Jeongnan sword immortal's eyes to widen in astonishment. However, despite the brilliance of the desolate sword, its radiance faltered. Unable to maintain the progress, the glow dimmed. A heavy breath escaped Yeonshin as he lowered the sword. Following the intended trajectory had not been enough. His true energy had failed to rise in accordance with his will. The realization struck. Just as he had always forged his own martial path, the sword traces on the cliff seemed to whisper the same directive. His sword was his own to find. With conviction, Yeonshin turned away from the cliff, rejecting the notion of inheriting the sword master's legacy. That trace, he explained, illustrated a specific path. The message it conveyed urged him to expand his perception beyond its confines. The Jeongnan sword immortal acknowledged the words with wisdom. It was said that the traces left by a great master who founded a sect contained spiritual energy, a force that transcended the boundary between martial arts and sorcery. The sword master, he mused, had likely possessed the same depth. To commune with such an imprint was a sign of fortune and talent aligning. Yeonshin absorbed the elder's words, contemplating them in silence. His curiosity led him to ask about the final years of the swordmaster's life. Confirmation came swiftly. The revered master had indeed spent his last days within Jeongnan. A connection to the Jeongnan sect masters was inevitable, but the realization remained clear. The Jeongnan sword style, deeply embedded in its teachings, did not suit his body. Mastering it would be inefficient. Intrigued by his conclusion, Manhwa addressed him with respectful curiosity. She wished for a more detailed explanation. The restoration of the 9-yang unified technique, he stated, fell under the responsibility of the great hero Cloud Sword Dragon. However, he offered a small measure of assistance if she wishes for it. The implication caused Manhwa's thoughts to stir. Assistance in restoring the sword technique. Such an offer carried great significance. The weight of those words settled upon her. Uncertainty formed in her expression as she sought confirmation. Yeonshin offered no further elaboration. Instead, he took several measured steps away, creating distance. A single word followed, commanding attention. Observe. He revealed that his training was incomplete. The realization settled within Yeonshin as he moved forward with deliberate steps, observed intently by Manhwa. A peculiar experience accompanied the sight of the sword trace on the cliff. As Yeonshin unsheathed his sword once more, an illusion unfolded within his mind. Heaven and earth overturned and collapsed into a singular line. The radiance of his sword ignited anew. What followed was the manifestation of a technique shaped through inspiration drawn from the ancient markings on the cliff. Every motion carried the weight of newfound understanding. The realization struck: if sheer speed were enough to dominate an opponent, then there existed a reason why techniques such as the Taiji Wisdom Sword and Plum Blossom Sword held renown throughout the martial world. Movements unfolded in seamless fluidity, each stroke resembling a dance. A deeper truth revealed itself. An elevated sword technique extended beyond mere blade wielding. The essence within its forms intertwined with inner energy and swordsmanship, crafting a harmony unseen before. Manhwa's gaze remained unwavering, as though the act of blinking had been forgotten entirely. Until now, true understanding of the sword had remained elusive. This thought coursed through Yeonshin's mind as the glow of his pure, white, desolate blade illuminated the space around him. In that instant, the legacy of the great sword master did not merely endure. It soared to greater heights in the hands of a new generation. The sword no longer stopped its succession. It ventured beyond, reaching toward a higher sky. Tears traced down the deeply lined face of the Jeong sword immortal, their weight carrying the passage of distant years. A quiet whisper escaped him, an acknowledgement of the revered sword master. Despite lacking the refinement he aspired to, Yeonshin's swordsmanship radiated brilliance. The technique he forged embodied his own ideals, a life akin to an unceasing light, filling the world much like the sun, moon, and stars. The technique itself reflected this nature, its characteristic movement spreading light along its trajectory. A voice, laced with pride, broke the moment's silence. Wonchong, chest puffed with admiration, inquired about the name of the sword technique. Yeonshin, turning slightly, acknowledged the question. He already decided on the name of the sword technique. Radiant sword style. His gaze fell upon the desolate sword, still gleaming with the hues of twilight. Nodding in understanding, Wonchong exhaled, harboring no envy, only pride for his fellow warrior. Radiant sword style, a technique seizing the world's brilliance, cutting decisively through all obstacles. If perfected, it could encompass heaven and earth, wielding influence over the whole world. As night descended, the two warriors of Desolate Fortress settled within the accommodations provided to them. Reflection accompanied Yeonshin's quiet moments. Much had been gained from his place. The rescue of his niece, the creation of his own sword technique. Though he had done nothing tangible for the Jeong sect, their treatment of him as an honored guest remained unchanged. A sense of unease accompanied such generosity. Wonchong, however, displayed no such concerns. A declaration of intent escaped him, voiced with an air of casual delight. The golden tea of Jeong should be taken back upon their return. His demeanor bore no trace of tension, as if effortlessly overcoming enemies had been a simple matter. Gratitude followed, directed toward Yeonshin. Thanks to his achievements, such kindness had been extended by the Jeong sect. Yet Yeonshin's thoughts strayed. The image of Wonchong in battle resurfaced, an expression different from the one worn now. In that moment, Wonchang's eyes had carried the weight of countless past encounters, each one resolved through decisive, lethal intent. Everyone carried their own stories. That conclusion settled within Yeonshin, dismissing any desire to dwell further on the matter. A pleasant voice, clear and soft, interrupted the stillness, calling for Yeonshin. Recognition flickered across Wonchang's face immediately. Without hesitation, Yeonshin stepped outside, leaving behind the mixed expression upon Wonchang's face, tinged with envy. Beyond the threshold, Manhwa awaited, unchanged from their first encounter. The same feather adorned her hair, her martial attire of sky blue and peach flowing in the night breeze. A matter left unspoken before it brought her here. The subject of the sword master's trace surfaced in their exchange, acknowledged with a simple nod. Under the quiet company of the moonlight, conversation unfolded. A confession followed, laced with both resolve and honesty. She desired to step beyond the lingering shadow of the swordmaster. In both chivalry and the path of the sword, an independent course must be carved. The aim was clear: to become a great master in her own right. Her ambition, expressed before someone younger, carried a weight of its own. Something within her demeanor had shifted, altered by the sight of Yeonshin's radiant sword style. Her reputation as the Jeongnan sect's strongest rising talent seemed well-founded. A response followed, steady and composed. Yeonshin stated that he would support her. For a fleeting moment, a subtle deflation marked her reaction, though composure quickly returned. A slight smile played upon Yeonshin's lips. Meanwhile, within Manhwa's mind, thoughts stirred, a contemplation of whether the restoration of the nine-yang unified technique could truly be within reach. Back then, when the Tyrant Sword Sect infiltration squad had come for Haya, the young hero Yeonshin had moved with an uncanny swiftness, his motions precise and silent, akin to a martial artist who had honed his body to become an assassin. Yeonshin had pondered over that moment, considering that his companion might have been deliberately concealing his origins. Yet, there was no doubt that when the time was right, Yeonshin would reveal them of his own accord. Now, as Yeonshin strolled with Manhwa, their conversation turned toward the matter of the radiant sword style. When Yeonshin expressed his willingness to support her, a rapid sequence of thoughts raced through Manhwa's mind. The promise had been to teach her, and as expected, requesting such a favor without offering anything in return would have been shameless. With a composed expression, she brought her hands together in a respectful gesture before speaking, her red lips moving with quiet determination. If assistance could be given in restoring the nine-yang unified technique, then in turn, she would vow to serve him as her benefactor until the end of her days. Such generosity significantly reduced the dissatisfaction that accompanied a life that could not be guaranteed to last. The night remained tranquil, illuminated by the soft glow of the moon, while the mountains lay in deep silence. Against this backdrop, her voice rang out, clear and resolute. There was no act more dignified in the martial world than the sharing of martial arts. A quiet confidence accompanied her words as she continued, the curve of her lips forming a graceful arc. The request was not one of servility. Rather, it carried the weight of certainty, as if the flames of an indomitable will burned within her gaze. With a cold nod, Yeonshin acknowledged her words before responding, offering to begin at once, suggesting it would not take long. His response carried both surprise and delight. In turn, Manhwa offered a faint smile. Side by side, the two moved forward. At a distance, the Jeongnan sword immortal observed them in silence. Yeonshin could not ignore the peculiar feeling that arose in his heart. The Cloud Sword Dragon, Manhwa, was undoubtedly a warrior who stood on par with those of the blue-robed warriors, as defined in the desolate fortress. Yet, despite that, he, as someone who had only just reached the white-robed rank, was the one providing one-sided assistance to a martial artist of such prowess and experience. The presence of the Jeongnan sword immortal further deepened this sense of unease. Unlike before, there was a newfound composure to the old master, accompanied by a faint smile. Since the moment he had laid eyes on the radiant sword style, his demeanor had changed. With a strange feeling settled in his chest, Yeonshin and Manhwa arrived at the edge of a towering cliff. Without hesitation, Yeonshin began his explanation, starting with the oral chant. A flicker of disbelief crossed Manhwa's face as the words registered. Surprise filled her voice as she reacted to the revelation. The notion seemed absurd. He had not only discovered clues regarding the technique, but had gone so far as to reconstruct an oral chant for it. Yeonshin explained further, clarifying that while it was indeed an oral chant, it would not be identical to that of the Swordmaster's original technique. The responsibility of refining that aspect lay in the hands of the great hero, Cloud Sword Dragon. Though perplexed, Manhwa listened attentively. The question lingered in her mind. How could such a talent exist in this world? Yeonshin continued, tracing his understanding from the remnants of sword paths left behind. Yet, It was an entirely different challenge from merely retracing the marks of Sword's path and reconstructing its movements. Remaining silent, Manhwa absorbed every word. What remained for her now was to integrate this newfound insight into her own understanding. Time passed quickly. Before long, Manhwa vanished without a word. Shortly after, the Jeong Sword Immortal stood beside Yeonshin and spoke, revealing that she had fallen into her inner demons upon their encounter that night. She was not one to boast of her martial arts, yet it seemed that she had been deeply shaken by what she had witnessed. The old master elaborated further. Among the martial artists of her generation in Shaanxi, none could rival her. People praised her as possessing the greatest martial talent. Yeonshin quietly repeated the words, "the greatest in the world." The phrase carried an unfamiliar weight. With a slow nod, the Jeong Sword Immortal confirmed it. For the first time, she had encountered a talent so overwhelming that it made her own abilities feel insignificant. She had witnessed Yeonshin grasp the intent hidden within sword marks and instantly create a sword technique before her very eyes. Faced with such a reality, she could not help but compare herself to him. To Yeonshin, however, the thought was meaningless. The great hero Cloud Sword Dragon stood several levels above him. After all, for someone pressed for time like him, such concerns were difficult to comprehend. The Jeong Sword Immortal chuckled, shaking his head. Heaven had made an error, he mused, to grant such talent, and yet also instill a heart that found satisfaction in nothing. It was among the greatest unfairnesses of the world. Yeonshin dismissed the words, calling them an embarrassing sentiment. Their bond had grown considerably. Someone within the Jeong sect had even compared it to the relationship between a grandfather and his grandchild. Yeonshin somehow found this old master far more comfortable than his maternal grandfather. Just then, Manhwa returned. With her mysterious movement technique, she appeared as if stepping forth from thin air. Bringing her hands together in a martial salute, she acknowledged both men, the old master and the young swordsman, who, in this moment, seemed as close as family. The Jeong Sword Immortal greeted her arrival with calm words, expressing his certainty that she would swiftly overcome her inner demons. Yeonshin merely offered her a brief greeting. Her presence carried urgency, and her white face, now emaciated, had grown pale. With directness, she turned to Yeonshin, addressing him as brother before posing a question. Since he had obtained the oral chant first, was he also capable of demonstrating the corresponding sword movements? Yeonshin affirmed it without hesitation. A new suggestion followed from Manhwa. If they trained together in the Nine-Yang unified technique, filling in each other's weaknesses, they would improve far more quickly than if they trained alone. Yet Yeonshin's response came without the slightest hesitation. Apologizing, he stated plainly that he barely had enough time to train in his own swordsmanship. The refusal was firm, and Manhwa had not expected it. In the end, unable to press the matter further, she let out a sigh, laced with quiet regret. Since both techniques shared the same origin, simply observing each other's sword movements would suffice. Yeonshin proposed that Manhwa could stand beside him while he trained in the Radiant Sword style, while she, the Cloud Sword Dragon, could continue practicing the Nine-Yang unified technique. A flicker of confusion crossed Manhwa's face as she processed his words. Was he truly suggesting that he would display his martial arts training in its entirety? Yeonshin affirmed it without hesitation, reiterating that she should train in the Nine-Yang unified technique while observing his movements. For the first time, admiration stirred in Manhwa's gaze. The opportunity to witness the training of the Radiant Sword style was no small matter. She acknowledged it plainly. The great master here was not her, but Yeonshin. The Jeong Sword Immortal let out a sigh. Generosity should have its limits, he mused, yet here was one who had already surpassed such boundaries. Though his expression remained unchanged, the goodwill emanating from him deepened. However, Yeonshin found himself momentarily perplexed. There was a fundamental difference between sharing insights and openly demonstrating martial arts training. He recalled the discussions of martial arts that took place within the Radiant Demon Squad ranks, where open discourse was common. Yet in the greater martial world, observing another's training was strictly forbidden, an unspoken rule that all adhered to. Ma Jin had once warned that one must never watch another's martial arts training. Chong Myung had reinforced this sentiment, stating that such an act could easily lead to a duel to the death. Yeonshin had countered that the captain had demonstrated martial techniques for them before, and they had always trained together. Mirio had explained the distinction. What could be shown was vastly different from the private practice of serious martial arts. True training was never to be observed. Upon hearing the words of his seniors, Yeonshin had come to understand this unyielding principle. The two martial masters seemed to uphold that very belief, yet the misunderstanding continued to grow. There was still a distinction between revealing insight and demonstrating an already established technique. Yeonshin contemplated this quietly before setting aside his thoughts. Taking his stance, he prepared to begin, and Manhwa instinctively followed. Almost simultaneously, they drew their swords. The desolate sword, unveiled beneath the sunlight, gleamed with an eerie yet captivating beauty, appearing even more mysterious than before. Their movements mirrored each other as they stepped forward, thrusting their swords in accordance with their own interpretations of the same foundational sword style. Softly, Yeonshin murmured radiant light as he activated the oral chant. The energy flow of the radiant sword style was unlike that of the Eternal Blossom Fist, where the latter relied on severing all strikes in a single motion. The radiant sword style embraced continuity, an uninterrupted, flowing form. With each swing, the light reflecting off the desolate sword intensified, as though the very essence of sunlight had been captured within its steel. The tip of the sword, bathed in the radiance of the overhead sun, traced delicate strokes upon the ground. No resistance hindered his movements. The wind and light that gathered upon the blade seemed to resonate with his body, flowing in harmony. It was at that moment that Yeonshin fully grasped the nature of what he had created. The radiant sword style, born from his own comprehension, was a technique designed solely for him. A quiet, unheard sight dissipated into the air. Opposite him, Manhwa's sword came to an abrupt halt. Her stance remained frozen, her eyes locked onto Yeonshin. She had been practicing the nine-yang unified technique alongside him, channeling her inner energy with precision. Given her vast experience and knowledge, she had naturally taken the lead in mastering the technique. Yet, as Yeonshin moved, the disparity between them became unmistakable. His swordsmanship had initially seemed rough, yet within moments, he had caught up to her in mastery. Though they had begun learning a new sword technique at the same time, the gap between their martial achievements was immeasurable, undeniable even at a glance. Both the nine-yang unified technique and the radiant sword style were formidable martial disciplines, deserving of the highest praise. Her blade, which had always carried the dominance, hesitated against an overwhelming presence. A strange sensation settled within her chest, a feeling unfamiliar and unsettling. As Manhwa swallowed the silence that had crept upon her, something shifted. The speed of Yeonshin's blade changed. Between the rolling currents of the radiant sword style, her own sword movements gradually faltered. Before Manhwa even realized it, the swift and fluid strikes of a different sword technique began to merge into Yeonshin's form. Without warning, the new sword technique seamlessly wove itself into his movements. One who truly holding the highest degree of talent wasn't her, but someone else. A true dragon of domineering talent, wielding a wish-fulfilling jewel. The lightning genius, Yeonshin. It was not the pride of one standing at the peak, but rather the humbling weight of witnessing true martial talent. Those who had deeply cultivated their internal energy all carried a certain kind of presence, a radiance within their gaze that burned like a beast's eyes. And in this moment, before her, that very radiance flashed within Yeonshin's own. The mountain became filled with noise as the aftermath of a blocked attack was being dealt with. The leader of the Jeongnan sect had returned after striking one of the Tyrant Sword sect's branches. Upon hearing the news, Yeonshin was able to meet the ruler of Jeongnan Mountain after spending a day waiting. he was greeted by great elder Yeonshin, who had shown kindness toward Yeonshin during the annihilation of the Jeong family. Sitting in the leader's seat was the Jeongnan sect leader, a man of remarkable appearance. His ears, sharp like blades, and his long robe, the color of the blue sky, radiated the bearing of a hero from the current age. Yeonshin reflected on the strange connection of fate, how the child she had seen during the Jeong family incident was now restoring her husband's swordsmanship. The Jeongnan sect leader, Western Heaven's Sword Lord, Ouyang Chun, spoke, thanking Yeonshin for the favor. Ouyang Chun, the son of the Sword Saint and Yeonshin, was of mixed human and elven blood. His noble heritage was easily identified by his ears. He mentioned that Yeonshin had recovered the Radiant Winged sword style, an inheritance that belonged to him by blood, and had passed the oral chant to Manhwa. Furthermore, Yeonshin had been personally watched over by the Sword Immortal and had saved a disciple of the Jeongnan sect. For these merits, Ouyang Chun stated that the sect owed him a proper thank you. He then asked what Yeonshin desired from them. Yeonshin closed his eyes for a moment, clearly not expecting such a reward. Although he knew that he should not ask for something as trivial as precious medicine, he still sought something meaningful. Finally, he spoke, requesting permission to assist in the fight against the Tyrant Sword sect. The conversation then continued. Elsewhere, Manhwa stood with her sword poised downward in an elegant upper stance. The midday sunlight filtered gently through the air, harmonizing perfectly with the serene surroundings of Jeongnan Mountain. However, unlike the peaceful environment, her sword stance was not one of calm. The Nine-Yang unified technique she practiced demanded a single, decisive strike, and the tension in her movements reflected the intensity of that technique. The Jeongnan Sword Immortal, observing from a distance, trained his gaze on her. To her, Yeonshin's creation of a sword technique that flowed from repeated single strikes was unusual. Thus, Manhwa was struggling to perform the Nine-Yang unified technique as her heart was desired. She had learned the technique, but something within her distorted its intended flow. Taking a deep breath, Manhwa's heart sank. She could not fully perform the Nine-Yang unified technique, and despite repeating the oral chant she had learned from the young warriors of the desolate fortress, the issue remained. The Jeongnan Sword Immortal, noticing her struggle, approached her and spoke. He observed that she was not concentrating fully. Manhwa apologized, admitting that her attempts had been a mess. The Sword Immortal then asked if Yeonshin was the cause of her distress. Manhwa shook her head, lowering it as she confessed that the problem lay within her own heart. She had already fully acknowledged Yeonshin's sword technique, and her inner turmoil did not arise from jealousy. Her mind wasn't that narrow. Rather, it stemmed from a sense of futility and recognition that her years of refining her martial talent might be pointless. Manhwa questioned whether the Radiant Winged sword style was indeed superior to the Nine-Yang unified technique, seeking confirmation that she had not misjudged the situation. The Jeongnan Sword Immortal quickly confirmed that Yeonshin's martial art was indeed superior. His rise through the levels of the sword was astonishing, as he had mastered the technique at a pace far beyond anyone's expectations. Not only was his creation of the martial art impressive, but his quick progress in mastering a style he had just learned overwhelmed the Nine-Yang unified technique that Manhwa had spent years perfecting. Stating a matter of a fact, the Jeongnan Sword Immortal evaluated that Yeonshin had already achieved what she had been striving for. In a tone of somber reflection, he commented that Yeonshin was a great master transcending age. It was natural for him to master the martial art he had created for himself, as things one creates are always the best fit for them. The Jeongnan Sword Immortal shared a deeper wisdom, explaining that everything in the world follows this principle. Manhwa expressed that Yeonshin must possess an extraordinary talent, one that would never again be seen. She also admitted that she could not keep up with him. The Jeongnan Sword Immortal offered a more philosophical perspective, suggesting that living in the same era as such a great master could be considered a blessing, depending on one's outlook. He reminded Manhwa that she had inherited the Nine-Yang unified technique, which was no small grace. Manhwa faintly smiled, accepting the truth with a sense of resignation. Her cultivated strength as a disciple of Jeongnan Mountain helped her contain the anguish that troubled her. The Jeongnan Sword Immortal, who had raised Manhwa like a granddaughter, knew well that her pride as the Cloud Sword Dragon and her youthful passion struggled against the realization that Yeonshin had surpassed her in potential. He sighed deeply, and then, in a tone that suggested a deeper concern, he warned Manhwa to keep silent about what he was about to reveal. He explained that Yeonshin possessed a unique Baihui acupoint, which connected him to great nature. This allowed him to absorb the power of heaven and earth at an excessive rate, a power that could ultimately be dangerous. Even the most extraordinary masters would find it difficult to handle such energy. Manhwa, her curiosity piqued, asked for clarification. The Jeongnan Sword Immortal's response was grim. Yeonshin didn't have long to live. His words were heavy with a sense of impending tragedy, and Manhwa's eyes widened as the realization sank in. Despite this, Yeonshin continued to push forward with relentless determination, as if striving to leave his mark on the world. The Jeongnan Sword Immortal reflected on this, concluding that Yeonshin was fighting desperately, aware of the limited time left to him. Manhwa finally understood. Though Yeonshin was younger than her, he had burned through his time in this world at an extraordinary pace, far faster than she had. Regardless of martial rank or age, she felt a deep respect for him. The Jeongnan Sword Immortal echoed this sentiment, voicing his own admiration for the young martial artist. This realization left Manhwa with a sense of pity for Yeonshin, the great young hero, the lightning genius of Desolate Fortress. It was the end of February when the battle between the two sects arrived. The wind, rough and biting, swept across the vast Gwangjong plain. The forces of Jeongnan sect and Tyrant Sword sect stood facing each other across the field. After discussing with the Jeongnan sect leader, Yeonshin was granted permission to join the battle. He stood among the Jeongnan sect disciples, his gaze unwavering, looking straight ahead. The forces of the Tyrant Sword sect, known as the 13 Heavens, stood in opposition. Their energy was sharp, as if it were a sword itself. They were infamous for seeking the most tyrannical power in the world. Yeonshin's gaze revealed no fear. His life was destined to be brief, but that fact was something he had already accepted. Now, all he could do was give everything he had in hopes of achieving something worthy of the fruit of the world tree. At the front of the opposition stood the Tyrant Sword sect leader, the absolute being from Yeonshin's memories. The leader's face remained expressionless, but his energy poured outward as his domineering sword stood planted in the ground. Despite the distance of over 1,000 steps, the overwhelming presence of his power washed over the battlefield. Wonchong muttered, glaring ahead, recognizing Yeonshin's enemy. He knew Yeonshin's story well, and their growing friendship had deepened in ways that neither had fully realized. For the first time, Yeonshin saw in Wonchong an aspect worthy of being called a divine hero. Wonchong had not been required to join the mission, but he had chosen to do so, prompting silent gratitude from Yeonshin. At that moment, a figure from the Tyrant Sword sect leaped forward alone. Landing confidently, Wei Mu Hyok, the third disciple of the Tyrant Sword sect leader, issued his challenge to the battlefield. He called for a worthy opponent to face his sword. His challenge was a common one in martial conflicts, a vanguard battle. These battles served to assess the strength and potential of the sect by pitting their future champions against one another. Yeonshin had experienced something similar before, with Yu Haiyan of the Manhwa sect. Yeonshin stepped forward, stating that he would present his request to the Jeongnan sect leader. The Jeongnan sect leader turned, and their eyes met. Yeonshin, with utmost respect, requested permission to step forward. He spoke of having comprehended the legacy of the great senior swordmaster, the sect leader's father, and the great elder's husband, and as a guest of the Jeongnan sect, he sought the chance to face this opponent. Manhwa, who had been making strange expressions every time she saw Yeonshin recently, looked at him. Various emotions flickered across her face, thoughts of him trying to leave a lasting mark on the world echoing in her mind. The Jeongnan sect leader gave his permission, acknowledging Yeonshin's request. In turn, Yeonshin clasped his fist and expressed his gratitude. Mayowa's gaze remained fixed on Yeonshin as he moved away, walking towards the battlefield. Standing beside Wonchong, she did not take her eyes off his retreating figure. With a single leap, Yeonshin crossed the distance to the arena between the representatives, his movements graceful and swift. The Jeong soared immortal sighed, watching the youth with admiration. Even the great elder, Yeonshin, could not take her eyes off him as he moved toward his challenge. There stood a great master, burning with determination to leave behind a mark on the world, so young yet already a grand figure among martial artists. Yeonshin walked slowly toward his opponent, a sense of quiet resolve in every step. Wu Hyok, facing him, spoke first. He remarked that the fate of the Jeongnan sect had ended. He seemed to be around 17 or 18, his appearance transitioning from a boy to a young man. Yeonshin did not falter. His gaze remained fixed on the figure behind him, not once acknowledging the young man in front of him. After sizing Yeonshin up, Wu Hyok's eyes widened with recognition. He sneered, recalling Yeonshin from the Jeong family massacre. He had thought he should have killed Yeonshin back then, but now, fate had brought him to this moment. He drew his blade, confident that he could win against the youth who had been so weak in the past. Wu Hyok taunted Yeonshin, suggesting that he had been unable to do anything back then and was destined to die in this life-and-death battle. He mocked Yeonshin, saying that the tyrant sword sect leader would not interfere, as it would only embarrass him. Arrogance flowed through Wu Hyok's every word, a reflection of the confidence instilled in him by the tyrant sword sect. Yeonshin, however, did not spare him a glance. His eyes remained fixed on the tyrant sword sect leader, even though the leader was standing far behind Wu Hyok. As Yeonshin began to draw his desolate blade, the gaze of the two men met. The tyrant sword sect leader's face remained as indifferent as ever, but the connection between them was undeniable. In this battle, the only person can face the third disciple of the tyrant sword sect leader was Manhwa. However, it was slightly inappropriate for her to step forward. She was a bit older than Wu Hyok, and their accumulated reputations were vastly different. Throughout the standoff, Yeonshin's gaze remained fixed on the tyrant sword sect leader. Wu Hyok, noticing that his opponent, who appeared no older than 17, wasn't sparing him even a glance, became enraged. Wu Hyok yelled as he leaped, demanding to know where Yeonshin thought he was looking. His attitude, one of complete disregard for his opponent, was typical of martial artists from evil sects. Their swords collided, and an explosion of energy sent a strong gust of wind through the air. The swords crossed, but remained locked, unmoving. Like an immovable wall, Yeonshin stood his ground, not yielding a single step as he absorbed the sword strike. Wu Hyok expressed surprise at Yeonshin's strength, remarking that it wasn't bad. Yeonshin did not respond. Having thoroughly learned sword techniques himself, he could sense the flow of energy created by his opponent's sword, realizing that it was nothing special. A memory from Yeonshin's past surfaced, when Chong Myung had tested him upon his entry into the Radiant Demon Squad. Yeonshin opened his mouth slowly, remembering a lesson. He recalled how someone from a noble Elven clan once mentioned that a person's potential could be judged by the wind of their sword. Yeonshin smiled smugly as he reflected on the meaning behind those words, realizing now what was meant by them. When Yeonshin smiled, sending goosebumps through Wu Hyan's arm, Yeonshin then performed his radiant wing sword style. The desolate sword in his hand radiated sunlight, and a faint light burst forth, pushing away the crossed swords. This pushed Wu Hyok back, unable to withstand the force. Yeonshin didn't stop. With wind swirling around him, he glided past his opponent with an almost effortless step. Manhwa watched in surprise, her eyes wide, unable to hide her astonishment at how swiftly Yeonshin moved. Even the leader of the Jeongnan sect, standing nearby, widened his eyes in disbelief, with the grand elder Yeonshin by his side, equally astonished. As its name suggested, the radiant winged sword style sliced through the air as if the sword were flying without resistance. At the end of the sword strike, it flashed radiantly, diagonally across Wu Hyok's neck. Yeonshin nonchalantly sheathed his sword, and with a thud, Wu Hyok's body fell to the ground. For a brief moment, silence enveloped the plain. Yeonshin's eyes remained focused ahead, locking onto the figure of the tyrant's sword sect leader, who appeared unmoved by the death of his disciple. Without a hint of hesitation, Yeonshin pointed defiantly at the peerless figure, declaring that he would take one of his arms. He knew well that this reckless declaration would likely be seen as nothing more than entertainment. Yet, for the first time, a faint smile appeared on the tyrant's sword sect leader's face. He even let out a snicker. A cheer erupted from afar as others watched the spectacle unfold. Even the masters of the 9 orthodox schools, who usually maintained an air of dignity, were caught up in the moment, praising Yeonshin's skill. One of them shouted that Yeonshin was indeed a lightning genius, and that the title was very fitting. Others chimed in, praising the radiant winged sword style as an amazing and powerful technique. Another joined in with their own comments, admiring the technique. From the Tyrant Sword sect, one martial artist expressed disbelief at how Wu Hyok had been so easily defeated, asking how such a powerful sword style could even exist in this world. The Tyrant Sword sect leader then calmly gave his command to kill them all. His voice, imbued with a resonant force, sent a wave of oppressive energy across the Gwangjong plain. Countless martial artists from the Tyrant Sword sect descended the hill, charging toward the opposing force. Despite their initial shock, their morale remained strong. The Jeong sect's martial artists, gathering their spirit, met the charge, drawing their swords in response. Amid the chaos, Wen Chang's voice rose, calling for Yeonshin to return. The urgency in his voice suggested how dire the situation had become. Yet, Yeonshin stood his ground. The Tyrant Sword sect's charge continued, the sound of their collective power vibrating through the air. Yeonshin could sense the war igniting between the two forces, sparked by his radiant winged sword style. At the forefront of the Tyrant Sword sect charge was a master whose immense momentum shook the ground, radiating a tyrannical energy wave. Yeonshin unsheathed his desolate sword once more. He could immediately sense that the man charging toward him was an elder-level master, someone who had trained martial arts for decades, possessing top talent within the Tyrant Sword sect. He knew that this was a martial artist Yeonshin could not handle yet. The elder stepped forward, his voice cold as he declared that he would kill Yeonshin. From his demeanor, Yeonshin assumed the old man was Wu Hyok's grandfather. Had he been properly trained, it would not have taken more than 2 exchanges. Yeonshin spoke, provoking the elder. The old man leaped high into the air, his sword raised to strike Yeonshin down. As he descended, his voice filled the air, accusing Yeonshin of daring to challenge him. Yeonshin remained calm, turning his body sideways to create space. This is a battlefield now, he thought. Any method is permitted. Behind him, the Jeongnan sword immortal passed by with remarkable speed, brushing past Yeonshin's clothes. His inner energy surged through his body and into his hand. With a powerful counter from the Jeongnan sword immortal, the Tyrant Sword sect elder was forced back, his body pushed by the overwhelming energy wave. The burst of power rippled outward in all directions, announcing the start of the sect war. At last, the great battle between the Tyrant Sword sect and the Jeongnan sect had begun. The sword immortal turned slightly as he spoke, expressing gratitude for Yeonshin's role in taking the initiative in the battle. He then added that the old tyrant was his to deal with, and, with that, charged forward, sword drawn once more. Yeonshin remained motionless, scanning his surroundings. To gain merit in this battle, he knew he needed to find opponents he could handle. It was a group battle, so he did not need to overexert himself. Just then, a group of Tyrant Sword sect young masters charged at him, shouting threats as they aimed to kill him. Yeonshin realized he had already become the main target of the Tyrant Sword sect. Without hesitation, he stomped the ground, pushing off toward the side as inner energy surged through his body. The number of enemies rushing toward him, weapons drawn, was more than a few. Yet Yeonshin remained confident in his ability to handle them. The first attacker came with a spear, its blade crackling with energy, even laced with killing intent. It was far beyond the level of the praying mantis sect martial artists. Yeonshin deflected the spear with the scabbard of his sword, never giving his opponent a moment to think. Immersed in the chaos of the battlefield, he did not see his enemies as people, only as obstacles. He swung his sword with the radiant winged sword style, infused with the true energy of the Jeong dynamic technique. A radiant trace of light followed, leaving a mark on the man's neck. Without pausing, Yeonshin charged forward, a gust of dust swirling around him as his sword flashed, cutting down another foe. With two already defeated, Yeonshin pressed on, his senses heightened as he surveyed the battlefield. The techniques he had learned from battling the praying mantis sect proved invaluable in a group fight. Two more swift strokes of his sword severed two more young martial masters, bringing his tally to 4. But now, he found himself surrounded. The disciples of the tyrant sword sect had coordinated their attacks, finally facing him as a united front. Yeonshin's upper meridian burned with intense heat as he calculated the movements of his opponents. His mind was sharp, and his inner energy surged as he prepared to act. Two combined sword strikes came at him. He dodged the first with agility and blocked the second, calculating the best trajectory for his response. With a single stroke of his blade, the radiant light of the sun followed, cleaving through the two martial artists. With 6 fallen, Yeonshin's transformation into the Radiant Demon Squad's lightning genius was nearly complete, as he gathered new martial arts techniques with every strike. As his gaze swept ahead, Yeonshin realized he was now under attack from behind. But before the assailant could strike, a sword slashed through the air, severing the attacker's neck. It was Wonchong covering his back. The two exchanged a brief, knowing look. In the next moment, Yeonshin's eyes lit up. He pushed the Jeong dynamic technique to its utmost limit and danced with his sword. Two martial artists, one in white and the other in blue, moved in perfect harmony, cutting down one tyrant sword sect martial artist after another. The desolate swords in their hands, ever growing with their martial arts mastery, never ceased drawing blood. The first battle had been won by the Jeongnan sect. Many believed that seizing the initiative had been a decisive factor in their success. Yeonshin had since become somewhat of a celebrity upon Jeongnan Mountain. Martial artists of the Jeongnan sect treated him with courtesy and goodwill, recognizing his valor. As he strolled with Elder Yeonshin, she conveyed her gratitude to the young warrior. However, Yeonshin, unfamiliar with flowery praise, dismissed it as flattery. Elder Yeo mentioned the growing interest in him among the sect's members, noting that many were eager to speak with him. At one point, a disciple offered him fruit wine that had been hidden away from both master and senior uncles, inviting him to share a drink. On another occasion, a different disciple commented on the apparent backlog of martial duels, suggesting a missed opportunity to challenge him sooner. Yet another proudly declared that the junior sisters from the Poetry Rhythm Pavilion had shown interest in Yeonshin, but insisted that their sparring match would come first. Having grown up in isolation, Yeonshin found it difficult to respond to such warmth and attention. As he continued his walk with Elder Yeo, she brought up the topic of the Jeong family's destruction. She offered to reveal the truth to him immediately if he wished, mentioning that his second brother already knew the full story. There had been reasons behind Youngsan's decision not to disclose it and Elder Yeo's own hesitation. She suggested it would be better to wait until after the upcoming battle. Yeonshin considered her concern unnecessary, believing the truth would not shock him. Nonetheless, he agreed to wait, choosing to follow Elder Yeo's advice. 3 days later, the tyrant sword sect appeared once more upon the Gwanzhong plain, their swords sharpened and their murderous intent palpable. Even among those known for villainy, the air around them carried a grim silence that said more than words. The Jeongnan sword immortal assessed the situation with a grave tone. The enemy had mobilized the entirety of their elder council. Understanding their strength all too well, Manhwa voiced her belief that a victory here would bring an end to the conflict. The sword immortal tasked her with protecting the disciples, to which she responded with quiet composure, and her face alight with determination. Approaching Yeonshin, Manhwa conveyed her wish for his martial success. Their eyes met, a silent acknowledgement of the battle ahead. Yeonshin offered a calm reply, turning his gaze with the hope that the Cloud Sword Dragon would remain unharmed. It was then that the Sword Immortal issued a stern reminder regarding the 8 fierce Rakshasa sword, the grandfather of Wu Hyok, whom Yeonshin had slain. Yeonshin inquired whether this man was the same elder from the tyrant's sect they had previously encountered. The Sword Immortal confirmed this and explained further. Before he could defeat him fully, the leader of the Elder Council had intervened. Though the Elder's stance had collapsed quickly, he had remained focused on Yeonshin even while receiving fatal blows. Both Yeonshin and Manhwa listened closely as the warning continued. The Rakshasa sword held seniority even above the tyrant's sect's leader. Yet in battle, he moved as if an extension of his command, often regarded as his right hand. Resolute, Yeonshin fixed his eyes forward. Determination to earn further merit burned within him as he expressed gratitude for the warning. With a firm expression, the leader of the Jeong sect raised his sword. At his signal, the second great battle began. Unlike the first, there was no vanguard battle. The Tyrant Sword sect charged forward with swift, unrelenting force, their movements marked by deadly momentum. In perfect harmony, the disciples of the Jeong sect advanced to meet them, swords drawn and spirits united. Among the fray, a figure from the Poetry Rhythm Pavilion took command, instructing her fellow members to gather and form a sword formation to support one side of the battlefield. As the two forces, Jeong sect and the Tyrant Sword sect, collided, the vast plain grew dense with murderous intent. The fierce waves of hostility clashed against the refined and profound energy of one of the 9 great schools. Within this maelstrom, Yeonshin found himself instinctively raising the radiant wing sword style. The scent of blood had become all too familiar to him. Amid the sweeping tides of martial energy from all directions, he could only wonder how many opponents had already fallen by his blade. A sudden pulse of concentrated killing intent surged toward him, snapping him to full awareness. The Jeong Sword Immortal's warning had proven accurate. An elder of the Tyrant Sword sect, known as the 8 fierce Rakshasa sword, emerged through the chaos. Even clad in torn clothing, the elder radiated immense momentum, the aura of one who had endured countless battles. His fierce gaze fixed solely on Yeonshin. The elder advanced with solemn determination, declaring his intention to offer Yeonshin's head to a nameless grave, swearing there would be no escape this time. The surrounding battles drifted away, leaving Yeonshin isolated to face the elder. Yet not a flicker of fear touched his expression. He stood firm with his eyes steady, gazing ahead. He questioned whether all evil sect behaved this way. Yeonshin understood instinctively. Nothing disrupted an opponent's focus in a melee more effectively than provocation. He continued, accusing the elder of shamelessness, chasing after him while his subordinates fell under the blades of Jeong experts. Despite the words, the elder's focus only sharpened. Like a lion circling its prey, he moved in with slow, deliberate steps, seemingly intoxicated by his own martial strength. The elder's sword swung with immense force. Yeonshin poured every ounce of internal energy into his defense. The resulting clash of metal rang out thunderously. Though the blade never touched the ground, the impact cracked the earth beneath. Unrelenting, the elder unleashed a barrage of stance techniques followed by a powerful palm strike, each executed with the mastery of a seasoned elder of a major sect. Yeonshin countered with a rotating force from the Eternal Blossom Fist. Confidence gleamed on the elder's face as he moved in, fully assured of his victory over the younger fighter. Their palms collided, generating an explosive shockwave of martial energy. Yeonshin staggered back, driven several steps away from the sheer force of the strike. Pain welled in his chest. Biting his lip, he recognized the reality. After a single exchange, his internal energy had already faded. At his current level, challenging a master of this caliber was beyond reach. Eyes flashing with urgency, he activated the Jeong dynamic technique. A faint glow stirred in his middle dantian, and the true energy surged forth. It neutralized the residual shock coursing through his body and restored his internal flow. His breathing, once chaotic, began to stabilize. The 8 fierce Rakshasa sword's expression shifted. Seeing the young man endure his strike kindled a flicker of excitement. Then Manhwa, the cloud sword dragon, appeared behind the elder, sword drawn and aimed with precision. She was not alone. The shadowless fist and the precipice sword emerged in unison, intercepting the elder's movements and joining the fight to protect Yeonshin. The four martial elites clashed, each vying to gain the upper hand in this sudden shift of momentum. Meanwhile, Yeonshin remained still, his upper dantian fully activated. With perfect clarity, he studied and recorded every motion the elder made. Rage lingered in the old man's heart from his grandson's death, and the interference from Jeong warriors further agitated his technique, making his patterns easier to read. Yeonshin carefully observed everything. The way the elder gripped his sword, the subtle muscle movements preceding each strike, the precise angles of energy release, and the shifting patterns in his footwork. Every nuance, every minor habit became etched into Yeonshin's mind. He dissected the elder's entire martial form down to its most granular elements. The 8 fierce Rakshasa sword continued to be driven back until the exchange reached its 50th move. Manhwa soared high into the air, her blade poised to strike. But this encounter was no mere exchange of blows. It had become a gamble of mutual destruction. To break free from the relentless siege, the elder recognized that he had no other choice. It was a necessary sacrifice. Yeonshin's eyes shone with sharp awareness, analyzing every detail of their movements. Manhwa targeted the elder's left side. In turn, the elder countered with a palm strike aimed at her flank. The palm connected, striking Manhwa's abdomen with brutal precision. Yet to deliver that blow, the elder left his left arm completely vulnerable. Manhwa's sword found its mark. Meanwhile, the shadowless fist and precipice sword continued restraining the rampaging elder. By now, the old man's state had deteriorated. Tattered robes clung to his blood-streaked frame. His left arm hung useless, crimson pooling at the corners of his mouth. Internal damage weighed heavily on his movements. Still, the 8 fierce Rakshasa sword retained the bearing of a renowned elder of the Tyrant Sword sect. Looking down at Manhwa, who remained immobilized even with her sword in hand, he acknowledged her strength, claiming her reputation had been well-earned. Despite her willpower, Manhwa could only grit her teeth. The impact from the devastating palm strike had rendered her body unresponsive. With the shadowless fist and precipice sword forced back, she stood alone before the elder. His sword rose high, ready to send the famed cloud sword dragon into oblivion. At that critical instant, Yeonshin launched forward. With his Jeong dynamic technique fully activated, he reappeared behind the elder, sword gleaming with intent. The old man turned with exhilaration, lighting up his eyes, declaring his long-awaited moment had finally come. Yet Yeonshin remained composed. Within that exact instant, he understood. The stance revealed everything. He could now see precisely which technique the elder intended to unleash. The elder's sword slashed upward in a diagonal arc, swift and devastating. As the attack closed in, a burning sensation erupted in Yeonshin's crown. It was as though the sun itself had descended, igniting his upper dantian with blinding heat. That was when he stepped into the realm of foresight. Allowing the elder's sword flow to pass harmlessly beside him, Yeonshin moved with utter clarity. One move was all it would take. The sword path had already been drawn in his mind, and he was ready. At the perfect moment, he executed the strike. The technique, named by martial artists as destruction, unleashed a dazzling surge of white light. A radiant cluster of falling sunlight shimmered along his blade. The fluid white trajectory sliced past the Rakshasa's sword and through the elder's stunned form. For a heartbeat, the elder could only look upon Yeonshin, watching as he calmly stepped forward. And then, the elder's body split apart. Blood burst forth, painting the battlefield in deep crimson. Gasps of astonishment rose from Manhwa and the 2 martial masters who had previously restrained the elder. Amidst a chaotic field swirling with energies and roaring winds, the space around Yeonshin remained still. With a hollow thud, the body of the 8 fierce Rakshasa sword collapsed to the ground. On another front of the battlefield, the leader of the Tyrant Sword sect, locked in combat with the Jeong sect leader, shifted his expression. His gaze turned toward Yeonshin's direction, eyes narrowed as the sight sank in. He had witnessed it. His right-hand man had fallen. The 8 fierce Rakshasa sword, the right-hand man of the tyrant sword sect leader, his head laid frozen with wide eyes as his mouth gaped open. Yeonshin remained indifferent to the incredible feat he had just accomplished, though the tyrant sword sect leader's gaze lingered for a moment longer. In the chaos of the battlefield, where energy and wind swirled around, only the area where Yeonshin stood remained eerily calm. Meanwhile, Wonchong rushed to Yeonshin's side, concerned that his companion might have been hurt. With a casual wave of his hand, Yeonshin called out to the tyrant sword sect leader defiantly, reminding him of his earlier proclamation that he would take it. Pointing his sword as if to challenge the harbinger of destruction, the leader of one of the 13 skies, Yeonshin boldly declared that he had claimed his arm. The tyrant sword sect leader, who had just moments ago pushed back the Jeong sect leader, now found himself looking at a boy barely of age. Yeonshin's defiant stare was directed at the very man who had once massacred his entire family. The image of a young swordsman slaying the head of a tyrant sword sect elder was one that every martial master present could have scarcely imagined. Extremely adept at using social skills and provocation, Wonchong immediately devised a plan. With his hero's headband tied, tall stature, and handsome features, he took a deep breath, squared his shoulders, and shouted loudly, announcing that the guest of the Jeong sect, Desolate Fortress's lightning genius Yeonshin, had beheaded the tyrant sword sect elder. His voice carried true energy, echoing through the battlefield with remarkable clarity. The sound of clashing metal halted as all eyes turned toward Wonchong, the white-robed warrior from Desolate Fortress. One disciple from the Jeong sect wondering aloud if the 8 fierce Rakshasa sword had truly fallen, and if that was the old master they spoke of. Tyrant sword sect disciples looked on in disbelief, their eyes wide with shock. Even the Jeong sword immortal, momentarily halting his combat with the council elder, paused to assess the battlefield. No martial master now present in the Gwangjong plain could believe that the 8 fierce Rakshasa sword had perished at the hands of a young boy dressed in a seemingly oversized blue robe. After dealing with several tyrant sword sect martial artists, Elder Yeo also stopped to express her amazement that Yeonshin had indeed accomplished such a feat. Cheers erupted from the gathered crowd, and a senior disciple of the Jeong sect called out in celebration for the death of the 8 fierce Rakshasa sword. The young masters of the Jeong sect, stirred by the news, erupted into their own cheers, their faces filled with reverence and joy. Some even shouted with unbridled enthusiasm, their voices ringing out across the battlefield. Thus, the ranks of the tyrant sword sect began to waver. In unison, the disciples of the Jeong sect surged forward, their momentum growing stronger as they drove back their confused and disoriented enemies. The arrival of Desolate Fortress's lightning genius, a youth whose actions had shifted the tide of battle, gave the Jeong sect forces a renewed strength, like a powerful waterfall cascading forward. Before charging into the fray, the sword immortal muttered under his breath, acknowledging the youth's remarkable achievement. That boy had done it, causing trouble right when it was most needed. The tyrant sword sect's forces were helplessly pushed back, with blows that could not easily be recovered from raining down from all directions. The Jeong sect leader, reinvigorated by the tide of battle, charged forward with renewed strength. Now, it was the tyrant sword sect leader who was being pushed back. Just as the battle seemed to turn in favor of the Jeong sect, the council elder of the tyrant sword sect joined the fray, stepping in to hold off the Jeong sect leader. While engaging with the leader's sword, the council elder turned back to give his leader a stern suggestion. He urged him to fall back and regroup later, warning that the Jeong sect's momentum was no trivial matter. The leader's mind raced as he considered his options. As a peerless master, he knew how to quickly weigh the risks, pondering whether to push forward or retreat. The council elder, watching the unfolding situation, shouted for the leader to make his decision without delay. The leader of the tyrant sword sect gritted his teeth as the realization struck him. He could have defeated the leader of the Jeong sect, but his remaining forces would not hold up. While the council elder received the sword of the Jeong sect leader, the tyrant sword sect leader cast his gaze downward, seeing the young warrior defeat his sect's members. Yeonshin met the leader's gaze. Despite the vengeance burning fiercely within him, he knew he could not defeat the sect leader at that moment. The leader was a peerless master, so overwhelming that Yeonshin could barely lift his eyes to meet him. The mere weight of the leader's gaze shook Yeonshin to his very soul. The momentum of his forces had faltered, and the leader of the tyrant sword sect had made the decision to retreat. Time was an enemy to Yeonshin, yet it was also a friend. In the passing years, it would grant him the strength he needed. He muttered to himself that he had 4 years left in this world, and that would be enough to challenge the leader of the tyrant sword sect. Ultimately, the tyrant sword sect was defeated. It was a great victory for the Jeong sect, one that came with little loss. The atmosphere was one of rare comfort and warmth, as the Jeong sect had suffered few casualties. Within the main pavilion, Yeonshin received the flowing cloud tablet. It was said that presenting the tablet to any affiliated school under Jeong would ensure he was treated with the highest respect. The Western Heaven Sword Lord added that if Yeonshin ever needed a sword from the sect, he should ask without hesitation. Even if it was for a political matter involving the desolate fortress, the sect would lend their strength only for once. Yeonshin placed the tablet inside his robe, accepting it with gratitude. He did not decline the offer, understanding that there would be times when he would need it for missions or to challenge for the position of Divine Sword Commander. The next topic of discussion was the destruction of the Jeong family manor. Finally, the secret behind the Jeong family's annihilation was revealed through Elder Yeo's explanation that everything had begun with the World Tree. Curious, Yeonshin inquired about the connection between the divine object and his family. Elder Yeo explained that the World Tree supported the world, its principles shaping all things. The land of the Jeong family was fertile, and the roots of the sacred tree extended beneath their streets. Yeonshin stood silent, processing the reason behind the massacre of his family. Elder Yeo continued, explaining that the Lord of the Desolate Fortress was a master of powerful martial arts, some of which were believed to be sustained by consuming the fruit of the World Tree. Yeonshin then asked the reason that caused the Jeong family's annihilation. Elder Yeo responded by explaining that the Tyrant Sword Sect and the Blood Flame Cult were bitter enemies of the Desolate Fortress. It seemed to them that destroying a small martial family to sever one of the World Tree's roots was a sufficient reason for the destruction. Since the Jeong sect was nearby, they had received a request from the Lord of the Desolate Fortress to protect the Jeong family, though they ultimately failed. Finally, Elder Yeo added that Shinya County had been turned to wasteland by their hands. She expressed regret for Yeonshin, Young-san, and Haya. For a moment, Yeonshin seemed lost in thought, prompting Elder Yeo to wish, as though she wanted to embrace him. However, she refrained. Yeonshin decided to let the matter rest for the time being. He believed it would not be too late to seek answers from the Lord of the Desolate Fortress once he became the Divine Sword Commander. Once the matter had been dealt with, many gathered to see off the 2 warriors from the Desolate Fortress. Yeonshin tried to reason with his crying, clinging niece, telling her that she could come when she had grown up. He explained that when she became a master, she would be able to visit the Desolate Fortress. Haya's puffed cheeks reddened, her eyes teary despite her best efforts to hold her tears as she bid farewell to her uncle. Turning to his second brother, Young-san, Yeonshin noticed his brother staring at him with an expression difficult to describe, a mix of regret and pride. Yeonshin simply nodded in acknowledgement. He then turned to Manhwa, who spoke to him, asking if it would be all right for her to come next time. Yeonshin smiled as he replied, stating that when there was no mission, he would be the one requesting the Cloud Sword Dragon's guidance. The Jeong Sword Immortal laughed heartily, remarking that the eddies behind a strong current had found friendship. It was a sight to behold, especially for an old man who should be thinking about retirement. His words were truly heartwarming. Yeonshin shook his head and responded, jokingly suggesting that the Sword Immortal seemed as though he would live another 100 years. The Sword Immortal smiled benevolently, and expressed his hopes for Yeonshin to achieve his goals. His words were layered with meaning, and Yeonshin understood. Along with Wonchong, Yeonshin clasped his fist in a formal farewell. Yeonshin walked off, masking his sadness at parting with his niece once more, wearing a nonchalant and solemn expression. He did not glance back. Meanwhile, Wonchong turned back to wave at the young disciple from the Jeongnan sect, or perhaps trying to steal a glance at the Cloud Sword Dragon. After half a day's journey, the two warriors arrived at a village and took rest at a tavern. The place was crowded with wandering warriors who boasted about their martial prowess or discussed rumors they had heard. Among them, one man spoke loudly, claiming that the Manhwa sect had secretly received help from the desolate fortress. He continued, stating that the 9 schools and the desolate sect were now like setting suns, with only the Jeongnan sect, who had defeated the tyrant sword sect, left to act boldly in Shaanxi. At that moment, a young master spoke up. He explained that, as someone new to the Murim, the speaker needed to understand that one could only live long in the Murim by keeping their mouth shut. This young master, who seemed to come from a martial family, had the appearance of someone who could throw his weight around but spoke with dignified authority. 2 martial women, swords at their sides, seemed to be his companions, nodding faintly with smiles. The wandering warrior at the opposite table, who had been speaking loudly, abruptly stood up and retorted. He demanded to know who the young master was calling a newcomer, and asked if he was wrong in his statement, adding that the Murim could not even catch one thieving demon. The young master simply let out a sigh, deciding not to engage further. Another man at his opposite joined the conversation, running his mouth about the Azure Eyes Sword Demon. He claimed that one of the eyes of the Azure Eyes Sword Demon, which the Radiant Demon Squad boasted about, had flown off. The first man laughed, adding that the Azure Eyes Sword Demon had once been a top blue robe master from the desolate fortress. He now claimed that it was all just empty fame, and he asked if anyone disagreed with his assessment. He scanned the room, as if seeking agreement. It was at that moment that an incredible speed was demonstrated. A chopstick, propelled by an unseen force, split the air and embedded itself silently in the table in front of the man. The young warrior stopped sipping his drink, and his 2 companions turned to look in the direction of the attack. The energy behind the strike was so powerful that the tip of the chopstick trembled. All eyes turned to the source of the attack, where a youth in a blue robe sat calmly. Chilling intent flickered in Yeonshin's eyes as he asked, with a controlled voice, for the man to tell him more about the story of the Azure Eyes Sword Demon. The tavern, which had been filled with the noise of sword-carrying patrons, fell silent in an instant. Wonchong, who had subtly extended his hand, moved the shoulder hem of Yeonshin's robe. The embroidered character Desolate, stitched in black thread on the blue fabric, became visible. The wandering warrior who had been talking out of turn stumbled over his words upon recognizing the inscription. His stammering revealed that the 2 young men were from the desolate fortress. The table that Yeonshin had struck earlier shattered with the force of his energy lay in pieces. The other tavern-goers quickly retreated, either remaining frozen in their spots or staying in their tables. The wandering young master looked Yeonshin up and down. His demeanor, previously casual as he chatted with the 2 women beside him, shifted to one of slight confusion, though interest clearly flickered in his eyes as he observed the newcomer. Yeonshin walked further into the tavern, heading toward the wandering warrior who had dared speak so recklessly. A smug grin tugged at Wonchang's lips as he followed close behind. The tavern's occupants parted, not daring to block the way of warriors from the desolate fortress. The wandering warrior, now stammering under his breath, could only stand motionless. With Yeonshin's display of strength, none within the tavern could challenge him. Finally, with his gaze turned away, the wandering warrior admitted his fault without daring to meet Yeonshin's eyes. He explained that he had never meant to insult the desolate fortress. After an exhausting journey from Jeongnan Mountain, Yeonshin was visibly tired as he stopped to rest in the tavern only to meet an unexpected news. With a swift motion, Yeonshin's left hand moved over the hilt of his desolate sword as he spoke coldly. He had no interest in the wandering warrior's excuses. His hand remained on the hilt of his sword as he looked the warrior dead in the eyes. His gaze, infused with the energy of the Jeong dynamic technique, radiated intensity as he demanded to know what had happened to the Azure Eyes sword demon's eye. The wandering warrior, now acutely aware of the immense pressure bearing down on him, immediately surrendered. With his trembling voice, he confessed that it was Thieving Ghost, and that the Bloodflame sect was believed to be behind him. He explained that a few Bloodswords masters and an apostle of the Bloodflame sect had clashed with the Radiant Demon Squad. During the fight, while protecting a commoner family, the Azure Eyes Sword Demon had met an unfortunate injury. Yeonshin stood still, processing the words as thoughts of his senior, the blue-robed Chung Myung, filled his mind. Known as the Azure Eyes Sword Demon, Chung Myung had been a kind senior figure within the Radiant Demon Squad. Yet, Yeonshin's gaze remained unwavering, fixed on the wandering warrior. The man, feeling the intense weight of Yeonshin's stare, began to tremble, his fear mounting with each passing moment. Under the crushing pressure, the wandering warrior fell to his knees, offering a hurried apology for his earlier mockery of the desolate fortress warriors. Yeonshin looked down at him, his demeanor now more composed. He had matured as a martial artist, and it showed in the calm control he exuded. Bowing deeply, the wandering warrior pleaded for his life, his voice laced with desperation as if he faced a death sentence. Without further words, Yeonshin accepted the man's apology and instructed him to pay for the table that had been broken in the commotion. Surprised, the wandering warrior expressed his gratitude for Yeonshin's mercy. Meanwhile, the wandering young master, observing the situation, smiled knowingly, as though the matter had unfolded precisely as he had anticipated. The murmurs among the tavern's patrons began anew. One remarked that someone of such youth, yet immense martial power, could easily grow arrogant. Another noted that a master from a renowned sect was bound to carry an air of dignity. With all eyes on him, Yeonshin remained unfazed by the whispers. His demeanor suggested that he viewed the matter as a display of mercy from a strong individual, not to be mistaken for weakness. The energy waves he had exhibited, enough to gauge the martial strength of others, even with something as simple as chopsticks, only reinforced that impression. The young master stood from his chair and approached Yeonshin, asking if by chance he was the lightning genius. After a brief nod of confirmation, the young master continued, expressing his belief that, following White Qilin Namgung Wasin, Yeonshin would become the next shining light of the desolate fortress. He added that it was a pleasure to meet him and introduced himself as Genio from the Jin family of Shangxi. They exchanged greetings, with Yeonshin nonchalantly stating his own introduction as a member of the Radiant Demon Squad of the desolate fortress, Zhang Yeonshin. Continuing with his flowery praise, Genio remarked that Yeonshin was a rising star from the desolate fortress. He mentioned having heard of a master in Shangxi whose martial prowess far exceeded his age, and he believed it to be Yeonshin. The two women smiled, clearly entertained, as Genio continued to shower Yeonshin with compliments, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Feeling somewhat awkward, Yeonshin accepted the praise without responding, while Wenchong, with a grin, praised the young master's sharp ears. With this, Genio inquired whether they were heading to Lantian County, and, if so, whether he could accompany them. Yeonshin turned to the young master with a sharp gaze at the question. Sensing the change in the atmosphere, Genio quickly added that while he knew it might seem presumptuous, he wished to form connections with the masters of the desolate fortress. With a piercing look, Yeonshin questioned him in return, asking if he knew their destination and whether he was aware of the details of the situation. Unfazed and still smiling, Genio explained that after the battle between Zhongnan and the Tyrant Sword sect, the Radiant Demon Squad and Mount Hua sect had become hot topics in Xian's martial world. He said that everyone was watching, even those from smaller families like his own, so it was impossible not to know about such significant events in the martial world. Yeonshin's gaze remained fixed on Genio as he carefully considered the young master's intentions. With his upper meridian open, it sometimes helped him gauge the truth behind words. Throughout their exchange, there was something unsettling about Genyo's smile, but Yeonshin chose not to voice his thoughts and simply nodded in response. Yeonshin suggested they depart after finishing their meal. The atmosphere in the room lightened, and Genyo expressed his gratitude for Yeonshin's acceptance. With Xi'an being one of the foremost cities in the Central Plains, meant that Lantian County, situated at the eastern edge of the metropolis, required quite a long journey from the inn near Zhongnan Mountain. As they traveled, Wenchang animatedly recounted how the battle between Zhongnan and the Tyrant Sword sect had unfolded. He proudly recalled shouting that the desolate sect's lightning genius Zhang Yeonshin had beheaded the Tyrant Sword sect elder. With a smug expression, Wenchang continued, claiming that his roar that day had been as powerful as Shaolin's lion's roar, causing all the martial artists from Zhongnan sect and Tyrant Sword sect to turn their heads in unison. The two women laughed heartily at the story, and Wenchang boasted about how impressive it had been. Meanwhile, Yeonshin walked ahead in silence, offering no comment. Amused, Genyo remarked that a desolate fortress martial artist would never lie, expressing his belief in Wenchang's words. The two warriors from the desolate fortress, naturally easygoing, quickly let go of formalities and spoke comfortably with their new companion. One of the women walking behind asked whether Yeonshin had truly beheaded the 8 fierce Rakshasa sword. Yeonshin shook his head and replied that it hadn't been as impressive as they thought. Without looking at them, Yeonshin elaborated that it was simply a case of taking advantage of the situation. Senior Cloud Sword Dragon, Senior Shadowless Fist, and Precipice Sword had already drained the Elder's strength before he had intervened. Fueled by the enthusiasm of the moment, Wenchang added that he had just finished the fight and was cleaning up the surroundings. However, he quickly emphasized that the final blow, the decisive strike, had come from Yeonshin, and it was truly brilliant. Genyo laughed heartily at Wenchang's words, clearly amused by the story. With a small lake in front of them, Genyo suggested taking a short rest. It was time for a meal, and the stream flowing nearby provided fresh water to drink while they rested. Wenchang turned back, suggesting that he would search for some wild game nearby, as it would be good to have some meat. The two martial ladies exchanged glances, seemingly devising a plan. After a moment, one of them offered to accompany him, and Wenchang, who appeared to be a rather naive martial warrior to them, eagerly agreed. As they left, Yeonshin bent down to fill his flask with water. Sitting on his left, Genyo glanced at Yeonshin and casually asked if he used his left hand as well. Unbothered by the question, Yeonshin responded that he used his right hand for sword techniques, although he had learned some fist techniques on a basic level. Genyo muttered to himself, stating that Yeonshin's left side must be a weakness. His tone remained neutral, as if discussing something ordinary, but his hand slipped to a dagger hidden within his robe. In a flash, Genyo thrust the dagger toward Yeonshin with incredible speed, without even using inner energy. His attack was remarkably stealthy, resembling a swift sword strike, but with a dagger instead. Zhang dynamic technique surged within Yeonshin's body. The internal energy coursing through his medians moved faster than the incoming strike. Just as Yeonshin reached for the handle of his sword, a flash of steel cut through Genyo's neck with lightning speed. Wenchang had silently ambushed Genyo with even more stealth, his movements seamless. The camaraderie shared in their brief journey evaporated in that moment, as the martial artist's eyes burned with merciless rigor. Looking at Genyo's lifeless body, which now floated in the river, Wenchang casually remarked that he had known this would happen. The water from the river had caused Genyo's hair to gradually turn a dirty red. Wenchang observed, suggesting that it appeared to be an assassin from the Bloodflame sect. Yeonshin agreed, then asked what had happened to Genyo's companions, the ones who had claimed to be martial arts hall daughters. Wenchang grumbled that they must have met the same fate as Genyo, now crossing the river of 3 paths. As a martial warrior himself, Wenchang had ambushed the two women while Yeonshin was momentarily getting water. Despite all that had happened, Yeonshin remained composed, reflecting on the situation just as he had done when Genyo had muttered before his assassination attempt. The day quickly gave way to dusk, with the sun dipping below the horizon. Yeonshin murmured that they would arrive in half a day. As night fell, the two finally arrived at Xi'an. At the inn serving as the base for the Radiant Demon Squad, Chung Myung greeted them. His first words were that he had heard Yeonshin had done something unbelievable. With a wide smile on his face and a cloth wrapped around his head, covering his left eye, Chung Myung remarked that Yeonshin had killed an elder of the 13 skies. He added, with a grin, that even he had never accomplished such a feat. Chung Myung's demeanor remained unchanged, his expression bright and welcoming toward his juniors. Yeonshin stood there, slightly stunned by his senior's casual attitude, while Wen Chang's jaw dropped, equally petrified by what he had just witnessed. Even in his disheveled state, Chung Myung's strikingly handsome face could not be hidden. He was a senior whom Yeonshin both appreciated and found somewhat irritating. Yeonshin believed that only he and Wenchang would bring concern to Radiant Demon Wing. Yet for some reason, Chung Myung continued to smile brightly. Yeonshin silently observed his senior, while Wenchang spoke of how the rumors they had discovered on their return turned out to be true. Mirio approached Yeonshin, her eyes scanning his entire body before she grabbed his shoulders. She remarked that while Chung Myung was a problem, Yeonshin, the lightning genius, was just as reckless. She pointed out that standing up to an elder of the Tyrant Sword sect was no small feat, and that it was fortunate nothing serious had occurred. Once the initial shock had passed, Yeonshin inquired about what had happened and also mentioned the absence of their squad leader. Mirio explained that Ma Jin had joined the Sword Saint and Martial Masters of the Mount Hua sect on a pursuit. She went on to say that the Blood Flame cult, the masterminds behind the current events, had revealed themselves. She added that while they weren't sure of the Blood Flame cult's intentions with the Plum Blossom Pill, support from the Desolate Fortress would likely be arriving soon. After addressing these urgent matters, Yeonshin asked about the incident that had caused Chung Myung to lose his eye. Mirio sighed heavily, admitting that she had intended to deal with the thieving ghost herself, but had never gotten a chance. She revealed that the thieving ghost had used a flying explosive, a hidden weapon of the Tang clan, during an encounter when Mirio was battling 3 of the Bloodmaster swordsmen. Chung Myung, whom Mirio considered a fool, could have easily dodged the attack, but there were civilian houses behind him. He had no choice but to block the flying explosive with his sword. Looking sheepish as he was stared down by Mirio and 2 of his juniors, Chung Myung explained the weapon's name, the Flying Strike Bomb, and revealed that he had also severed the thieving ghost's left hand in the process. It was then that the explosive weapon had flown through the paper wall of the inn. The 4 inside the room immediately recognized the weapon's deadly potential and the danger they were in. The explosive was bound to detonate and pierce them since they were standing, not sitting. A blinding flash and deafening explosion lit up the night as it ripped through the room. Chung Myung was the first to land outside. Thankfully, all of them were martial masters from Desolate Fortress, and they emerged from the room unharmed. Moving the fastest, Chung Myung helped Wenchang out of the room, ensuring he was safe before letting him down. He remarked that whatever their squad leader was doing to flush out the thieving ghost wasn't working. Always quick to react like a beast, Mirio had her hand on her sword's hilt while Yeonshin crouched beside her. Yeonshin narrowed his eyes as he looked toward the direction the attack had come from. He had noticed earlier that the powerful energy waves that had pierced the inn weren't just from a single source. Then, from behind the attacking enemies, a middle-aged man with a small build and missing his left arm entered Yeonshin's sight. He immediately deduced that this man must be the thieving ghost. Without hesitation, Yeonshin rose to his feet and strode toward the man. He saw this as an opportunity to refine his martial arts. As he walked off, Yeonshin asked the other Radiant Demon members to handle the remaining threats, declaring that he would take care of the middle-aged man himself. This revelation caught Chung Myung off guard, as the thieving ghost was the one responsible for taking one of his eyes. On the other hand, Yeonshin didn't wait for any response from his seniors. He simply continued his steps, closing the distance until he stood a few paces away from the thieving ghost, while his hand resting on the handle of his desolate sword. The middle-aged man greeted Yeonshin with a smile. He muttered that, given Yeonshin's blue outer robe and white inner clothing, he must be the rookie known as the Lightning Genius. Yeonshin did not respond, merely unsheathing his sword in preparation. He sensed the killing intent emanating from the thieving ghost, as though slaying the masters of Desolate Fortress was the man's sole purpose. The middle-aged man provoked him further, suggesting that being called by such a grand title had likely made Yeonshin arrogant enough to face him alone. The thieving ghost then mocked Yeonshin, asking if he did not realize that it was he who had taken the azure-eyed sword demon's eye. Despite the growing number of people recognizing him, Yeonshin remained unfazed. He simply asked the thieving ghost what had brought him there, mentioning that the plum blossom pill he had already taken. The thieving ghost raised his arm, declaring that he had come to take everything. With inner energy radiating from his hand, he stated that he wanted the head of the one Yeonshin couldn't call senior brother, the azure-eyed sword demon. Since there was no martial hierarchy in Desolate Fortress, the thieving ghost made this declaration this way. Maintaining his composure, Yeonshin asked why the thieving ghost would risk incurring the wrath of Manhwa's sword saint and the radiant demon squad leader for such an act. The thieving ghost raised his left shoulder, his arm still wrapped in a bandage, fresh blood seeping through. As a martial artist who had perfected the art of stealing, the thieving ghost's arm was just as important as his martial skills. He remarked that Yeonshin clearly did not understand the true significance of a martial artist's hand. Yeonshin's gaze remained sharp as the thieving ghost took a step forward. The thieving ghost spoke again, his tone dismissive. He acknowledged that he had indulged Yeonshin because he had shown some promise, but now he considered him no different from all the other fools. Yeonshin focused his mind on the Jeong dynamic technique he had mastered, channeling his inner energy into his sword as he began to chant the radiant wing sword style. His true energy flowed from his hand into the blade, as if the sun itself was bleeding into the air. Without hesitation, Yeonshin struck upward with the desolate sword. A faint stream of light followed the trajectory of the sword. The thieving ghost body technique was as elusive as his title suggested. The sword strike missed, marking the first time Yeonshin's technique had failed since its creation. The thieving ghost's movement was fluid and swift as he turned and rushed in. In an instant, he appeared beside Yeonshin, his hand stretching out like a snake, accompanied by a wave of energy that seemed intent on seizing Yeonshin's sword-holding hand. It was the thieving ghost's signature move, the grappling hold. However, Yeonshin had already captured the technique in his mind. The entire focus of the technique was to subdue the opponent's arm and leave them defenseless. Even as he analyzed his enemy's martial technique, Yeonshin formed a perfect defense. A whirlwind of wind surrounded his body as he moved, the spiral force of his movements destroying any chance of being caught from behind. The Eternal Blossom Fist, harmonized with Chung Myung's teachings, added to the defensive power. The thieving ghost's eyes narrowed as he stepped back, but Yeonshin simply floated backward as if he were a leaf drifting in the wind when their true energy clashed. As Yeonshin landed gracefully on the ground, the thieving ghost muttered in surprise, observing that the movement technique resembled that of the Elf clan. However, he quickly corrected himself, stating that it wasn't quite the same. He noted that it was a martial art that hand people couldn't follow, resembling their form, but ultimately, it was a new martial art. Yeonshin jabbed back, remarking that the thieving ghost spoke too much. Unfazed, the thieving ghost continued his provocation. He called Yeonshin a child of the Jeong Clan and taunted him, suggesting that Yeonshin had buried his family members in the back mountain. Yeonshin listened silently as thieving ghost continued to ask if he had ever wondered what had become of that land. This prompted further elaboration from the thieving ghost, who explained that Yeonshin had greatly antagonized the Blood Flame sect. He questioned whether Yeonshin truly believed they would leave his hometown untouched. The thieving ghost revealed that they had dug up the mountain and burned all the corpses. A brief jolt of realization stirred in Yeonshin's mind. The Blood Flame sect was a fearsome force, known for responding decisively to potential threats. Not only did they send assassins, but they also dug into the past, uncovering every detail. Yeonshin realized that they had discovered his origins. He was from the Jeong family, which had been annihilated in Shinya County. As memories resurfaced, Yeonshin adjusted his grip on his sword. He recalled the servant who had called him for breakfast every morning, his eldest brother and his wife strolling in the yard, and, finally, his father, whom Yeonshin had always viewed as merely his mother's companion. taking his last breath and, in his final moment, acknowledging Yeonshin as his third son. Despite the provocations, Yeonshin remained unfazed. He raised his true energy once more, and as the fate-defying scripture operated, the intensity of the energy waves fluctuated. The thieving ghost's lips twisted into a smile as he taunted Yeonshin, boasting that a youngster like him could never kill him. He claimed he would bury Yeonshin alongside the azure-eyed sword demon's head. Yeonshin did not falter. His senses heightened as he faced this life-or-death battle. His mind pondered the nature of martial artists and when they might experience despair. The first instance, he thought, would be when their sex master, senior-junior brothers, or they themselves faced death. The second would be when they became unable to practice martial arts. But what would cause martial artists, obsessed with their craft, to receive a shock comparable to these? As the thieving ghost launched his martial arts once more, Yeonshin's train of thought continued. He knew that merely cutting off the thieving ghost's limbs wouldn't be enough to stop him. The thieving ghost's extraordinary body technique unfolded again. The hand that claimed to steal everything in the world unleashed the advanced principles of the grappling hold. Yeonshin lowered his sword, every movement of the thieving ghost embedding itself into his mind. With a single step, Yeonshin stretched out his left hand. It was a perfect mimicry of the opponent's grappling hold. The shadow of Yeonshin's hand created a strange afterimage. The thieving ghost's smirk vanished the moment he saw the boy before him using the stance of his technique. But he did not stop his charge, thinking it was simply a hasty imitation. With a small but decisive movement, Yeonshin used a single hand gesture to deflect the thieving ghost's grappling hold. The trajectory of Yeonshin's move clearly surpassed ordinary martial arts. It was a move from an entirely higher dimension. Fury flared in the thieving ghost's eyes as he spat, furious at the audacity of Yeonshin using his own technique against him. They attempted to grasp each other's hands with their respective hand techniques. Yeonshin's innate talent, the heaven's mistake, shone through as he deciphered the thieving ghost's martial arts and used it against him. In mere moments, they exchanged blows. Though Yeonshin was slower to start, he finished early. His hand, moving with precision, grabbed the thieving ghost's wrist first. At the same time, the supernatural strength of the Jeong family technique took effect. The crushing grip sealed the thieving ghost's movements completely. No acupoint strikes were even necessary. Cold sweat beaded on the thieving ghost's face as he muttered to himself, unable to comprehend how Yeonshin had known his technique. He seemed unable to think of a way to escape. It was hard to believe that he had been so at ease just moments ago. Unfazed, Yeonshin returned the provocation indifferently, stating that this martial art seemed better done his way and that the thieving ghost technique wasn't that advanced. The thieving ghost's face turned almost panic-stricken. His expression seemingly died with terror. After all, he had witnessed the sight of his unique martial art being instantly stolen and flourishing in the hands of his enemy. Yeonshin stared at his foe with indifferent eyes, savoring the moment when the thieving ghost's mind filled with despair. Although Yeonshin was still an infant in the broader martial world, he knew well that this was the way to throw demonic martial artists into despair. To martial artists, their techniques were their lives, built over countless years of dedication. All Yeonshin needed to do was deny that and reveal their own martial art in a superior form right before their eyes. Yeonshin moved closer to the thieving ghost, continuing his provocation. With casual ease, he asked if he should teach him the incantation. The thieving ghost's face contorted in surprise. Other than flinching, he could do nothing before the young martial artist. This time, Yeonshin smiled, as if he enjoyed the despair he had caused, denying any hope of escape for the thieving ghost. The middle-aged man seemed to realize the gravity of the situation as his face slowly changed, from longing to complete despair. Yeonshin had stolen and destroyed his life. Strengthening his grip on the thieving ghost's hand, Yeonshin's newfound method of crushing evil path martial artists deep into the abyss became clear. The thieving ghost's wrist, trapped in Yeonshin's left hand, was crushed by the sheer physical strength Yeonshin possessed. The thieving ghost screamed in agony. His entire life was undone in mere moments, and now, the only hand he had left was being crushed by a mere boy. Yeonshin's gaze did not waver for even a brief moment. After all, the enemy before him was a villain who had shown no hesitation in treating commoners' lives as expendable. He was also the one who had harmed his senior martial warrior of Desolate Fortress. The thieving ghost screamed at the top of his lungs. He had made a grave mistake by confronting Yeonshin directly. There was no trace of pity in the youngster's heart for the man before him. The thieving ghost, in all his life, had never encountered an opponent like Yeonshin. Chung Myung and the man he was locked in combat with suddenly halted and turned their heads. They watched as Yeonshin effortlessly subdued the man who had once gotten the better of him. Even Mirio, who had been toying with her opponent, turned to witness the fall of the man who had stolen her martial arts manual. He was defeated by Yeonshin, her cherished junior. With an emotionless expression, Yeonshin raised his desolate sword toward the thieving ghost's neck. His eyes were empty, devoid of any emotion, after he had destroyed the very essence of his opponent's life. With a wild, animalistic scream, the thieving ghost glared at the young warrior standing before him. As a martial artist, his life was over. All his accomplishments, built over a lifetime, had been undone by a mere child, a fledgling in the world of martial arts. Without hesitation, Yeonshin swung his sword. The sensation of severing his enemy's neck was sharp and clear, yet he thought nothing more of it, as though he had simply dealt with a back-alley thug. Both Chung Myung and Mirio were stunned by their junior's swift and decisive battle. They had initially believed Yeonshin would engage in a prolonged exchange of blows to sharpen his skills. Instead, they were left bewildered by the sight. Yeonshin's progress, as his title suggested, was as fast as lightning. The thieving ghost's lifeless body crumpled to the ground as Yeonshin released his grip. From the folds of his robe, a gleaming wooden box, intricately adorned with plum blossom flowers, fell out. Once everything settled and Majin returned, Yeonshin brought the thieving ghost's head and the wooden box to record his merit. Majin had not expected an attack on their temporary base, especially not from the thieving ghost, who had brought martial artists from the Blood Flame sect along with him. However, everything had been swiftly dealt with following Yeonshin's arrival from the Jeong sect's support mission. No one in the room could deny that Yeonshin's talent was like a mistake of the heavens, something that should not exist in the mortal realm. Yet here he was, already making waves in the martial world at such a young age. The scar on Majin's face twitched as he observed the scene. Yeonshin paid no attention to his maternal uncle's complex expression. All that mattered to him was the merit he had earned. Having seemingly witnessed something he shouldn't, Majin opened his mouth several times before letting out a sigh. With the plum blossom pill secured, Yeonshin had earned the highest merits for the mission. Majin finally spoke, explaining that Yeonshin should soon be able to request a promotion to blue rank. He added that it would be the fastest transition from white rank, and Yeonshin would be the youngest to achieve such a feat. Curious, Yeonshin asked about the promotion exam he had heard of and sought more details. However, just as he was about to inquire further, Yeonshin paused, sensing that something more urgent required attention. Quickly realizing the shift in Yeonshin's demeanor, Majin set down the wooden box containing the plum blossom pill. Majin then gestured for Yeonshin to follow and revealed that the Mount Hua sect had been attacked. Both Yeonshin and Wonchong were stunned. After all, the Sword Saint himself had descended from Mount Hua, leading the martial artists of the sect, indicating that the force behind the attack was anything but trivial. Upon arriving at another guest room, the martial artists present wore expressions of deep sorrow. Standing among them, Yeonshin felt an unreadable emotion cross his face upon seeing the boy lying motionless on the bed. The boy's face was familiar to him. This was the bold friend who had extended a gesture of friendship out of respect and had planned to visit the desolate fortress after a sparring match with Yeonshin. The Sword Saint Cheonju, who had been seated at the bedside, explained that Yu Haiyan had gathered all his remaining energy in a desperate effort to protect his senior brothers. Yeonshin understood. Unlike a fragile porcelain vessel, the Dantian was an organ that contained minute energy from birth. It was said to be damaged if emptied completely. Some even called this minimal energy primordial true energy. Yeonshin recalled hearing that its quality was no different from internal energy and could be drawn upon or stored. He cautiously asked whether the depletion of internal energy could be replenished. Cheonju confirmed Yeonshin's inquiry, explaining that disciples showing similar symptoms had recovered, rising to their feet and continuing on with their duties. Yeonshin suggested that the same could be done for Yu Haiyan, as his internal energy must have been similar to that of the others. However, Cheonju revealed that Yu Haiyan's case was different. As the sect leader's disciple, Yu Haiyan had learned the Purple Mist Divine Technique, a practice unlike the others, with a unique form of internal energy training. Yeonshin then proposed using the Plum Blossom Pill. Cheonju explained that while the Plum Blossom Pill could potentially serve as a substitute for the Purple Mist Divine Technique, a martial master would be required to absorb and transfer the energy in place of the unconscious Yu Haiyan. More importantly, Cheonju revealed that Yu Haiyan had only an hour left to live, nowhere near enough time to properly absorb the Plum Blossom Pill. He spoke with grave seriousness, his expression unwavering even as the pill was retrieved. At that moment, Majin interrupted, transmitting a message via voice transmission. Cheonju's eyes widened in disbelief as he turned to Majin. The suggestion that the young martial artist standing before him could accomplish the task was beyond his comprehension. Yeonshin noticed the subtlety of the exchange. Both Cheonju and Majin, black-rank martial artists of equal standing, communicated silently through the voice transmission technique. Upon hearing Majin's words, Cheonju's expression shifted. His face was filled with surprise, and although he struggled to believe it, he knew Majin would not deceive him in such a manner. Turning to Yeonshin, Cheonju rose to his feet. Without revealing the specifics of their conversation, Cheonju took up the wooden box containing the Plum Blossom Pill and entrusted it into Yeonshin's hands. Yeonshin asked if Cheonju truly believed he could do it. Majin then affirmed this, urging Yeonshin to swallow the pill and begin immediately, assuring him that it would be recorded as his achievement. Yeonshin did not ask for further details, knowing enough from his previous experiences. He remembered the time when he had faced the Azure Sky Squad Warrior. Majin had witnessed his ability to absorb Desolate Fortress's supply pill at an astonishing speed, before Majin could even place his hand on Yeonshin's life gate acupoint at his waist to assist him. The leader of the Radiant Demon Wing, who was on par with the Sword Saint in martial rank, shared a deep trust with Cheonju, as if they were close friends. At this moment, Yeonshin's ability was the key. Only he could quickly dissolve the energy of the Plum Blossom Pill and transfer it to Yu Haiyan within the limited time left. Without hesitation, Yeonshin confirmed that he would proceed. After Yu Haiyan was placed in a lotus position with his face down, Yeonshin, with Cheonju's tacit approval, retrieved the pure white pill and swallowed it. As the fragrant scent of the Plum Blossom Pill filled the air, Yeonshin felt the miraculous medicine dissolve the moment it entered his body. The brief thought that crossed his mind quickly faded, and he immediately moved his true energy from the Stone Gate acupoint, where the middle dantian resided. For someone like Yeonshin, who had not cultivated the Purple Mist Divine Technique, it would typically take at least a full year to completely settle the Plum Blossom Pill's true energy into his body. Without undergoing a year of closed-door training, the energy would simply be like someone else's internal energy. This was likely why the thieving ghost hadn't seized the opportunity immediately. On the other hand, in the time it would take Yeonshin to absorb the energy, he could have been honing his own martial arts. With that in mind, Yeonshin searched for another way to use the vast amount of energy to aid his cultivation. This was a fortuitous opportunity. By directing the massive energy toward his middle dantian, Yeonshin was able to forcefully open his slightly opened middle dantian, holding such immense energy within his body. The Plum Blossom Pill was more than sufficient to drastically shorten the time needed for Yeonshin to fully open his middle dantian. As the Jeong dynamic technique's true energy circulated through the major heavenly circuit, the Plum Blossom Pill's energy became sticky as it passed through the middle dantian. Yeonshin realized that this must be what Mirio had mentioned. Cheonju was surprised by the sight before him. This young martial artist had indeed dissolved the plum blossom pill's enormous energy and stored it within his body. Feeling satisfied with his benefit, Yeonshin moved his hand, placing his palm gently on the center of Yu Haiyan's back as he sat motionless. He began pouring the circulating energy of the plum blossom pill from his own body into Yu Haiyan's. As he strengthened the power flowing into Yu Haiyan, Yeonshin spoke, urging him to focus and use the purple mist divine technique to absorb all of the energy being transferred. It was a cross-body power transfer, a technique used to transfer energy from one person to another. For most martial artists, such an act would come with extreme physical exhaustion. But Yeonshin was different. He was even able to speak while performing the transfer, something few others could manage. The Mount Hua sect disciples watched in astonishment. Yeonshin's energy transfer never faltered for a moment. This unwavering consistency was characteristic of the Jeong dynamic technique, which refined internal energy by moving it through the body, and of Yeonshin's innate control over internal energy. After benefiting from the energy himself, Yeonshin's transfer was seamless, ensuring that no energy was wasted. When the transfer was complete, he withdrew his palm, and there was no sign that he had been exhausted by the effort. Finally, Yu Haiyan's hollowed eyes opened. Yeonshin rose to his feet as Cheonju approached Yu Haiyan to check if he was conscious. Yu Haiyan answered affirmatively. Cheonju held Yu Haiyan's wrist to check his pulse, his eyes widening in disbelief as he felt it. The pulse seemed so strong that it might tear his skin. His surprise deepened as he realized that Yeonshin had completely dissolved the plum blossom pill's energy and transferred it into Yu Haiyan's body without the slightest loss. As a supreme master like the Mount Hua Sword Saint, Cheonju could instantly recognize such an accomplishment. He stood speechless for a moment, only managing to take several breaths before letting out a low sound. The fact that Yeonshin had transferred such powerful energy without keeping any for himself was hard to believe. Filled with admiration, Cheonju spoke, explaining how truly noble Yeonshin's actions had been. Yeonshin glanced back at him, suggesting that he understood it as a matter of trust. The emotion on Cheonju's face was undeniable, and it wouldn't fade easily. As Yu Haiyan began circulating his inner energy, his complexion improved, and he looked at Yeonshin with the same admiration. Without hiding his reverence, Cheonju spoke again, telling Yeonshin that he had saved Mount Hua's future. Having treated the Mount Hua sect with such heroic bearing, Yeonshin rightfully deserved compensation. The Mount Hua sect disciples looked on in surprise at how their sword saint treated Yeonshin. On the other hand, Majin felt a sense of pride for his nephew. For Yeonshin, however, the formal condescension from the Mount Hua sword saint felt awkward. It wasn't until Yeonshin became the Divine Sword Corps commander that he had been expected to pass on cumbersome energy, because there had been no time to properly absorb any of it. Cheonju continued, assuring Yeonshin that he wasn't offering material reward for his actions, but was instead offering his heartfelt gratitude. He mentioned that Yu Haiyan had said he would visit the desolate fortress, and Cheonju would send this with him. Yeonshin responded with a respectful clasp of his fists, acknowledging the gesture. With nothing more to discuss, Yeonshin turned back to Majin, asking if the mission was now complete. Majin let out a sigh, contemplating the achievements of this mere boy before him. It was perplexing. To confirm, Majin answered Yeonshin's question with a resounding affirmation. He added that everything had been done, all achievements claimed by Yeonshin. The young warrior had merely placed chopsticks on a rice bowl, yet in doing so, he had inadvertently concluded all the events. The party led by Majin soon returned to Desolate Fortress for a period of rest and recovery. Yeonshin sat in a lotus position in a personal training room to refine and solidify the martial arts techniques he had recently developed. The peaceful environment within the fortress was rare in the vast martial world. It hadn't even been a full season, and yet Yeonshin had already acknowledged to wear a blue robe over his usual white one, a custom signifying acknowledgement from his senior, Chung Myung. Initially, Yeonshin had planned to request martial arts from the Lord of Desolate Fortress as soon as he returned. The request was a reward granted to him by the Lord after his victory in a spar with Ma Seon, the young heir of the Ma family. However, things had shifted. Yeonshin had already created the Radiant Sword style, although he still needed to find a way to infuse more true energy into the flow of the sword art. In addition to this, he also wanted to figure out how to take a second step on his Radiant Wing step. Lastly, Yeonshin couldn't stop to make progress with the Eternal Blossom Fist technique. With the Radiant Sword style and Radiant Wing step now in his possession, skills that had once seemed unimaginable to acquire, Yeonshin understood there was still much work to be done. Uncertain about which martial art would be most useful next, he decided to wait before making any requests. As time passed, Yeonshin became increasingly frustrated. Despite spending considerable time in the martial arts archives, he found no new inspirations to improve his skills. Ma Jin's words resurfaced in his mind when he had encouraged Yeonshin to spend more time in the martial arena, explaining that the land used by the 17 great squads of Desolate Fortress's Divine Sword Corps was vast and offered numerous opportunities for growth. The techniques of the Radiant Demon Squad and the Azure Sky Squad, such as the Radiant Demon Technique and Azure Sky Sword, were distinctly different. Each of the 17 martial squads, comparable to independent sect, represented a collective of martial arts innovation established by the imperial court, breaking the long-standing rule of non-interference in the martial world. Ma Jin had elaborated that Desolate Fortress served as a place for members to gather and improve together, much like rivers flowing into the ocean. It was a reminder to Yeonshin and the newly appointed White Rank warriors not to become narrow-minded, but instead to meet and spar with fellow martial artists in order to refine their skills. With this advice in mind, Yeonshin decided to pick up his sword and leave. He departed from his quarters in the Radiant Demon Squad's lodging and walked through the hall toward the martial arena, where masters from the 17 squads were known to gather. On his way, Yeonshin overheard the buzz of conversation among the seniors. Some spoke among themselves, commenting on his remarkable achievements and referring to him as the lightning genius. Others directly asked if the rumors were true, that Yeonshin had beheaded the 8 fierce Rakshas's sword. It was widely known that the elder's strength far surpassed that of a typical blue-ranked martial artist, further fueling the rumors. The response to Yeonshin's remarkable achievements was nothing short of tremendous. However, for Yeonshin, severing the head of the tyrant sword sect felt easier than handling the constant attention and discussion he became the subject of within Desolate Fortress. On top of that, it was widely known that Yeonshin had lent his aid to martial masters from both Jeong and Manhwa. As a result, they began to see the potential for taking him on a mission to Shaanxi, knowing he had already forged connections with 2 of the 9 great schools. However, Yeonshin was not particularly fond of the pride and admiration that came with this newfound fame. Time was precious to him, and he had no interest in basking in glory. With a focused determination, he made his way toward the stairs that led to the training ground. Upon reaching the top of the stairs, Yeonshin paused and took in the scene before him. The training ground stretched out before him in its vastness, an awe-inspiring sight. Even the small viewing platforms were carefully arranged, offering a clear view of the entire area. Scattered across the field were unfamiliar martial artists, each engrossed in their own practice, and their eyes were fixed on the center of the ground. As Yeonshin followed their gaze, he saw numerous martial techniques on display, some of which he was witnessing for the first time. 2 white-ranked warriors engaged in a fierce sparring match, exchanging blows using their fist martial arts, while their fellow white-ranked warriors observed. A little further away, blue-ranked martial masters worked on their sword techniques, testing their skills against one another. These martial artists, all from different squads, had gathered here to meet and hone their craft freely in the massive training ground. It was during this moment that Yeonshin's attention was drawn by someone calling out to him. A middle-aged scholar, a frequent visitor of the sparring hall, had noticed Yeonshin and, seeing him for the first time, approached him to inquire about his identity. In response, Yeonshin casually asked if this was indeed the martial arts training ground. The middle-aged man immediately confirmed that it was. Observing the young swordsman dressed in blue, he smiled knowingly and remarked that Yeonshin must be the lightning genius. With a polite clasp of his hands, the man introduced himself as Do Yuwon from the General Administration Office. Yeonshin returned the gesture with respect before turning his attention back to the sparring sessions. At that moment, the Ma family's bloodline within him wasn't widely known, and Yeonshin's cool, detached demeanor was not a sign of arrogance. It was simply the result of his relentless pursuit of time and progress, ever aware that the clock was always ticking. However, Do Yuwon moved closer and spoke again. His expression was filled with goodwill, and he mentioned that he had heard much about the Radiant Demon Squad's lightning genius. News of Desolate Fortress reached the General Administration Office, where the officers tracked all notable achievements. He added that Yeonshin's accomplishments were truly remarkable. Do Yuwon then leaned in and revealed a secret to Yeonshin. Intrigued, Yeonshin focused on him as the administrator shared his insights. He explained that if Yeonshin completed even a small mission, the merit he would earn would be enough to push him forward into a rank promotion exam that will officially elevate him to the status of a blue-ranked martial master. This revelation was the first time Yeonshin showed visible emotion. He let out a short, genuine exclamation. Although this was only the first step toward his ultimate goal, it was progress, and that was something he had been striving for. He had long known that the merit he accumulated was substantial, but hearing it directly from the officers gave it an entirely new significance. Do Yuwon smiled slightly, congratulating Yeonshin in advance on his ascension to the blue rank. He turned his gaze back toward the arena and welcomed Yeonshin to the training ground, commenting on how worthwhile his duty of managing the martial arts training ground today would be. Do Yuwon then pointed to one of the sparring areas and asked if it wouldn't be interesting to watch the young heir spar. Yeonshin instinctively followed his gesture, confused about who the officer referred to as the heir. But as his gaze landed on the sparring match, he saw a familiar figure. The young heir of the Ma family was engaged in a martial arts match against a martial artist wielding their palm techniques. He wore a white martial uniform with a desolate character embroidered on it. Yeonshin recognized him as his distant relative, the heir of the Ma family, adopted by Yeonshin's grandfather, Ma Yeonjiak. The young heir had been chosen as the Ma family's successor and, aside from his talents, possessed a handsome appearance. As Yeonshin observed the spar, Do Yuwon spoke again, saying there was much praise for the desolate Ma family. The young heir had been winning consecutive victories against other white-ranked warriors here at the martial arts training ground. Do Yuwon continued, noting that it was even more impressive given that it had been less than a month since the young heir passed the desolate exam. Thanks to him, the area around the main fortress had become quite bustling. Just as Du Yuwon finished speaking, Ma Sein pulled both hands back, gathering his true energy and releasing it in a powerful palm strike toward his opponent. The sparring session ended with that forceful blow. Ma Sein looked up and noticed Yeonshin watching the match. His expression shifted as soon as their eyes met, and his complex emotions were plainly visible. He walked over to Yeonshin and asked if he would be interested in crossing swords. There was more than just anger and shame in his voice. Yeonshin could sense something else, something deeper, in his words. Yeonshin stared at his maternal grandfather's adopted grandson for a moment before asking his name. Slightly embarrassed, Ma Sein introduced himself, explaining that they had never formally introduced themselves during their previous duel in front of the Desolate Fortress Lord and the purple-ranked Desolate Master. This duel had been one in which Ma Sein, in an eruption of defiance, challenged Yeonshin, only to be crushed in defeat. Ma Sein continued, saying he had learned a great deal from that defeat and asked for another chance. Yeonshin considered his words carefully. Though Ma Sein had easily defeated several white-ranked martial artists one after another, he remained respectful toward Yeonshin. This change in his attitude seemed genuine, as though he had a shift in mindset. Yeonshin remembered the duel vividly, especially when he created the Eternal Blossom Fist during the match. He wondered whether Ma Sein could help refine the Radiant Sword style. Yet, he ultimately realized that he could not fill the framework of the radiant sword style with inferior inspiration. It was a divine martial art, after all, inspired by the swordmaster's sword path. At that moment, a light breeze stirred, causing Yeonshin's clothes to flutter slightly. Without them realizing it, Chung Myung had approached. He walked toward them and looked at Ma Se-in. The young heir's face brightened upon seeing a blue-ranked master. With a playful tone, Chung Myung offered to spar with Ma Se-in. The young heir of the Ma family was not one to shy away from a challenge. He immediately accepted and called out Chung Myung's martial moniker, the Azure Sword Demon. Chung Myung chuckled at the exclamation, correcting him with a smile, saying that he now only had one eye. Even with the black patch covering his left eye, he spoke with a cheerful tone. With a respectful request, Chung Myung asked his junior if Yeonshin would mind if he went first. In response, Yeonshin asked whether his senior often visited the martial arts training ground. Chung Myung confirmed it, though he mentioned that he felt somewhat forced to. He explained that if he didn't keep up, he would fall behind, as Desolate Fortress was a place filled with monstrous martial masters. Yeonshin assumed that the loss of his seniors might have played a part in that. Chung Myung confirmed this assumption, explaining that he needed to recalibrate his senses since his vision was now halved. Understanding, Yeonshin did not mind and allowed his senior to spar with his opponent. On the other hand, Ma Se-in's face lit up with excitement at the opportunity to spar with such a master. Both of them were outstanding in their own right and would make for a fine training partnership. As the two walked side by side toward the sparring arena, Du-Yun spoke, expressing how strange it was and mentioning that the rumors must be true. He elaborated, saying that the Azure Sword Demon treated people according to their talent. Puzzled, Yeonshin asked for clarification, wondering if he meant senior Chung Myung. Du-Yun explained that Chung Myung was known to be a cold person. He said that the records indicated this behavior, and the rumors suggested that Chung Myung applied a merciless standard to martial artists who weren't commoners, both in terms of talent and character. It was said that he treated people poorly, especially those from Orthodox sect, with many of them losing their heads for hypocrisy. Yeonshin reflected that, like him, Chung Myung had his own reasons for joining Desolate Fortress, beyond just protecting commoners. Du-Yun added that this was why Chung Myung was known as the Sword Demon, because of his harsh standards. Yeonshin was puzzled by this, as Chung Myung had been particularly kind toward him. He had also treated Won Chong with the same demeanor. With a thoughtful expression, Yeonshin muttered that he had not noticed such harshness. Du-Yun reasoned that Yeonshin's exceptional talent likely spared him from such treatment. He elaborated that most other blue-ranked masters tried to avoid Chung Myung when they could, let alone the white-ranked warriors. It was then that Du-Yun clicked his tongue as he observed the swift end of the sparring match between Chung Myung and Ma Se-in. The blue-ranked master's palm struck Ma Se-in's solar plexus with precision and speed, without even looking. The strike was a flawless and rapid palm technique that Chung Myung appeared to demonstrate as a teaching tool for Ma Se-in. Du-Yun noticed that this wasn't the bullying of a higher-ranked martial master toward junior. On the other hand, Yeonshin observed that Chung Myung seemed to have compensated for the blind spot left by his lost eye with an enhanced sense of energy. This indicated that Chung Myung had reached a truly high level of martial skill. Ma Se-in coughed up a handful of blood after receiving the remarkable technique Chung Myung had performed. The next moments, Ma Se-in collapsed, clearly exhausted and unable to continue the fight with his senior any longer. It was then that it happened. Instead of struggling to stand up and offer his respect as expected, Ma Se-in stayed motionless on the ground. Chung Myung immediately noticed that Ma Se-in seemed to have realized something profound from the move he had executed, so he let him be. A faint smile slowly formed on Ma Se-in's lips as he suddenly sat cross-legged, a clear sign of gaining insight. He sat silently without any disturbance. Desolate Fortress was such a place where every member within it could cultivate true peace of mind. With the Desolate Fortress Lord residing safely in her chamber, it was considered the safest place in the entire martial world. Yeonshin watched Ma Se-in meditate, feeling a rare and humbling sensation that he himself seldom experienced even at Jeong family manor. Surrounded by the ever-watchful Ma family guards and skilled martial masters nearby, Ma Sein quietly cultivated his insight in perfect peace. He had finally caught the meaning behind what Chung Myung had tried to convey with his palm technique. It was then that the senior in the flowing blue robe took a step back toward Yeonshin and spoke with calm certainty, expressing that Ma Sein was far from being just some empty-headed fool. Despite having lost an eye, Chung Myung's demeanor toward Yeonshin remained kind and generous without any sign of bitterness. It was then that the true nature and spirit of the desolate fortress sank in deeply. Chung Myung had lost an eye, yet his martial prowess had barely diminished at all. On the other hand, Ma Sein, who had seemed merely an arrogant young master before, had changed drastically in such a short time, his character becoming humble and making him much easier to gain enlightenment. This is what it truly means to be part of the desolate fortress. A tight-knit group of martial masters banded together as the Imperial Sword, sworn to protect commoners in a wild and dangerous martial world. The camaraderie shared among its members was forged through countless life and death experiences. When Yeonshin returned to the Radiant Demon Squad pavilion, Ma Jin suddenly approached him to speak about something important. Ma Jin revealed that the desolate fortress lord wished to commemorate Yeonshin's coming of age in a special way. Yeonshin asked if the desolate fortress would oversee his coming of age ceremony. When Ma Jin nodded silently, Yeonshin's brows furrowed in thought. The coming-of-age ceremony was the first of 4 important ceremonies of life, performed according to the imperial family rituals. The Great Ming Empire's scholars traditionally held this ceremony at the age of 20, but martial artists were different. The harsher the local Murim environment where they settled, the earlier they tended to hold coming-of-age ceremonies. The standard age varied from place to place. An early coming-of-age ceremony was meant to quickly establish one's presence as an adult, since no one ever knew when death might come unexpectedly. However, it wasn't Yeonshin's concern. For him, life itself was his footprints, so he simply asked when the next mission would come. Ma Jin sighed softly and explained that the desolate fortress lord had personally arranged it, showing that she truly acknowledged Yeonshin's talent and potential. Yeonshin stayed silent, unable to guess the Lord's thoughts at all. If she truly acknowledged his talent, wouldn't it be better to just bestow the fruit from the world tree directly upon him? It did not occur to him whether he could handle such fruit from the divine world tree. Yeonshin did not want to rely on vain hope and expressed that he did not particularly want to do it. He added that in 2 hours he could comprehend dozens of sword technique variations, thus declining the offer. It was then that Ma Jin replied, saying it seemed as though the desolate fortress lord knew Yeonshin better than he knew his nephew. Ma Jin spoke aloud, suggesting that perhaps she anticipated Yeonshin's reaction and had instructed Ma Jin to tell Yeonshin about the reward. Ma Jin explained that the reward was the Thunder Immortal Treasure wine, a wine whose properties did not overlap with any miraculous medicine in the world. 1 cup was enough to grant a long life free from illness. At that moment, Yeonshin felt intrigued. He wondered if it was really that potent. Even martial artists were not free from illness, as blocked meridians were common. He considered quietly whether 1 sip of the wine could truly grant a life free of illness and filled with longevity. Perhaps it could even slow down the opening of the Bai Wei acupoint. Though he held no great expectations, these were not words Yeonshin could simply ignore. His attitude changed drastically as he accepted the arrangement. Ma Jin suspected this outcome. The desolate fortress lord had seen through Yeonshin's rejection. Ma Jin then explained that only 1 person among those participating in the coming-of-age ceremony could drink the wine. The desolate fortress ceremony was a place to elevate oneself through martial arts. Most of the time, it was a competition among children who could not yet attain a white rank. But this time was different. Ma Jin had heard that several recognized white-ranked warriors from renowned families, aware of Yeonshin's presence, would be participating. Yeonshin was not in the least concerned about the potential competition for the wine and answered bluntly that it would not be a problem for him. He did not care about Ma Jin's flustered expression. He had never known whether it was possible to slow the opening speed of the Bai Wei acupoint even slightly. A few days later, on the day of the ceremony, Ma Yanjiak sat at the far end of the upper seats arranged on both sides of the vast and luxurious banquet hall. He clicked his tongue thoughtfully and muttered that the desolate fortress lord had intervened. Without uttering any other words, Ma Jin understood that his father wanted to hold Yeonshin's coming-of-age ceremony at the main house. Yanjiak replied nonchalantly that it was not a matter of face to consider. The head of the Ma family and his son, Ma Jin, who, for some unknown reason, could not be appointed as head of the family, sat silently at the banquet table. The ceremony proceeded. The boys and young men followed procedures vastly different from scholars' coming-of-age ceremonies. It seemed that their identity as martial artists made the atmosphere far from solemn. They stood straight on the platform. The desolate fortress lord, dressed in ceremonial clothes, personally bestowed and placed caps on their heads. Among the 25 participants, only 3 were white-ranked warriors. Most had grown up in the desolate fortress from the start. Cases like Yeonshin or Ma Se-in, who entered through the desolate exam, were unusual. The desolate fortress lord moved her red lips to congratulate Yeonshin after stroking his cap. Her mouth corners rose smoothly as she did. As she turned and walked back to her seat, her clear voice rang out, stating that the lightning genius would not take a courtesy name. This meant Yeonshin would not create a new name to use as an adult. Some martial artists who gained titles early took those names as their courtesy names. For Yeonshin now, the name Lightning Genius was more than just a moniker. It had become a name he would carry with him for life. The spectators showed clear signs of agreement, and as the ceremony concluded, people began chatting quietly among themselves. Many had come simply to relieve boredom and enjoy the occasion. 2 blue-ranked martial artists conversed quietly between themselves. One remarked that this marked the final part of the ceremony. Another added that they were curious about who would get to drink the wine this year. The first suggested that if the decision was based purely on achievements, very few white-robed warriors could compare to the lightning genius. He had been tirelessly active without rest. It was said that even the white, chilling Namgung Washin had only recently completed his first major mission. They seemed somewhat excited. On the other hand, Yeonshin, as an attendee, could only think about whether the wine might somehow help him. The man who was relentlessly chased by time itself. The excitement was further heightened by the overwhelming strength shown by the great martial families within the desolate fortress. The potential heirs from the Ma and Shin families had far exceeded everyone's expectations. Before long, the desolate fortress lord tilted a luxurious bottle into a wine cup, the Thunder Immortal Treasure wine. The moment Yeonshin witnessed this, life seemed to return to his eyes. Even when meeting the desolate fortress lord's deep green gaze, his momentum was not pushed back in the slightest. Where she stood, the desolate fortress lord raised the cup and announced the wine as a celebratory offering for all attendees. Everyone present understood that it was a test, but the mere chance to partake in it was already a gift in itself. Thus, the desolate fortress lord declared that the wine would belong to whoever seized it first, openly challenging the young men to claim it if they were able. At that very moment, her clothes began to flutter softly, and an illusion arose as waves of energy spread out from her entire body. A tremendous momentum pressed in toward the young man. Yeonshin immediately felt as though he was being pulled into a deep, viscous swamp. Taking a step forward suddenly became frightening, enough to make him laugh inwardly at the sensation. Yet, it was merely a small fraction of the desolate fortress lord's full power. Those who had not yet become formal desolate fortress martial artists, white rank, were flung backward and collapsed to the ground. She caused no internal injuries, signify her power control had reached the realm of divine skill. The only ones left standing were Yeonshin, Ma Se-in, and a young martial artist from the Shin family. All of them bore the white rank within the fortress. Ma Se-in felt his knee and groaned loudly. The young Shin family martial artist remained rooted to his spot, unable to make another move. Only Yeonshin held himself steady, preparing carefully to make his next move. He could feel the mysterious wind the desolate fortress lord emitted from her entire being. Streams of momentum swept over him, making new thunder sprout in his head. Amidst the sensation of his soul being drawn deep into the desolate fortress lord's piercing eyes, old techniques to break down energy barriers naturally flowed through his mind. Yeonshin took a deliberate step forward. It was not the radiant wing step. He simply stepped forward, fully conforming to the energy surrounding him. This was communion. Sky blue light brushed past Yeonshin's eyes. The purpose was different. The radiant wing first step was a footstep designed to create gaps. Surprise was etched on the faces of everyone watching. No one dared to speak aloud. Only gasps escaped their lips. Colorless waves spread in all directions, gently pushing back the desolate fortress lord's energy wind. Yeonshin strode closer, his feet carrying colorless true energy to close the gap. The desolate fortress lord smiled, as if inviting Yeonshin to a challenge. Naturally, she had heard the report that Yeonshin had created the radiant wing step to dodge Majin's strike. She wanted to see just how far Yeonshin's technique had truly advanced. It was Yeonshin's test alone, to see if he could take the second step of the radiant wing step art. The moment had to be now. He had to manifest it fully. Energy waves spread outward, centered on his stepping foot. The radiant wing second step, a movement technique that cut through momentum and closed distance, was the polar opposite of the first step. His cap flew off, and his long hair scattered wildly in the air. With a solid thud, he finally stepped before the desolate fortress lord, his long black hair settling strand by strand. Ma Seon managed only a single step. The Yeonshin family martial artist barely stood, and the rest of the attendees were flung back. Only Yeonshin arrived before the ancient being. Majin and Yeonjiak remained stunned by the spectacle. Ma Seon's shock was apparent as he witnessed his peer achieve what he could not. It was unclear whether the desolate fortress lord had created the situation to push Yeonshin, her form instructing a subordinate, or if Yeonshin simply created another martial technique because the moment demanded it. The desolate fortress lord slightly raised the corners of her mouth as she spoke, telling Yeonshin that he may savor the wine. Barely showing any enthusiasm, Yeonshin took the cup with quiet decorum. Then it happened. Ma Seon shouted, calling Yeonshin the one destined to be supreme. He spoke of how all martial artists dreamt like him. It was a praise of Yeonshin's supreme talent. Yeonshin was confused by his words from the Ma family's heir. He turned his head slightly to listen more closely. The desolate fortress lord allowed it to play out, sensing no malice from the young man. Ma Seon declared he had decided to uphold his grandfather's will. He told Yeonshin not to establish his own sect, lineage, or found any alliance. Instead, with the backing of the Ma family, Yeonshin would rise to an even higher level. With eyes bloodshot red, Ma Seon loudly urged Yeonshin to aim for the position of Ma family's head. Yeonshin was dumbfounded. This was a public place, and even the right words should be tempered here. With nonchalance, he asked what Ma Seon meant. Ma Seon challenged him to set a date and duel him again. The timing of the request might have been improper, but Ma Seon's words held no malice. He wanted to battle Yeonshin in a fair contest for the future leadership of the Ma family. He asked Yeonshin to defeat him and officially take his place. None of the spectators at the ceremony uttered a word. It was a family matter. Despite bearing the Jeong name, Yeonshin was a direct descendant of the Ma family. His mother was Yeonjiak's daughter and Majin's sister. Ma Seon was Yeonjiak's adopted grandson. It remained a mystery whether Ma Seon's words reflected his own will or Yeonjiak's coercion. The desolate fortress lord knew Yeonjiak was far from his peak martial prowess and failed to see Yeonshin's constitution fully. Still, it was up to Yeonshin whether to inform his grandfather, which was why the Ma family imposed restrictions on supporting Yeonshin. The young man in question, the future Lotus manifestation, the future Divine Sword Corp, the lightning genius Yeonshin, was a youth chased by time itself. Only a few knew the truth of his constitution. His immediate goal was to become a purple-ranked martial master, worthy to receive the fruit of the world tree. Ma Seon elaborated, explaining that their grandfather wished to make Yeonshin the desolate Ma family heir. He requested that Yeonshin not refuse. Ma Seon was aware that Yeonshin found this unsatisfactory, but he clarified that there was a reason for it. The position of group leader, master of a martial world family, held precedence over everything else. Taking a long breath, Ma Seon concluded that this was the law of the martial world. A position commanding 100 swords was more valuable than the thunder immortal treasure wine. Yeonshin regarded his collateral relative with a look that suggested disbelief, as though considering him insane. He had no desire to accept this fate, for his ambitions were different. Perhaps he might have agreed earlier if he could have secured the world tree's fruit through the influence of a single family. But that was not possible. Furthermore, being bound to a family would restrict his freedom. Yeonshin understood this intuitively. More than that, he was unwilling to beg for his life from others without offering a price in return. It was then that Yeonshin spoke, asking if this was truly the law of the martial world, as Ma Se-in had described. Slowly, Yeonshin stretched out his hand, lifting the wine cup with his fingers. He declared that it was the cup he had seized with his own hand. Yeonjiak had already understood before Yeonshin voiced it aloud. He was surprised by his grandson's stubbornness, so unaware of the burden his grandson shouldered. Yeonshin reiterated that this was the martial world, one where everything must be seized by oneself. His words rang clear as he brought the cup to his lips. The hall fell silent, and in that silence, only the sound of the thunder immortal treasure wine flowing down Yeonshin's throat could be heard. It was his answer to the Ma family. He neither desired nor wished to belong to it. For Yeonshin, being a warrior of the desolate fortress, roaming the martial world alone was enough. It was his destiny to take what was his, to be worthy of the divine fruit, or to die trying. He sought to stand at the peak of the martial world, commanding the divine sword corps, fighting for the common people's survival. Yeonshin's expression showed a hint of annoyance as he sensed true energy filling his middle dantian, yet his upper meridian remained unchanged. It reminded him that he needed to distance himself from futile hopes. Then, with a gesture of thanks, Yeonshin clasped his hands, acknowledging the people who had gathered to witness the coming-of-age ceremony. His gesture embodied the humble etiquette of a bold youth. Faces in the crowd began to show satisfaction, and comments were made. One person remarked aloud his realization that Yeonshin carried the blood of the Ma family. Another commented on how the spirit of a renowned family never truly abandoned its descendants. Someone else remarked that standing alone, without relying on family, was the hallmark of a great master. Another suggested that Yeonshin would eventually establish his own sect. After the ceremony, Yeonshin descended from the platform. He had been looking down at Ma Se-in, who knelt on one knee. Ma Se-in asked how Yeonshin could refuse to become the heir of the renowned desolate Ma family. Ma Se-in's face was clouded with futility. His thick eyebrows sagged as he wore a blank expression. Yeonshin could somewhat understand the young man's feelings, the one who had first discarded his pride. Though the decision would determine Ma Se-in's fate, Yeonshin brushed it off with a single drink. He spoke of the martial world while drinking the thunder immortal treasure wine that he had obtained himself. It was a symbol of his satisfaction as a desolate fortress martial artist, roaming the world alone. Anyone in Ma Se-in's position would feel deflated. Ma Se-in flinched as Yeonshin passed him, commenting that Ma Se-in would make a good family head. Dealing with his troublesome maternal family reminded Yeonshin of the Jeong sword immortal in Manhwa, especially those peaceful training days. It was a fleeting wish, one that Yeonshin thought would not be bad, to spend his remaining years in a famous mountain, full of immortal energy, like Jeong Mountain. As Yeonshin left the banquet hall, he silently prayed to Buddha and the primordial heavenly Lord, hoping for at least 30 more years of life. Upon stepping outside, he found Ma Jin and Chung Myung waiting, as though they had left first. Yeonshin immediately approached Ma Jin, his squad leader and maternal uncle, asking bluntly whether he was married yet. Yeonshin's curiosity about the desolate Ma family's affairs led him to this question, though he was unaware of any deeper concerns. Ma Jin narrowed his eyes, clearly reluctant to delve into the matter. Yeonshin clarified, stating that Ma Jin was the eldest son of the Ma family. Considering Ma Jin was still in his prime, Yeonshin wondered why the Ma family was making a fuss about succession to the younger generation. To him, it did not make sense. Ma Jin's expression darkened, and the scar across his face seemed to twist with the weight of the question. He was clearly taken aback, somewhat overwhelmed by the barrage of Yeonshin's seemingly innocent inquiry. Then, Chung Myung leaned in, suggesting that Yeonshin should know and offering to tell the story. Ma Jin walked off abruptly, granting his approval for the tale. Chung Myung waited until the squad leader had moved far enough away before beginning the story, leaving Yeonshin confused by the unfolding events. For a moment, Chung Myung paused, considering where to start. Concerned with something else, Yeonshin observed his middle dantian, aware that every breath was precious time. Finally, Chung Myung began, telling Yeonshin that when the squad leader was still at the blue rank, he had returned from a mission holding Mirio's hand. Yeonshin interrupted, asking if the child mentioned was the same person Yeonshin considered his sister, Baek Mirio. Chung Myung smiled casually and confirmed it. He added that Mirio had been a little girl at the time, gesturing at her height with a motion of his hand at his waist. Chung Myung mentioned the rumors circulating about Mirio, saying that she would become the main force of the desolate fortress. It was said she had been brought from a secretly transmitted sect. Chung Myung clarified that this, however, was not the real issue. The mission had taken place in Xinjiang, a battlefield where remnants of the annihilated demonic cult ran wild. Yeonshin reflexively asked whether it was truly the demonic cult, knowing it as the place that had been mutually destroyed along with the Kunlun sect, once considered one of the 9 schools. Chung Myung confirmed, saying it was indeed a dangerous place in many ways. He then added that Ma Jin had completed the mission in the end, but his smile faded as he revealed that Ma Jin had fought against an internal force master from Xinjiang, only to be struck in his vital spot by a forbidden demonic technique. Yeonshin's understanding finally clicked. Ma Jin's leniency towards him made sense now. Perhaps it was because of how Yeonshin had lived as an outcast in his own family. Chung Myung continued his explanation, stating that Ma Jin had been unable to function as a man since the incident. This was why the fierce Mirio had faithfully served as the squad leader, acting as a benefactor. He also mentioned the Azure Sky squad leader, who did not get along with Ma Jin, and noted that the leader would avoid speaking of the incident whenever they bickered. Since Ma Jin could not produce a descendant, he couldn't serve as the head of the desolate Ma family. The words hung in the air for a moment as Chung Myung allowed them to sink in. He then asked if his junior understood. Yeonshin nodded, indicating that he understood, and implying that he also recognized the importance of never mentioning the incident again. Once the matter was settled, Yeonshin went to Ma Jin's office at the Radiant Demon Squad Pavilion to inquire about the next mission. Ma Jin did not linger on the topic of the incident. Instead, he pondered why his nephew seemed so restless, as though something were pursuing him. Beyond simply accumulating merits, Yeonshin sought to explore the vast martial arts world, drawing inspiration from it. With this in mind, Ma Jin suggested that Yeonshin take a 1-month break, as someone who had completed the coming-of-age ceremony was entitled to such leisure. However, Yeonshin bluntly replied that the break meant nothing to him. He simply wanted to take on the next mission without delay. Ma Jin's annoyance was visible as he reacted to Yeonshin's attitude. Standing up, Ma Jin mentioned that it might be a good idea to secure a position in Hunan early. Yeonshin asked what the mission involved. Ma Jin revealed that the mission was one of annihilation. He explained that they would be cutting off one of the Blood Flame cult's arms, and, if luck was on their side, they might discover the location of their main headquarters. Yeonshin listened intently. After completing a minor mission, his achievements would be enough for the blue rank promotion test. But it seemed that this would be another significant mission. Ma Jin continued, telling Yeonshin that when he had dealt with the thieving ghost, an apostle had engaged with Ma Jin. This apostle, whose hair had turned entirely black without a single red strand, was a monster surpassing the Bloodsword Masters. The trail of this apostle had reportedly ended at Mount Pingding in Hunan, within Shaolin's territory. Yeonshin asked if Shaolin was located on Mount Song in Zhengzhou. He pointed out that Mount Song and Hunan were quite far apart, and questioned how the apostle's trail could have led to Shaolin's territory. Ma Jin explained that Shaolin was the foremost orthodox sect and that all martial arts under the sky originated from Shaolin. He added that in the Central Plains, there were few places not influenced by Shaolin martial arts. The number of secular schools was innumerable, and one could consider the entire Hunan province as being under Shaolin's influence. Ma Jin also mentioned that Yeonshin had originally lived in Hunan should know that. Yeonshin nodded in acknowledgement as Ma Jin mentioned his origin. He was also surprised by something else. It was the first time Yeonshin had seen a desolate fortress black-ranked supreme master show such respect for a martial sect. His heart raced with excitement. He began to wonder what kind of inspiration Shaolin's martial arts might bestow upon him, considering it was the birthplace of Central Plains martial arts. When asked about the personnel for the mission, Majin revealed that both the Radiant Demon First Team and Second Team would accompany him, with Majin himself leading them. After completing the Plum Blossom Pill mission in Shaanxi, Majin formed the Radiant Demon First Team. Yeonshin, Wenchong, Chung Myung, and Mirio were grouped together. The Radiant Demon Squad had been reorganized into teams to make coordination easier. Concerned, Yeonshin mentioned that he understood why he was included in the team, and then asked if the rest of the first team needed a break. Majin smiled at the question and explained that they were all alike, either seeking achievements or roaming the martial world for the adventurous journey. Yeonshin understood that the former referred to himself and Mirio, while the latter described Wenchong and Chung Myung. With the matter settled, Yeonshin clasped his hands and spoke his affirmation to take his leave. After leaving Majin, who had finished organizing the formation, Yeonshin exited the office. Outside, crimson shadows filled the sky. Without stopping by the training ground, he headed straight for his room. One thing was clear in his mind: just one more mission, and he would advance to blue rank. When the day came, the two teams of the Radiant Demon Squad departed on horseback. The wind fiercely brushed Yeonshin's cheeks as he galloped, the pace quickening with each passing moment. From atop his fine horse, Yeonshin looked around and noted the 9 desolate fortress warriors riding together, an indication of the seriousness of the mission. For Yeonshin, this was a first. He had never seen so many masters riding together on a mission, traveling without stopping toward their destination and changing horses at the desolate fortress support stage along the way. To cross Hunan from the desolate fortress, they had to pass through Shinya County. They had already passed the site where the Jeong family had once been. Majin remarked that he was unsure whether what lay ahead was an inn or a tavern, but they would take their rest there. The party entered the marketplace, and Majin's voice resonated thickly, as though imbued with true energy. Wenchong looked around Shinya. Then he noted how different it was from the stories he had heard about the county. He muttered under his breath, observing how completely ruined the area had become. At a glance, the place appeared barren, confirming what the thieving ghost had said. Yeonshin fell into deep contemplation. It was to be expected. With the original occupation gone, groups from the Black Path were bound to run rampant. The back alley thugs must be in charge now. Just then, a conversation from inside the tavern reached their ears. A man's voice could be heard speaking aloud, mentioning how, with the Jeong family gone, the place had practically become a paradise for them. He added that his boss had been completely stunned by the profits from the forest, which had previously been monopolized by others, but were now flowing in freely. Yeonshin's thoughts flickered with realization as the man continued, expressing concern that he would have to fight for his place if he were ever kicked out of the organization. The man then mentioned how the Blood Flame cult had done his group a favor by wiping out the Jeong family, leaving only Yeonshin, Youngsan, and Hai. Yeonshin recalled the moment just before his departure for the desolate fortress. At that time, he had asked the Jeong family's chief steward about his intended destination. The steward had expressed a desire to remain behind, continuing to serve the surviving members of the Jeong family and overseeing what remained of the estate. The conversation he heard puzzled Yeonshin, especially since the steward had earlier claimed he would take care of those affairs personally. The Forestland profits were not something to be left for Black Path martial artists to exploit or manipulate for their own ends. While the older members of the group tended to the horses outside, Yeonshin took the initiative and stepped into the tavern ahead of them. Even the seasoned masters of the Radiant Demon Squad observed the fluctuations in his mood, each of them carrying a sense of quiet respect and goodwill. Inside, the tavern buzzed with a diverse crowd, people of all kinds enjoying their food and drink. The moment Yeonshin entered, accompanied closely by Wenchong, the energy in the room subtly shifted. With a calm and measured demeanor, he addressed the crowd, asking them to explain the current circumstances surrounding the Jeong family's land and its disputed status. A man scoffed from a nearby table, demanding the boy repeat what he had just said. A large bald man, seated not far away, raised his wine jar and drank slowly while inspecting the young intruder from head to toe. At that moment, a quiet but knowing smile curled across Wenchang's expression, hinting at an unseen plan or inner amusement. The man who had scoffed earlier rose to his feet, likely preparing to teach the newcomers a lesson for their bold and disruptive entrance. However, the moment he stood, his expression changed abruptly. The young man in the blue robe, accompanied by his confident companion, was clearly no ordinary traveler. Yeonshin had executed a subtle technique beyond the typical grappling hook skill, and Yeonshin allowed it without resistance. The move shifted Yeonshin's robe, revealing a character on his shoulder, desolate. The man's words faltered immediately. Whispers began to ripple through the tavern. Recognition spread among the Black Path martial artists present. Yet, they struggled to accept that an envoy from the desolate fortress had traveled this far into Shunned. Suspicion quickly followed. A youth dressed in a blue robe, claiming to be from the desolate fortress, was unthinkable. To the skeptical crowd, Yeonshin and Yeonshin looked more like Black Path martial artists disguising themselves as representatives of the fortress. The bald man, assumed to be the group's leader, turned his gaze toward Yeonshin. A slow smile spread across his face. He dismissed the idea that someone so young could be a master from the desolate fortress. Rising to his feet, he wiped wine from his mouth and assumed the stance of a seasoned Black Path martial artist. These men had once been mere street thugs who had learned basic martial arts and descended into the darker path. They had failed to rise within the evil sects, but had embraced their identity as Black Path martial artists nonetheless. Suddenly, the bald brute gripped an axe embedded in the table and hurled it at Yeonshin without hesitation. The man had clearly trained in martial arts that complemented his innate strength. His drunken eyes gleamed with savage intent and raw hostility. Yeonshin reacted with astonishing speed. His sword flashed in a blur, meeting the axe midair and reducing it to splinters in an instant. The force channeled through the desolate sword swept out in a concentrated gust, scattering the fragments violently across the tavern floor. Unshaken, Yeonshin remained composed. He had reached a level of mastery where he could imbue every technique with purposeful energy as naturally as breathing. The bald man froze in place, eyes wide and jaw slack. All aggression drained from him in an instant. At that moment, the remaining masters from the Radiant Demon Squad stepped inside, with Majin at the front. He mused aloud about the noise, asking what sort of trouble had erupted. They formed up behind their youngest blue-ranked member. Silent and menacing, they directed their gazes toward every Black Path martial artist in the room. The pressure from their presence was weighing heavily on them. At that moment, Yeonshin came to a stark realization. His martial arts resided in an entirely different realm compared to the crude techniques of local martial artists. When measured against the Tyrant Sword Sect's 8 fierce Rakshasa sword, the thugs before him felt as inconsequential as insects. Terror gripped the Black Path martial artists as they took in the scene. The desolate fortress, the 9 great schools, and the 13 heavens represented forces that soared far above what they could ever hope to reach. Power beyond comprehension. Yeonshin then spoke with a calm, yet cutting tone, wondering aloud whether attacking with an axe was their version of a greeting. The bald man stumbled, unable to utter a reply, his mouth working silently in futility. Advancing with steady steps, Yeonshin lowered his sword, closing the distance between them. With every pace, the bald man's fear deepened. Panic overtook him as he waved his arms in surrender, any will to resist crumbling before the unmistakable presence of advancing Thunder's energy force. He begged Yeonshin to wait, claiming it had all been a misunderstanding, pleading desperately for mercy. Unlike the Praying Mantis sect, which had once faced Yeonshin within their own stronghold, this bald man stood alone. His earlier strike had clearly been launched with the intent to kill, an act that bore consequences. Yeonshin paid no mind to the others in the room. His attention remained on the bald man, recognizing in him the aura of someone who had taken innocent lives, commoners with no means of defense. The pale light radiating from his sword blade reflected against the man's face, etched with despair. Without force or hesitation, Yeonshin's sword flowed through the air. The strike emerged as effortlessly as a breath, its clarity as brutal as it was beautiful. Blood scattered in the aftermath, the crimson arc urging a response from the remaining Black Path martial artists. Though Yeonshin held no concern for them, he had never intended to let the bald giant leave alive. The members of the Radiant Demon Squad stood silently, unmoved by the violence, allowing their youngest to handle the situation as he saw fit. Even if every Black Path martial artist in that tavern had united in battle, they would not have stood a chance against Yeonshin. The shift in the men's expressions confirmed this, dread overtaking them the instant their self-appointed leader's head struck the floor. With a voice as cold and measured as before, Yeonshin repeated his question. He demanded that they disclose everything they knew concerning the Jeong family manor. No one dared oppose him. The response was swift and unified. All present acknowledged the unassailable force before them. Before long, they knelt before the youth who had walked into their den without fear. They spoke in full, explaining what they knew, their eyes cast downward, unable to meet the crushing presence that loomed behind Yeonshin, his ever-watchful companions. As the story sank in, Yeonshin tightened his grip around the desolate sword's hilt. The loss of his father during the Jeong family's annihilation stirred little emotion in him. What shook him were the deaths of the innocent commoners who had served the family with loyalty. Their lives had been extinguished without cause. The Black Path men described the chaos that followed the incident, bloodshed erupting through the marketplace. Amid the turmoil, the Jeong family's chief steward had formed a trade group, managing to grow it with skill and precision, almost succeeding in escaping the reaches of Shinya. However, the lands and assets belonging to the estate had formed the backbone of that fledgling enterprise. Naturally, such resources had drawn the attention of Black Path martial artists. In time, a faction known as the Shinya White Martial Group emerged. They gained power by bribing the local magistrate and eventually orchestrated a raid on the trade group, shattering it completely. Rage surged within Wonchong. He slammed his fist into the table, not with inner force, but purely out of frustration. His fury was not hidden as he spat insults at the Black Path martial artists, condemning them as vile and corrupt. Wonchong had always carried himself with a passionate spirit, particularly when the innocent were harmed. Their disruption of civilian life ignited something deep in him. Were it not for the profound respect he held for Yeonshin, a bond akin to that of brothers, he might have torn them into pieces with his bare hands. Meanwhile, Yeonshin sat in silence, absorbed in thought. The revelation that the local magistrate had been deeply involved unsettled him. He knew he could purge the Black Path martial artists plaguing Shinya on his own, and in his mind he had already decided to do so. It was then that Chung Myung approached and gestured for Yeonshin's attention. As one of Yeonshin's seniors, Chung Myung made an offer. If assistance was needed, he and the others would act. Since the matter concerned family land, he believed a single day would suffice to resolve it. Behind Yeonshin, his senior comrades stood tall, silently showing support as though offering a reassuring pat on his back. For the masters of the Radiant Demon Squad, such a task held little weight. Owing to his composed demeanor and formidable martial prowess, Yeonshin had already gained their trust after only 2 missions. The young lightning genius had quickly become someone they respected. Though he understood their posture and their intent, Yeonshin declined with gratitude. He did not wish to trouble them unnecessarily. His words conveyed appreciation, acknowledging their sentiment. Such was the spirit of the Radiant Demon Squad at present. Their regard for Yeonshin was that of affection for a younger brother. Before setting off alone while the others remained behind to rest, Yeonshin turned to Ma Jin with a direct question. He wished to know whether he could punish the local magistrate himself. Ma Jin denied the request. According to him, only after reaching black rank would Yeonshin be permitted to pass judgment. In lieu of immediate action, Ma Jin assured him that the matter would be investigated personally once they returned. It was then Ma Jin mentioned the name of a particular group, the Shinya White Martial faction, a known Black Path force. Reflecting on Yeonshin's solo raid and eradication of the Praying Mantis sect, Ma Jin remarked that this lesser group would not present a real challenge for his nephew. Even so, he offered to lend his aid if needed. Without hesitation, Yeonshin declined. At that very moment, Wonchong entered swiftly, cutting in with a firm statement that he would accompany Yeonshin. He added a dramatic flair, gesturing in ways that imposed his intent. He questioned the wisdom of sending someone not even 20 years old on a solo mission, noting that such a move could tarnish the title of Desolate Master. When Yeonshin attempted to explain that this was not some grand heroic campaign, Wonchong cut him off mid-sentence. In his view, the act of eliminating a Black Path faction was inherently heroic. He spoke with conviction, pointing out how most would avoid such confrontations for fear of injury. His tone turned boastful as he repeatedly referenced his self-bestowed title, Divine Hero of Desolate Fortress. Lately, Yeonshin had come to understand that Wenchang's flamboyance existed mostly within the walls of the desolate fortress. Outside of it, his comrades seemed genuinely worthy of tales. Yet, this admiration did not take deep root within Yeonshin. Without the need for movement techniques, the two arrived swiftly at their destination. The Shinya white martial faction's compound lay ahead. Its antique gate stood closed, appearing to have once belonged to a minor noble's estate. Wenchang made a passing comment on how unfortunate it would be to destroy such a finely constructed gate. Despite his remark, his desolate sword was already drawn. He stepped once and spun like a gust of northern wind. A sharp metallic note rang through the air as force refined upon the blade. His strike, heavy with killing intent, cleaved the gate with ease. True energy burst forth as the main gate exploded open. Wooden splinters flew outward, scattered by the swirling wind force that erupted from the technique. Yeonshin remained still, his posture calm, yet commanding. It gave an impression of severity, though his intent was merely to bring swift resolution, for the sake of the common people. Wenchang entered first, a smug grin spreading across his face. He looked every bit the man casually strolling into a den of thugs with full confidence. Within the courtyard beyond the shattered gate, martial artists stood armed with various weapons. They had prepared themselves in advance. With their full number gathered, they appeared undaunted by the presence of desolate fortress warriors. Glancing back at Yeonshin with a laid-back expression, Wenchang commented on how the faction had likely caught wind of the confrontation at the tavern. A large, imposing figure stepped forward, exuding arrogance. He mocked the scene before him, scoffing at the sight of only two young men daring to storm their stronghold. His words dripped with menace as he declared they would be turned into fertilizer for the forest. Yeonshin stared ahead without a trace of fear in his gaze. He had once brought down the entire praying mantis sect on his own. He had been strong then, he was stronger now. As he assumed his sword stance, and a memory surfaced in his mind. Chung Myung had once explained that only major factions truly hesitated to provoke the desolate fortress. Smaller and medium-sized sects often lacked that awareness. Ignorant of the world beyond their reach, they seldom understood the balance of martial strength. Such ignorance prevented them from grasping both their own limits and the capabilities of their adversaries. In that moment, Yeonshin unsheathed his sword. The phrase Chung Myung had used, the ignorant ones, echoed in his mind, describing precisely the type of opponents now gathering before him. The Shinya white martial faction responded with arrogance. At their leader's command, all of them surged forward at once. Yeonshin met the wave of martial artists without hesitation. Blades of every kind aimed for him. Yet he pressed on, unrelenting in his advance. These were the same kind of men who had terrorized commoners without remorse, abusing strength to rob the powerless. Now, their executioner stood before them, a silent young warrior cloaked in the blue robe of desolate fortress. With each approach, Yeonshin swung his sword once, no more, no less. The radiant sword's style glowed faintly, its light weaving through the air as the blade passed the necks of those foolish enough to engage. His strikes held no waste, only precision. The first four who rushed to meet him were swiftly sent to the afterlife, delivered to King Yama in a matter of moments. Still, Yeonshin pressed forward. None had stopped him, and none would. Those who dared were met with fatal ends, their heads severed with chilling exactness. One brilliant stroke followed another, lives extinguished in rapid succession. With each step he took, another life fell. The remaining fighters he left to Wenchang, whose strength was more than enough to handle what Yeonshin deemed unworthy of pursuit. The confident expression worn by the faction's leader faded instantly. As screams echoed and blood painted the ground, horror replaced bravado. He watched as the heads of his men rolled, and realization struck him with finality. Yeonshin's eyes locked onto a single figure, the leader of the Shinya white martial faction. The man looked surprisingly young, but that did not matter. Yeonshin advanced without hesitation, the embodiment of death itself, come to reap the lives of those who had walked the black path. Yeonshin advanced with deliberate steps, neither hurried nor sluggish, each movement radiating unwavering confidence. Before him stood the leader of the Shinyo white martial faction, who found himself frozen in place. Despite holding the authority of leadership, the man dared not move. His sect laid to waste by two relentless martial artists who carved through their ranks without mercy or pause. Desperation overtook the sect leader. He waved his hands pleadingly, a silent entreaty for the famed lightning genius to halt his advance. Yet the request was met with only silence. His internal energy surged, flowing into the desolate sword, which gleamed with a sharpened brilliance. Within the final paces, Yeonshin suddenly sprang forward. Not a trace of mercy accompanied his movement. The leader could only stumble back, his mouth trembling with repeated cries for the youth to cease, to spare him. But the plea never reached Yeonshin's heart. The young warrior from desolate fortress pressed forward, his form wrapped in the intensity of Jeong dynamic art. Each motion was as precise as it was explosive. The radiant sword style activated. A subtle shimmer of dimly glowing streams of energy flowed along the blade as it glided with deadly elegance. The sword swept across the leader's chest with almost no resistance, bypassing flesh and cloth alike. The middle-aged man barely had time to process what had occurred. His eyes shifted slightly, confusion dawning as his body failed to respond. It wasn't until a beat passed that blood began to pour from the open wound. Yeonshin's face remained an unmoving mask. There was no trace of triumph or regret, only the cold detachment of one tasked with delivering justice. The attack had been swift, final, and without hesitation. The body of the sect leader toppled backward, collapsing onto the ground with a dull, definitive thud. His lifeless eyes stared skyward, and the authority he once carried dissolved into the dust around him. Raising his blade, Yeonshin summoned the remaining energy from the radiant sword style, allowing it to merge and release from the sword in one fluid motion. With a graceful downward slash, he expelled the residual blood from the blade, and a soft gust of wind followed, cleansing both weapon and spirit. In that moment, the fall of the Shinyo white martial faction was sealed. For several heartbeats, Yeonshin stood still, his back turned to the rest of the martial artists who had once called this sect their stronghold. None among them dared to make a sound. The power of Jeong dynamic technique flared within him. Slowly, he turned to face them, his eyes narrowing as he scanned each face one by one. There was no compassion in his gaze, no room for pity or negotiation. Those who met his stare recoiled. Fear struck deep into their cores, the image of their leader's effortless defeat forever imprinted in their minds. When the carnage concluded, half of the Shinyo white martial faction had perished. The remaining members were left alive, but stripped of their dantians, their martial cultivation erased. With the battlefield stilled, Wonchong and Yeonshin unsheathed their own desolate sword, signaling the end of confrontation. Then, movement at the gate drew their attention with one of them expressed that they were too late, prompting the two to turn toward the gate. For figures entered the estate, two monks, a man appearing in his 50s, and a magistrate of Shinya County, dressed in formal robes. The procession caused both Yeonshin and Wonchong to glance toward the entrance. As they approached, the magistrate looked over the devastated estate, the moaning survivors scattered across the grounds. A sigh escaped him. Word of the commotion must have spread through the nearby tavern, prompting their hasty arrival. Surveying the carnage, the magistrate moved closer, his gaze settling on Yeonshin. Recognition stirred as he took in the young man's features. Moments later, a glint of familiarity lit up his round face. With a slight nod, the magistrate remarked that this youth belonged to the Jeong family. Though they hadn't shared many encounters, their faces had not been strangers. The magistrate's office offered logistical support, tributes, permits, and trade privileges in exchange for martial assistance. It was an arrangement that blurred the lines between administrative governance and martial enforcement. For a brief moment, fear flared up within. Thus, when a magistrate of Shinya County laid eyes upon the youngest child of the Jeong family, his surprise was unmistakable. The memory of that shunned youth clashed with the reality standing before him. That very child, once dismissed and cast aside, now bore the marks of a trained warrior. an emblem of desolate fortress worn proudly in the form of his blue robe. Before the magistrate could gather his thoughts, another figure surged forward from among the newcomers, brushing past formalities and even pushing aside the magistrate himself. The man called out, addressing Yeonshin with reverence as a young master. Recognition flickered in Yeonshin's eyes. He questioned inwardly whether the man before him was truly the chief steward. The face, though older and wearier than he remembered, belonged to the Jeong family's long-standing administrator. The steward's eyes shimmered with emotion as he stopped before Yeonshin. His marveled aloud that the boy he once served had indeed joined the desolate fortress. Even more astonishing was the blue robe, proof that Yeonshin was no mere initiate. He offered a prayer of thanks to the heavens, barely able to believe what he was seeing. What had once been a dream now felt tangible and real. Welcoming the steward warmly, Yeonshin mentioned that he had heard troubling rumors concerning the older man's situation. The chief steward admitted it had not been easy, attributing his difficulties to a lack of personal strength. His voice held a touch of bitterness, but there was no resentment, only the acceptance that came with hard-won growth. Something in the energy the steward radiated struck Yeonshin as unfamiliar. It wasn't chaotic or burdened. It was clear, grounded, and filled with substance. Such a transformation couldn't have come from scattered cultivation. It was a refined shift, one born of studying an orthodox martial path. Curious, Yeonshin asked if the man had joined a formal sect. The chief nodded. Fortune, he explained, had opened a door. Despite his age, he had become a secular disciple of the revered Shaolin Temple. The opportunity was not just rare, it was miraculous, and gratitude filled his voice. That revelation stirred complex emotions in Yeonshin. To lose a merchant group, fall from grace, and somehow ascend to become a disciple of Shaolin. How could mere words capture the strange and winding path of that journey? The look on Yeonshin's face said everything his voice did not. The steward then turned and gestured toward a quiet, elder monk standing beside him. The figure wore a yellow kasaya and carried the aura of someone who had long since abandoned worldly attachments. He raised one hand before his chest in the customary Shaolin greeting and introduced himself as Wonjong. His aged features were lined with wisdom, and his calm eyes lingered on Yeonshin. Yeonshin and Wonjong, standing side by side, returned the gesture with a respectful clasp of their fists. They followed with their own introductions, offered in solemn acknowledgement. Nearby, a younger warrior monk who had been curiously examining the battleground suddenly spoke up. His voice rang with admiration as he commented on the brilliance of Yeonshin's movements. He hailed him as a young hero, his words laced with enthusiasm. Turning toward Yeonshin, the monk introduced himself as Gak Jeong. He was striking, his features refined, his long ears lending him a distinct and dignified air. It was immediately clear that he belonged to the elf clans, and though it could be difficult to estimate their age at a glance, Yeonshin surmised that Gak Jeong had not yet reached elder status. The name Little Divine, Monk Gak Jeong, was one already whispered among martial circles. Listed among the 18 arhats of the great Shaolin Temple, and hailed as a master of Shaolin fist techniques, he was far from ordinary. A true rising star of the orthodox world. With a respectful tone, Gak Jeong asked his master uncle for permission to speak with Yeonshin, clearly eager for the opportunity. However, the elder monk, Wonjong, chose to speak first. He posed a question to Yeonshin, asking if there had been any prior connection with the Shaolin Temple. Yeonshin responded with a shake of his head, admitting honestly that this was his first encounter with Shaolin's revered masters. Wonjong then observed something peculiar. He remarked that Yeonshin's body was unusual, exceptionally cultivated, almost as if it had been molded by the Muscle Change Classic. The implication of such a statement held weight. The Dharma Muscle Change Classic was a martial art so renowned that few in the martial world had never heard of it. Its origins were no secret. It was widely accepted that Dharma, the legendary founder of Shaolin martial arts, had created it to strengthen both the bodies and internal energy of monks. As the story went, all 72 Shaolin arts were born from this foundational practice and, in time, returned to it again. It was the source and the destination of Shaolin cultivation. Yeonshin understood this well. The teachings of the desolate fortress emphasized internal power, but even there, The legacy of the muscle change classic was not lost on him. He had read that it formed the spine of Shaolin's entire martial canon. Standing across from him, Master Wonjong studied Yeonshin with a contemplative expression. He voiced a quiet observation. He did not believe that Yeonshin had stolen the temple's sacred art. To do so would be virtually impossible. As the brief exchange unfolded, Gakjong's eyes scanned Yeonshin from head to toe. His gaze was meticulous, lingering on the structure of Yeonshin's physique. The intensity made Yeonshin visibly uncomfortable, though he said nothing at first. After a moment, Gakjong spoke, explaining that from a worldly martial artist perspective, Yeonshin's path could be rationalized. Yet to someone like himself, who had lived secluded in a mountain temple, cultivating both martial skills and Buddhist teachings, the sight before him seemed overwhelming, even excessive. He confessed that he couldn't help but feel concern. The martial world had taken notice of Yeonshin, and all signs pointed toward the young warrior one day becoming one of the most formidable masters alive. Still, witnessing the sheer number of martial artists executed here at the estate unsettled him. He clarified that he spoke not in judgment, but from belief. The yard they stood in bore silent witness to bodies struck down in cold precision. The desolate fortress had deemed their sins worthy of execution. Those who remained had been left intentionally, both as a calculated message and a demonstration of mercy. Yeonshin, in turn, asked directly what the monk was trying to say. Raising a clenched fist, Gakjong answered. In the martial world, convictions were tested through combat, not words. He declared that he had studied both the Iron Sandpalm and the Dharma Muscle Change Classic, external techniques from the revered 72 arts of Shaolin. With that, he issued a challenge. The terms were simple, a test of physical fitness. Winner's request would be honored by the other. To accompany the challenge, Gakjong produced a wooden box from within his robes. As he opened it, a sharp herbal fragrance filled the air. He offered the contents to Yeonshin, should he lose. The pill inside, he explained, was the clear righteousness pill, crafted using techniques passed down by his Elven clan and refined through the temple's medicine king hall. Wonchong, who had been watching in silence, erupted with a loud exclamation. He recognized the name immediately. The clear righteousness pill was a famed medicinal item known to instantly heal the flow of damaged energy and blood. When internal injuries threatened combat effectiveness, it could restore a warrior to fighting condition in moments. Gakjong smiled and affirmed this reputation. Yeonshin stared quietly into Gakjong's earnest, clear eyes. The sincerity in the monk's gesture stirred something within him. He had also heard of the pill's rising fame. It was not merely a curative, it was precious. The fact that Gakjong would wager it at all was a testament to Shaolin's sense of fairness and purpose. There was no malice here, only principle. Yeonshin recognized the intent. Rather than preaching morality, Gakjong had chosen to lead through example, offering medicine, offering challenge, offering dialogue. It was admirable. With a quiet nod, Yeonshin acknowledged the gift and vowed to meet the challenge with everything he had. He would not insult the monk's gesture with half-hearted effort. Gakjong let out a light-hearted laugh, thanking Yeonshin for accepting what he himself called meddling. Then, with a teasing tone, he remarked that Yeonshin might want to take the pill early. He might be needing it once their contest began. The provocation wasn't lost. It was a jest, but also a subtle warning. Competing in external martial arts against a practitioner of Shaolin's finest, especially one of Gakjong's caliber, could very well leave Yeonshin with serious internal injuries. The monk's reputation, after all, wasn't ornamental. Annoyance flickered across Yeonshin's face, momentary but visible. The implication, while not unfounded, grated. Breaking the silence, Yeonshin asked one final question. What, exactly, was the monk's request if he were to win? Gakjong declared his condition plainly. If he emerged victorious, he wished for Yeonshin to attend a 1-hour Dharma lecture. The request struck both Yeonshin and Wonchong as odd. Their expressions mirrored one another. Narrowed eyes, faint skepticism, and a shared suspicion that there might be some deeper motive. Observing their reactions, Gakjong burst into laughter. He teased them lightly, joking whether they thought he planned to shave Yeonshin's head and recruit him into the Shaolin sect. The levity in his tone broke the tension, and for the first time, he revealed a side of his personality that was light-hearted, almost eccentric. Despite that, the challenge was accepted. They each took their positions, preparing to spar in a contest of physical prowess. Yeonshin quickly discerned that Gakjeong's spirit reflected a rare duality. The fervent drive of a martial artist fused seamlessly with the inner peace of a Buddhist disciple. The combination created a character unlike any Yeonshin had previously encountered. Yet strangely, it left no ill impression. A single glance was enough for Yeonshin to judge the gap between them. In terms of internal energy control and deployment, he would be no match for the monk. Gakjeong, after all, held the title of Little Divine Monk, a prodigy within Shaolin. But this was a different test. When it came to physical endurance and body tempering, the field leveled. Yeonshin had honed the Jeong dynamic technique for years to the point of mastery, and this was his domain. The sparring commenced. In a flash, Gakjeong closed the distance. His body vanished from ordinary view, only to reappear directly before Yeonshin. The speed was unreal, so swift that untrained eyes might have believed he teleported. His fist collided with Yeonshin's arm in the very first exchange. Though devoid of internal energy, the blow was far from soft. Martial force radiated through the contact. Without pause, Gakjeong launched into a spinning maneuver, using the momentum to set up a low stance for a leaping kick aimed directly at Yeonshin's chest. The young warrior managed a subtle shift in his posture, narrowly evading the incoming strike. From there, the battlefield erupted into a dance of fists and legs. Strikes rained down in dazzling sequences. Each blow came from a different angle, each trajectory unpredictable. The patterns were both artistic and violent. Yeonshin's body absorbed the brunt of them. Only his eyes retained control, calm, calculating, and keenly watching. He captured every nuance of Shaolin's famed techniques, committing the flow of each move to memory. Throughout 20 exchanges, Yeonshin made no counterattack. He remained entirely on the defensive, allowing the monk's techniques to unfold uninhibited. Then Gakjeong spun high into the air. As he descended, his robes swirled with calculated grace. Landing with precision, he crouched into position. In the blink of an eye, he dashed forward in a diagonal path with 2 crisp steps. It was unmistakable. Dragon Fist, one of Shaolin's revered 5 fist techniques. The power behind the movement was immense. Despite not drawing on internal energy, the strike carried more than mere physical might. It was the type of attack meant to embody the essence of a dragon's upward flight within the limits of the human form. The fist collided with Yeonshin's solar plexus. The impact thundered through the ground. But instead of Yeonshin falling back, it was Gakjeong who staggered. He was pushed back 2 full steps, deep imprints forming in the dirt where his feet had skidded to a stop. Master Wonjeong, along with the Jeong family's chief steward, stood silently nearby, observing with solemn expressions. Neither interrupted. The moment was one of quiet revelation. Though Gakjeong had withheld the use of internal energy, he had not held back an effort. The strike had been delivered with lethal precision. Yet the result was not what he expected. Yeonshin stood unmoved. His feet remained exactly where they had been at the beginning of the match. His body bore no tremor. His expression, serene and composed, mirrored that of a man unaffected by the violence he had just received. The realization struck Master Wonjeong first. Inwardly, he released a silent exclamation. The little divine monk had summoned the totality of his strength in a contest of physical cultivation, and yet Yeonshin had not moved so much as an inch. Sweat glistened on Gakjeong's brow. He alone had expended all his energy, bringing every technique he had mastered to bear. The depth of Yeonshin's fortitude was overwhelming, yet the stillness was not born of arrogance. As a member of the elf clans, Gakjeong felt it instinctively. This was not pride masking superiority. Rather, it was curiosity that moved Yeonshin. The young martial artist had not interrupted the assault because he wished to observe, learn, even more of Shaolin's art. His interest was genuine. Standing firm and composed, Yeonshin spoke at last. He asked if the monk had finished. There was no mockery in his tone. If anything, there was a quiet eagerness. He had not stood unmoved out of disdain, but because he wanted to see more. His arrogance, such as it was, found expression through a deeply rooted desire to understand. After standing firm like an immovable wall, Yeonshin finally advanced with a deliberate step forward. His fists rose with intent, and the little divine monk mirrored the gesture, bracing to absorb Yeonshin's approaching strike. Though the movement seemed deceptively simple, immense power surged from Yeonshin's subtle motions. Having internalized the principle that 4 ounces could move 1,000 pounds, he embodied it with that single decisive step. With minimal motion, his left fist ascended in a straightforward punch. In response, Gakjeong's body bent backward unnaturally. Momentarily stunned, his eyes widened in disbelief. The absence of any discernible energy wave only deepened his confusion, as if something essential was missing from the clash. Planting his left leg firmly behind him, the divine monk recovered his stance in an instant. He countered swiftly with a right elbow strike, initiating a fierce exchange. A barrage of punches and kicks followed, the complexity of their trajectories producing layered afterimages that tangled in rapid succession. Despite taking more hits throughout the flurry, Yeonshin pressed on without hesitation. From the outset, it was clear that his opponent held a superior grasp of martial technique and combat experience. Yet Yeonshin reveled in the exchange. The sensation of trading blows, untainted by radiant demon techniques, offered a refreshing, exhilarating rawness. Even as fists and feet connected, the resulting impacts delivered no significant damage. Yeonshin didn't register pain, only the thrill of combat. With no concern for defending against his opponent's techniques, he focused entirely on offense, channeling himself wholly into each blow. Soon after, the little divine monk advanced with a right straight punch. Yeonshin, reading the move, lifted the outer edge of his right hand in perfect defense. A faint grin touched his lips as the duel continued. Physically, he had surpassed even the renowned little divine monk, a cultivator of divine-level martial arts. Noticing an opening, Yeonshin coiled his left fist, preparing for a calculated counter. Using the billow of his broad left sleeve as a feint, he disrupted the monk's perception. Simultaneously, his right fist struck Gakjeong's shoulder with enough force to crumple the fabric. Each of Yeonshin's punches sent the monk staggering, forced to recover again and again. On the sidelines, Master Wonjong observed with growing awe. Yeonshin's prowess and physical cultivation had clearly reached astonishing new heights. A question surfaced aloud from the elder. Had Yeonshin borrowed from the Shaolin 5 fist strikes for his movements? But as he studied further, he revised the notion. Though the principles were reminiscent, Yeonshin's execution transcended traditional style. His approach now stood on a higher plane. Apart from the joy of sparring freely without using internal energy, Yeonshin's eyes glimmered faintly with a bluish hue, an indication of his perceptive state. He read every movement Gakjeong made, mapping them to memory in real time. He absorbed the essence of Shaolin technique and immediately applied it, using it against the very martial artist who had demonstrated it. Gakjeong's expression soured with every exchange. The relentless onslaught was wearing him down. Master Wonjong, still observing from the edge of the training ground, questioned how such progress was possible. Yeonshin's command of energy emission, his range of application, and sheer adaptability had improved beyond recognition. Though not as publicly celebrated as the little divine monk, Master Wonjong's martial achievements were far from minor. As a seasoned cultivator, he knew what he saw. To him, Yeonshin looked as though he stood at the precipice of something extraordinary. In that moment, he believed that Yeonshin wasn't merely replicating old techniques. He was in the midst of creating a martial art entirely his own. Though few knew it, Yeonshin had long been cultivating the Jeong dynamic technique, a powerful method that tempered his veins continuously from the moment he began his training. This secret form of cultivation gradually reinforced his physical form, allowing him to stand as an equal against the rising star of Shaolin. Despite this growing pressure, the little divine monk did not falter. With fluid precision, he darted backward and then launched himself forward again, striking with relentless determination. This time, Yeonshin made no effort to dodge or block the punch. Instead, he planted his feet, expanded his chest, and absorbed the impact head-on. Even when confronted with a technique rooted in the Dharma muscle change classic, Yeonshin's body withstood the blow without flinching. Watching from the sidelines, Master Wonjong finally grasped the truth. The boy's physical prowess had already surpassed that of the famed little divine monk. In response to the incoming attack, Yeonshin delivered a swift, rising punch. His fist crashed upward into Gakjong's shoulder, forcing the monk into retreat. The sparring resumed with a ferocious flurry of blows. Neither held back. Gakjong unleashed his intricate fist techniques with the full force of his training, while Yeonshin, adapting quickly, responded with calculated counters, reading the patterns with growing ease. As if drawn by instinct, both raised their fists simultaneously. In unison, their strikes met midway, the sound of impact resonating across the courtyard. Though earlier outmatched, Yeonshin now moved in perfect rhythm with his opponent. His lack of experience no longer hindered him. Instead, he seemed to rise to Gakjong's level through sheer insight and rapid adaptation. With a final clash, the two fighters disengaged. Each took a few steps back, instinctively mirroring the other's posture. A mutual understanding hung in the air, one born from shared respect in the heat of combat. Breathing heavily, Gakjong wiped away the sweat that clung to his face. The strain from their prolonged exchange had clearly worn on him. In contrast, Yeonshin stood calm and composed. His breathing remained even, and his stance showed no signs of wear. A smile crept onto Gakjong's face as realization set in. The weight of their spar finally registered in full. With a touch of levity, he declared the match concluded, suggesting that continuing would force one of them to resort to the clear righteous pill for recovery. Yeonshin seemed slightly disappointed, perhaps hoping to glimpse more of Shaolin's techniques. Still, he nodded in agreement, acknowledging the wisdom of stopping before injuries set in. Both combatants began to ease their breath, transitioning out of the intensity of their exchange. Master Wonjong observed the scene in silence. Though surprised by Yeonshin's display, his expression remained neutral, hiding his thoughts behind a mask of composure. Meanwhile, the chief steward could not suppress his astonishment. His jaw hung, slightly agape, stunned that Yeonshin could match the little divine monk blow for blow. Yet not all onlookers shared admiration. Among them, the corrupt magistrate's face paled with fear. The revelation of Yeonshin's strength unsettled him deeply, casting a dark shadow over his face. At that moment, Wonchong stepped beside the trembling official, speaking softly, as if to emphasize the point. Only those who truly knew Yeonshin understood what he was capable of. Within the Radiant Demon Squad, Wonchong explained, Yeonshin was a figure spoken of with awe. His muscles, trained and honed through his physical cultivation, were said to be as hard as forged steel. The magistrate visibly flinched, though he remained in place, listening as tension coiled in his chest. But Wonchong was not finished. A memory surfaced, and he shared it. There was a time, he said, when Yeonshin was taking a bath, and several handmaidens who had been assigned to help manage the bathhouse fled at first, only to sneak back later. They had returned not to perform their duties, but to catch a glimpse of Yeonshin in secret. With a knowing grin, Wonchong chuckled at their audacity. Such boldness, he mused, could only come from those raised in the unforgiving environment of the desolate fortress. The pallor on the Shinya County Magistrate's face deepened with each word that spilled from Wonchang's mouth. Every anecdote about Yeonshin chipped away at his composure until, finally, the man could endure no more. Before Wonchong could even share the next part of the story, the magistrate hastily turned, making a full retreat from the site. In his hurried departure, he shouted that he was not particularly interested in the rest. Watching the official's back grow smaller as he vanished past the gate, Wonchong blinked in confusion. A curious look passed over his features as he questioned aloud why the magistrate reacted so dramatically. He noted that most others usually listened to the tale with genuine fascination. With the match concluded and the tension subsiding, Yeonshin approached Gakjong. He brought his hands together in a martial salute, offering sincere gratitude for the opportunity to spar. He acknowledged his shortcomings by expressing his willingness to listen to the little divine monk's teachings. It was a humble gesture, an admission that he had not bested Gakjong in their bout. For a brief moment, the monk seemed perplexed by the statement. His brow furrowed, eyes searching Yeonshin's face for signs of jest. But then, laughter erupted from his chest, loud and genuine, echoing across the pavilion. Once the mirth settled, Gakjong expressed aloud that Yeonshin's character was remarkably straightforward. He even wondered aloud how different things might have been if someone like Yeonshin were his disciple. In contrast, he explained, his current students were so brimming with arrogance that neither martial scolding nor dermic lectures reached their hearts. Then, almost sheepishly, the little divine monk admitted his own defeat. He confessed that as their fight went on, fear crept into him. Not from injury, but from the realization that Yeonshin was dissecting his techniques one by one. His foundational movements, which once felt unshakable, began to falter. With this understanding, he openly declared that the match had ended in his own loss as well. If Yeonshin was sincere about listening to his dharma, then Gakjeong, in turn, pledged to heed Yeonshin's words if the opportunity ever arose in the future. Yeonshin nodded without hesitation. He had walked away from this encounter with 3 invaluable gains. First, he had experienced firsthand the iconic Shaolin fist and leg techniques, absorbed their rhythm and principles through direct confrontation. This alone was like sunlight for a budding martial artist. Second, he now held the clear righteous pill in his possession, a rare medicinal treasure capable of saving a life from even the brink of death. And lastly, he had earned the right to consult the little divine monk about matters of the martial world, a rare opportunity with immeasurable worth. Such are the mysterious bonds formed through martial encounters. In this way, Yeonshin and Gakjeong spent time together not as rivals, but as kindred spirits. As time trickled by, the sky deepened into a soft blaze of orange. Clusters of sunset light pooled across the horizon, tinting the world with ardent warmth. Within the newly cleaned pavilion, the 2 martial artists sat comfortably as Gakjeong began his Dharma lecture. He began with the ancient tale of Bodhidharma and Hike. The master had once told the disciple that the anxious mind possessed no substance. True tranquility, he explained, does not depend on written scripture. It is a direct transmission beyond words and letters. To Yeonshin, this philosophical insight opened a door he had never known existed. The lesson repeated, Bodhidharma told Hike that an anxious mind held no form. These words echoed in Yeonshin's consciousness. He who had seen blood and death from an early age was like a blade forged in ceaseless battle. Until now, his mind had been sharpened by violence, tempered by loss, and hardened by the ever-present shadow of death. The desperate will to survive had always defined him. But now, for the first time, another form of tempering reached his spirit. Chan Buddhism passed its truths through voice and presence, not through parchment. Though a single session could not dispel the turmoil rooted deep within him, Yeonshin sensed the intention behind Buddhist martial philosophy. Every so often, a glimmer of sky-blue light flickered in his eyes, signs of inner resonance. From across the chamber, Master Wonjong watched in silence. Hidden from view, he regarded Yeonshin strangely, his expression unreadable, his thoughts veiled. The night passed without disturbance, and in the quiet of the pavilion, Yeonshin continued to cultivate not only his martial strength but the stillness within. At the sun rising, Master Wonjong began the morning with a quiet lecture aimed at the young martial artist who walked after him. His voice was calm yet firm as he emphasized that the phrase destroying evil and revealing righteousness was not just a piece of poetic dharma. It was tangible power. He explained that this dharma-based force held the potential to annihilate the sinister energy accumulated by corrupt sects like the Blood Flame sect. In his view, martial arts and mystical arts were never truly separate. Both originated from the same source, and it was only through human interpretation that they were eventually categorized and divided. Leaning closer, Gakjeong whispered to Yeonshin, revealing a hidden truth. According to him, Master Wonjong was in the process of developing a martial art designed specifically to kill the Blood Flame sect leader, despite being a Buddhist monk. The interaction between the 2 elders resembled a bickering pair of family members, perhaps a grandfather chiding his mischievous grandson. Unbothered, Wonjong asked if such a path was truly wrong. He reasoned that for the sake of the people, such actions were not only justified, they were necessary. In the end, Gakjeong sighed and agreed. If fate provided the opportunity, then even he would open the forbidden precept of killing. Just as the discussion drew to a close, Yeonshin's sharp senses detected movement beyond the estate's gate. From above the wall, Majin descended in a single, fluid motion. His technique displayed extraordinary mastery. His steps were swift and his balance unshakable. He landed before the group that had taken refuge in the estate of the Shinya White Martial faction for the night. Without delay, Majin addressed Yeonshin. His voice betrayed subtle concern as he questioned why Yeonshin had not returned by dawn. However, his tone suggested full confidence in the younger man's strength, as he doubted that Yeonshin would fall to petty Black Path ruffians. Briefly, Majin's gaze flicked toward the Shaolin monks standing near Yeonshin. He made no effort to acknowledge them formally. At that very moment, the rest of the Radiant Demon squad passed through the estate's front gate in swift succession. Majin noted their arrival, then mentioned that their current situation left no room for formalities. That was when Yeonshin's eyes narrowed, his focus sharpening instantly. He had sensed something deeper within Majin's tone. Raising his eyes, Yeonshin addressed his captain directly, asking what he truly meant. Majin answered without hesitation. It was the Blood Flame cult. He surmised that some vital information had been leaked. He also stated that the Hao faction had most likely betrayed the desolate fortress. Despite the gravity of his words, Majin stood tall. He declared that their top priority was survival. His voice carried no trace of calm reassurance, only calculated urgency. He then gave a command. Should anyone be separated during the conflict, the rendezvous point would be the Heaven Sword family. The seriousness in Majin's voice did not go unnoticed. It was jarring to hear such urgency from someone of his stature, a black rank martial master of the desolate fortress. Every detail, the tension in his eyes, the clipped tone, suggested that they were finally facing the true forces of the Blood Flame cult. Somewhere in the surrounding forest, even the mountain birds had gone silent. The absence of their cries weighed heavily in the air. Yeonshin lifted his eyes to the treetops as a breeze swept across his cheek. It was light yet chilling. The wind whispered past his ears, carrying with it an unnatural eeriness. Then, without further warning, the estate's gate exploded in a thunderous blast. Yet not a single soul flinched. Every individual standing within that estate had once set foot into the martial world, fully prepared to face evil head-on. Yeonshin and Gakjong kept their gazes fixed on the shattered gate, intent on identifying the leader of the enemy force. Even Majin, Chungmyeong, and the rest of the Radiant Demon squad stood unwavering. Their stances were firm, their feet planted, and their eyes unblinking as they prepared to meet the oncoming threat. There was a presence, undeniable and deliberate. Footsteps rang out with clarity, echoing forward as though the barriers ahead were nothing more than an illusion. It was as if even the very air parted to allow this presence to pass through like an open gate. She emerged, a woman so beautiful it bordered on the uncanny. Her black hair shimmered with unnatural depth, and her crimson eyes radiated danger. It was a sight utterly unfamiliar to those present, something foreign and foreboding. As her gaze settled immediately upon the lightning genius, Yeonshin, his eyes were already fixed upon her, as if drawn by some invisible force the moment she appeared. She offered nothing more than a flippant, casual greeting. Her tone was informal, her demeanor almost dismissive. Yet, everything about her presence defied normality. The upper ranks of the Blood Flame cult were reputed to be draped in black, but her hair carried a hue beyond mere darkness. It was an abyss. The robe she wore matched the pitch of her hair. It fluttered lightly in the breeze, yet its color seemed to swallow the surrounding light, deeper even than the night sky itself. Majin recognized instantly the burden that had fallen upon him. He would be the one to stand before her. However, deep within, he understood that brute strength alone would not suffice. The nature of her martial arts transcended simple confrontation. Her lips, stained a vibrant crimson, appeared as though perpetually kissed by blood. Against her pale skin, the contrast was striking, grotesque in its elegance. The aura exuding from her was more than sinister, it was malignant. Even the sway of her robe's hem felt like a silent curse. To Yeonshin, it was immediately clear. The rumor spoke of how the red-haired warriors of the Blood Flame sect experienced a transformation. Their hair darkened the deeper they delved into the sex arts. Her hair, jet black and absolute, left no doubt in his mind. She was one of the apostles. If she were a woman, then she could only be one, the seventh apostle. Majin's voice emerged like a low rumble dredged from the depths of his core. He uttered her title with a tone of restrained fury, acknowledging the arrival of the seventh apostle. In response, she casually drew a throwing dagger, twirling it in her fingers as if mocking the notion of concealment. There was no hesitation, only intent. Her reputation preceded her. She was known throughout the martial world. Chilsado, the seventh apostle of the Blood Flame cult, a noble-born vampire with lethal charisma, a force who could face a desolate fortress black rank without faltering. Her steps were light, graceful even, but carried a weight of seductive menace. She was a blend of allure and danger, dignity and dread. The aura around her resembled a deadly swamp, beautiful from afar, lethal up close. She stood apart from the blood snake swords by an immeasurable margin. 10 paces away, she came to a halt. Her eyes fell again on Yeonshin, and her voice, clear and refined, reached him directly. She mused aloud about the future that Yeonshin would shape for the desolate fortress, her tone laced with amusement. Her tongue brushed across her lips, a grotesque mimicry of desire. She smiled faintly, as if savoring a delicious thought. Those eyes, polished jade soaked in blood, narrowed with intrigue. In them swirled an unnatural fascination, a predator's gaze fixed upon its next meal. To her, the name Yeonshin was not just a name, it was poetry. She admired it, relished it, even though fate would eventually make him her undoing. But now he stood as prey, a target, an obstacle she fully intended to erase. Majin moved without hesitation, stepping in front of Yeonshin, his arm raised, covering the younger man. His voice rang out, firm and sharp, demanding her attention. He told her to look at him. She turned her gaze toward Majin with casual indifference, granting him a glance before flicking her eyes away once more. That was when Yeonshin noticed her fingers, long and pale, move in a subtle gesture. Immediately, the presence of the Blood Flame sect was made known. From all directions, they revealed themselves. Red-haired warriors emerged in silence, encircling the estate. They were legion, at least 100 of them, each radiating hostile intent. Among them stood 20 Bloodsword Masters, their killing aura unmistakable. This was no minor skirmish, no underhanded scheme conducted under the veil of night. They were not simply hiding in the shadows, draining the blood essence of innocent commoners. This was war, with only 2 teams from the Radiant Demon Squad present. Even with the reinforcement of the Shallow Monks, the numbers were clearly not in their favor. Despite being vastly outnumbered, not a single trace of fear could be seen among the ranks of the Radiant Demon Squad. Each one stood as a master in their own right, and their composed demeanor reflected the depth of their experience and strength. The seventh apostle shifted her lips with calculated confidence, declaring that the battlefield before them would become the final resting place for her enemies. Her vow extended to both the existing and the emerging strength of the Radiant Demon Squad. In her words lay the weight of death. In the blink of an eye, her hand blurred, vanishing into motion. This happened while the Radiant Demon Squad and the Shallow Masters were still analyzing the enemy's formation. From her hand, a bright crimson dagger exploded forth, heading straight for Yeonshin's brow with lethal precision. The speed was terrifying, enough to pierce a master before thought could form. Yet, Yeonshin's eyes remained unwavering. He met the incoming threat without the faintest tremble of fear. His hand moved instinctively. As his body twisted, he seized the dagger midair, his motion fluid and unshaken. It was as though his physical form responded to the malevolent energy faster than conscious recognition. The dagger, saturated with demonic force, should have overwhelmed the one who caught it, but not him. The blood-soaked essence within the weapon was strong, monstrously so, and yet, Yeonshin caught it effortlessly, as if it were no more than a feather on the wind. A strange sensation filled his palm. The energy pulsing from the dagger was foreign, but rather than succumb to it, Yeonshin's body nullified its influence. The power behind the blood technique embedded in the dagger began to unravel. A golden shimmer slowly radiated from the blade in his hand. The spiritual remnants of Buddhist scripture, combined with the Shaolin fist techniques etched into Yeonshin's memory, began to shift and evolve. At that moment, an unfamiliar martial form took shape. Something ancient, something raw. It was the birth of an incomplete martial art, forged in the crucible of crisis. For a moment, Yeonshin stood still, silently pondering the transformation that had just occurred. Thoughts surged through his mind. Perhaps this was how Bodhidharma once created, through need, intuition, and sudden inspiration. Simultaneously, he could feel something else, the power coursing through him in direct contrast to the blood arts it dissolved. Though he could not yet fully grasp it, he instinctively understood that it pointed him toward the right path. The Dharma talk he heard from Gakjong the night before still lingered in his mind. To eliminate the 3 poisons, to keep the 6 roots pure. With every breath, the dark energy within the dagger weakened. Slowly, the blood-true energy began to dissipate into nothingness. Master Wonjong's eyes widened in astonishment. Deep within, he struggled to determine whether the boy had just recited Buddhist scripture or performed a Shaolin martial incantation. The tremble in his aged gaze betrayed his shock. Finally, his voice broke through the silence. He questioned whether what he had just witnessed was a Buddhist martial technique. His eyes, lined with age, trembled visibly at the revelation. His astonishment was not his alone. Every member of the Blood Flame cult, aside from the 7th apostle herself, shared in the shock. Their eyes widened in disbelief at what they had seen. Then, Yeonshin cast the dagger aside as though it held no further meaning. His voice rang out as he addressed Chilsado directly. There was no malice in his tone, only clarity. He observed that, just as expected, she was indeed employing techniques from the Blood Flame cult. The discarded dagger clattered against the ground in front of her, with its malicious glow faded. Yeonshin's voice carried further, noting with a mocking undertone that her techniques were surprisingly simple to counter. In response, the 7th apostle smiled, her lips curving with genuine amusement at his brazenness. She crouched to pick up the fallen dagger, repeating Yeonshin's words with an intrigued air. She evaluated him. Her judgment was cool, even clinical. From her perspective, the techniques Yeonshin had displayed merely mimicked elementary-level Shaolin martial arts. As she stood upright with the dagger once more in hand, she voiced her conclusion. Yeonshin, she admitted, showed some resistance to the blood arts, but resistance was not power. It was not mastery. She stated plainly that what he possessed was not nearly enough to overcome the chasm between their martial levels. In her assessment, Yeonshin remained far weaker. The moment her final words faded into the air, her form blurred and fragmented. The motion was faster than before, faster than the dagger that had nearly pierced his brow. Her movement was no longer visible to the untrained eye. The surging wave of energy erupted with calculated precision, its magnitude shaking the very air. In that fleeting instant, Yeonshin found no opportunity to react. Yet, despite the overwhelming pressure, the clash of weapons rang out. Ma Jin had intervened. His blade met the attack mid-air, and the resulting shockwave distorted the space between them. Two masters stood locked in confrontation, their strength momentarily canceling the other's might. A force unlike before surged from Ma Jin. The captain of the Radiant Demon Squad had chosen to confront the 7th apostle head-on. It was not mere duty that drove him, but the sheer will to hold back a monster. He seemed capable of halting even her overwhelming hand. The woman's smile remained unfazed. Her crimson eyes narrowed as she observed Ma Jin's resolve. Her words, laced with contempt, suggested he was betting too heavily on the youth standing behind him, the so-called lightning genius. Ma Jin's answer came in the form of a scoff. He fully grasped the truth. Though his strength was undeniable, his cultivation's nature lacked the perfect counter to hers. Even so, he struck with intent, driving his claw-shaped hand toward Chilsado, true energy crackling along his palm. She moved before the strike could land, narrowly avoiding the devastating blow. It struck the ground instead, exploding into fractured stone. The sheer power of it caused nearby warriors to stagger. She flew off with elegance, her dark robe fluttering, revealing a grace that clashed with her demonic aura. As she came down, her voice floated down, instructing the Blood Flame sect followers to advance. Her eyes, however, never strayed from Yeonshin. In every direction, red-haired warriors closed in. They moved in tight formations, a disciplined force commanded with ruthless intent. The Radiant Demon Squad and Shaolin monks formed a defensive perimeter, encircled from all sides. The battlefield had shifted into a theater of war. From every corner, blades gleamed and madness gleamed in the eyes of enemies. The sight resembled a crimson tide crashing inward. Their weapons surged from all directions, north, south, east, west, and beyond. The first blade targeted Yeonshin. He moved swiftly, sidestepping as his hand reached for the hilt of his sword. In one fluid motion, he deflected the strike. His counterattack came instantly, the desolate sword tracing a clean arc that split through his opponent's shoulder and chest. Another wave surged toward him, yet he was not rattled. The sword in his grasp flowed with a light that mirrored water in motion. The radiant sword style responded to his every command, elegant and unrelenting. He dashed through the second and third attackers. Sword light shimmered in his wake as two more men collapsed. Without excessive exertion, he controlled the field. 3 swords broken, 5 heads severed, an effortless display of martial excellence. Enemy shouts filled the chaos. Orders echoed among their ranks to cripple his hands, to tear at his throat. Their methods reeked of desperation and savagery. These were not calculated strikes. They were madness manifested. Still, Yeonshin's blade gleamed. The brilliance of the radiant sword style never faded. His footwork shifted. The radiant wing's first step propelled him into the enemy line, slicing another foe cleanly before pressing forward again. With Majin occupied by the 7th Apostle and countless blood master swordsmen present, the Radiant Demon Squad found themselves overwhelmed. Their blue robes scattered in contrast to the sea of blood-colored warriors. Yeonshin adapted. His right hand remained steady with the desolate sword, while his left hand pulsed with true energy. In a single, seamless movement, he invoked the Eternal Blossom Fist. The closest attacker met his end with Spiral, the technique's opening move. It struck with rotational force, the kind that unraveled an enemy from within. Without pause, Yeonshin's momentum redirected. He turned sharply, his right hand rising once again to meet the next wave. The arc of his blade was wide and lethal, slicing through the torso of the man on his right with precision. While cutting down his enemies, Yeonshin's thoughts drifted momentarily. The memory of when he seized the 7th Apostle's dagger replayed itself. Back then, the martial art he attempted to wield had not formed as intended. Perhaps it was due to the incantation lacking full visualization. Another group surged toward him from the front. He quickly shifted stance and raised his fist. His palm lashed out, striking 2 men simultaneously. Though they crumpled under his strength, Yeonshin attempted again to awaken the Dharma power he had summoned before. Yet, it still eluded him. No matter how many fell before his sword or fist, the tide of Blood Flame sect followers showed no sign of thinning. They kept coming, their number oppressive. Even in this fleeting lull in the battle, Yeonshin could feel it clearly. This was not yet the power he sought to command. He lacked the strength needed to seize control over a battlefield of true martial masters. That authority fell to the black-ranked warriors of Desolate Fortress. Unless his uncle, Majin, could defeat the 7th Apostle, this conflict would stretch without resolution. It was then when a sharp, aged cry rang out from behind his left side. He turned his head, spotting Master Wonjong stepping forward, fists raised, releasing a focused martial cry as he launched a technique. His expression remained calm, filled with decades of discipline and reflection. Yeonshin had heard often that monks who delved into the deep truths and incantations of martial arts seldom garnered recognition in the wider martial world. Even now, the old monk's energy did not radiate with overt intensity. Yet 2 bloodsword masters charged toward Master Wonjong. Despite the long-standing taboo against harming monks, they attacked without hesitation. One even bellowed a command to kill the old man first. This alone revealed the twisted nature of the Blood Flame sect, unconcerned with any moral code. Their doctrine abandoned all worldly restraints, embracing only destruction. Despite being steeped in Buddhist martial arts, Master Wonjong lacked real combat experience. He was not prepared for a struggle where lives were at stake. Yeonshin did not hesitate. Retreating or ignoring the danger was never a choice. From behind the 2 attackers, he surged forward. His sword descended in a graceful arc, shimmering with light as it cleaved through the first foe, creating an opening for the old monk to deal with the second. In that same moment, a new adversary came at Yeonshin from behind. He reversed his blade in one seamless motion, preparing for another strike. The Bloodsword Master raised his hand in defense just in time. Their weapons met briefly, and the man's eyes widened in alarm at the overwhelming force behind Yeonshin's blade. Yeonshin followed the clash with a sudden kick, knocking the enemy back and gaining breathing space. In the same flowing movement, his sword swept forward. The strike found its mark. The man's head separated cleanly from his shoulders as Yeonshin's sword completed its arc. As the final blow landed, Master Wonjong observed in astonishment. Even after witnessing Yeonshin spar with Gakjong, the old monk had not imagined the depths of his ability. But now, seeing him on the battlefield, it became undeniable. The radiant sword style flowed with perfection. The eternal blossom fist stood unyielding, and amidst it all, a new martial art was germinating within him. Its seed was Dharma power, raw, undefined, yet rising with every strike. Each movement took Yeonshin a step further toward an uncharted peak of martial mastery.